Chapter 1. The Strongest Legendary Inheritance. The history of the Hidden Leaf Village is well known all across the elemental nations. Even the most secluded, lighting country citizens who live deep in the mountains, or the most closed-minded Earth Country inhabitants who hated Konoha with all their being knew how Konoha came to be. It was, after all, a turning point in the elemental nations, a new era started by two legends, who overcame the hatred against each other and together united the various clans of the elemental nations, creating the very first hidden ninja village. This is, of course, something everyone knows, no matter whether they're shinobi or civilians. But what about the other ninja villages? Who untied the stubborn people of Iwa, the proud citizens of Kyumo, the elusive and mysterious inhabitants of Kiri, or the nomads in the harsh desert that is Suna? Well, for the most part, it is not common knowledge, and the true history of how it came to be is not something any of the mentioned villages wishes to spread. After all, it was not one of their own who brought them together. You see, the Senju and Uchiha clans together were unbeatable, and the other clans in the region knew this fact very well. Hell, Hashirama and Madara alone could probably conquer the whole of the Fire Country, and so the other clans like Hyuga, Nara, or Inuzuka decided it would be in their interest to join the forming village. Now, there was no other clan on the mainland that could dominate their region alone, yet none were willing to join in alliances like Uchiha and Senju. So the power struggle would have kept going across the elemental nations, bar the Fire Country, had it not been for one man. Uzumaki Satoru. The first Uzumaki was born with both of the Uzumaki clans Kekkai Genkai. The Limitless was a technique that all Uzumaki had the potential to be born with, but roughly only 10 Uzumaki per generation were able even to manifest it. This Kekkai Genkai, to put it simply, allowed the user to bring the concept of infinity into reality, which in turn allowed them to manipulate and distort space at will. A powerful technique that made the Uzumaki clan feared across the lands. Limitless was, however, something no one ever truly mastered before Satoru. This is because to bend the space to one's will, the user needs to be precise on an atomic level. Even the slightest mistake when utilizing the technique made it not only taxing, but also not as efficient as intended, and so no one ever mastered it. Born with the second Uzumaki Kekkai Genkai, one that has seen nothing as a myth and clouded in as much mystery as the Rinnegan, the Rikugen, the Six Eyes, allowed Satoru to become the first person to master the Limitless. The Rikugen was a powerful dojutsu seen in only one person before Satoru, the brother of the sage of the Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hamura. The dojutsu made the user's eyes a light shade of blue and made them look like an unending abyss. The limitless sea in which if you looked too long you would drown with no hopes of getting back. The Six Eyes provides the user with vast perception and immense brain processing power, allowing them to precisely manipulate the sophisticated powers of the Limitless down to an atomic level. The mental prowess of the Six Eyes can turn one moment in reality into well over a minute's worth of time within the user's brain. This works well in tandem with the user's enhanced sight, allowing them to analyze and calculate the positions of everything within view instantly. It's said that anyone who possesses the Six Eyes can see things for several kilometers away, easily able to distinctly tell apart different figures within their vast range. The Six Eyes allows the user to see chakra in extreme detail. As such, the use of the Six Eyes can see the flow of chakra, which in turn allows them to read another person's jutsus as well. Additionally, the Six Eyes can differentiate between different types of chakra and help the user identify a person based on it. With the power seen in only a legendary figure before him, Uzumaki Satoru left Uzumaki Island and intended to bring peace and order to the mainland himself. The elders tried to stop him, reasoning that his campaign would only make the others fear them, but the young Uzumaki did not listen. He felt it was his task, given to him by the world. It was his responsibility as the strongest to make sure the people of this world know peace. So his mission began, and it took him only 3 months to conquer the whole of the water country. Soon after, a half-year campaign in the Kumo ended in the same result. The nomads of the Wind Country didn't even fight him, bowing to him when they heard of his exploits, not wishing to go against him. Lastly, the region of Lighting Country was subjugated in only a month. And so, with the help and promises of setting them free, Satoru helped in the forming of the other 4 great ninja villages. Content with his work, he went back to Uzumaki Island, or what was now called Yuzushigakure, which was a hidden village. To Satoru's surprise, his return was not met with festivities and congratulations. Instead, the elders have given the decision of banishing him from Yuzushio for not only disobeying them, but also making their potential enemies stronger. The user of 6 eyes pleaded with the elders, but they did not listen, listing how the Kirigakure already started to overpower them in the fish export and taking away a lot of Yuzushio's income. However, after 2 days, they caved slightly in. Not enough to just forgive him, but enough to give him a choice. A choice to remedy his mistakes. The elders told him, should he go and either subjugate Kirigakure to Yuzushio or tear to the ground, they would lift the sentence of his banishment and welcome him back where he belonged. Not much is known about what followed, as no archives in Yuzushio describe the meeting past this point. However, to several eyewitnesses, Satoru killed the Elder Council and left Yuzushio forever. Years later, a few months before the First Great Shinobi War, the man walked past the great gates of Kanehagakure and went into a meeting with the first Hokage, who was already married to Uzumaki Mito, and left him a single sealing scroll, which could not only be opened by someone of the Uzumaki blood, but also someone who had the Limitless. This was the last time anyone in the whole elemental nations ever heard of Uzumaki Satoru. The supposed content of the scrolls were Satoru's diaries, training scrolls, techniques, hidden techniques, notes on the Limitless, but also notes on the 6 eyes, as well as how to train them. The scroll was left closed until the second Hokage requested an Uzumaki from Yuzushio to check whether the scroll was worth keeping or not, and after confirming the content to be true, he sealed it back again in hopes that one day, a Konoha-born Uzumaki will open it. What is the problem with being the strongest? A question only a few in the history of the elemental nations had to dwell on it, one of them being a 12-year-old Uzumaki Naruto. The first problem was obviously finding anyone who can match you in a fight, someone who can push your limits, someone who can stand by your side as an equal. That was what Naruto found as the only downside of being the strongest. Of course, it didn't bother him. After all, why did he need to push past his limits? He was the strongest, he achieved the peak, and an only handful could ever hope to stand against him in a fight, and even dream of winning. Isn't it what Hiruzen Jiji always said? What does the council always tell him? He was the strongest, and they knew it. So why did he have to listen to their orders? Why did he still listen to their orders? The blonde smirked under his porcelain mask thinking about this. I guess it is better than being bored out of my mind. This was the second problem, and the one that bothered the blonde prodigy. Before he entered the ANBU, he was so bored. Missions for Jinin, then Chunin, then Jonin, nonstop training, learning, finding ways to become stronger. It all was for nothing, because when he looked back and realized no one can match him in battle, it was too late. And so, the missions, the thrill of battle, the adrenaline, it never came because he was the strongest. He pushed himself too far. But then, the council and the old man offered him a position in AMBU. Though the missions wouldn't be as boring, he wouldn't need to hold back in front of clients. He would do something besides frontline fighting. Assassinations, blackmailing, document forging, seduction, intel gathering. Of course, it didn't bring back the adrenaline or rush of battle. But hey, it was better than sitting home and reading more of course, manuals on how to get stronger. The blonde thought, denying reading the smut written by his godfather. Playing a little AMBU has been fun and all, but I'm kind of relieved to get a mission like this. It has been almost a year since I started doing the Black Ops kind of missions. Naruto looked from his position on a tree branch and saw a squad of Kumo ninjas he was hunting coming his way. Without a second thought, The blonde jumped down and landed in front of the 5 Kimonin, making them stop when they realized who stood in front of them. It can't be. You vanished a year ago. One of them shouted, hands trembling with fear. A chuckle escaped Naruto as the 5 ninjas prepare to fight. He is completely relaxed. It will be his downfall. Hey guys, we can do it the hard way or the easy way. You can just come back with me to Konoha, or I can just kill you, the blonde said merrily, almost like he didn't just threaten them. Personally, I prefer the hard way, he muttered, his bloodlust filling the area, the killing intent making the enemy freeze. Attack! The apparent leader shouted breathlessly and started going through hand seals at rapid speed. His orders seemed to wake up his comrades who followed suit, fingers blitzing through the ancient seals, all while Naruto waited happily. Right-on, lightning surge. Right-on, shockwave. Katon, fire dragon jutsu. Futon, great breakthrough. Right-on, static discharge. The 5 jutsu slammed where the blonde stood, resulting in a large explosion of smoke and debris, strong enough to force the 5 shinobi a few steps back. They waited with bated breath for the smoke screen to clear, hoping, begging to see their opponent lying in pieces or burn on the ground. Instead, gasps filled the area when the smoke cleared. Impossible, muttered one of them, falling to his knees. Not impossible, simply infinitely beyond your reach. There he stood, in a large crater made by the power of the 5 jutsus, unharmed, not even a speck of dirt on his black-gray ENBU uniform and pure white porcelain mask, chuckling with his hands in his pockets. Nice attack, by the way, actually not bad. Hey, let me show you one of mine, the blonde said with a smile that went unnoticed by the Kimonins. The blonde extended his left hand and pointed between the 5 enemy ninja. Uzumaki Hijitsu, blue. Before they could react, a strange blue, glowing ball appeared between them and pulled them with a force none could resist. Not only they, but the earth, stones, and dust as well. Everything in the proximity of 2 meters from the glowing orb was pulled towards it. Know that you had the honor of being killed by Uzumaki Naruto, the strongest person alive. Screams and shrieks of unimaginable pain and suffering filled the air as the orb started to slowly apply more pressure on the Kumo ninjas before it imploded. Blood and gores rained into the small hole in the ground left by Naruto's technique. The blonde looked at the scene for a second before shrugging and walking away. There's a small town nearby. I should check out if there are no other Kumo ninjas around. Yes. If anywhere, they are probably hiding at the best ramen shop around. Time for a new mission. Check out all ramen shops in the vicinity of 10 miles. The blonde grinned and walked away. Fox, you are 2 days late. Where in the 7 hells have you been? Naruto sighed, looking at the cat-masked ANBU who blocked his way. Currently, in the Hokage office, the blonde was said to report to the old man, and Cat, his ANBU captain, has been as well. You know how it is with this kind of mission. Cat-chan, sometimes someone runs away, and I have to chase them. Naruto tried to make it as believable as possible, but the growl that came from the female ANBU told him all he needed to know about his attempts. Don't lie to me. I know. Everybody knows it is impossible to run away from you. So tell me, where have you been? She asked dangerously, and the blonde cringes slightly. It was not like she could do anything to him, even as a superior officer, but he liked her and thought them to be friends. So telling her the truth and showing no regard for her rank would sure upset her. So, full weekend, all-inclusive in Hot Springs? Or maybe I should pull some strings and get her a sword made in Iron Country. Sue, I've been eating ramen, the blonde said and rubbed the back of his head. Silence. Complete and utter silence. God. She did not respond, merely looking into his slit-like eyes on the white porcelain mask. You have been eating ramen? Yes. For 2 fucking days? Well, 3. I finished the mission a day before the deadline. I don't even know what to say, Kat muttered, holding a hand to her forehead, probably trying to process what she just heard. Well, now that's out of the way, Cat-chan. Any idea what the old man wants? Wadash, no, I don't know, but let's go. We are late because of you. Wait. You were the one who caught me here and proceeded to interrogate me, the blonde said with a shit-eating grin looking at his captain. Cat looked at Naruto with a deadpan stare and looked at a clock on the wall. You were supposed to be here 3 hours ago, and Hokage-sama told me to wait till you come. Well, if you put it that way, then maybe you're just too early. Yes, right? What are you looking at? The stare Cat gave him made him slightly uncomfortable, but luckily, she just sighed and started walking away, mumbling something about stupid blondes. Hey, I heard that. Good. Mean woman, he muttered under his nose and followed after her to the Hokage office at the top of the building. The woman was about to knock, but Naruto walked past her and kicked the door in. Hey, old man, he said happily, and then took notice of the 3 other people in the room, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu, and the rest of the old people. Ow, he muttered when Cat elbowed him and bowed to her superiors. Hokage-sama, estimat elders. Foxconn, Cat-chan, it's good to see you both again. Right. Okay, old people out, Naruto said and literally took out the chair Danzo was sitting from under him and sat comfortably. The 3 elders, Danzo even more than the other 2, looked at him with contempt and stood their ground. Naruto made an amused sound and looked at them. Slowly, his hand touched his mask and pushed it just enough for his right eye to look at the elders. The 3 flinched, looking into those deep, cold, limitless blue eyes that promised to swallow you and never let you go. I thought I told you to go. We have some important business with the old man, the blonde said, and without another word, the 3 quickly left the room. Naruto could see and feel their emotions. Besides the obvious one, fear, he felt their anger and embarrassment. Should have listened the first time. Naruto-kun, there is no need to be so rough with them, the Hokage said with a small smile adorning his face at finally seeing these free get put in their place. They have been, especially Danzo, pushing their limits, trying to test him and see how much they can get away with. Please take off your masks. The 2 complied. Yuzuki Yugao, a purple-haired beauty with brown eyes and sharp features, sat next to Naruto, who took out a pair of round sunglasses and covered his blue eyes, and looked at the 3rd Hokage. How was your last mission, Naruto-kun? The 3rd asked, lighting his pipe and taking a calming drag. The blonde grinned and shrugged. Nothing special. Found them in a forest, played with them for a moment, and then killed them. Nothing interesting. Why are you asking? The old man sighed and took off his Hokage hat, massaging his temples. Naruto-kun, do you know why there were 5 Kumo ninjas within our borders? Nope, no idea. It was written in the mission scroll, Yugao muttered, her right eyebrow twitching at the blonde who scratched the back of his head in small embarrassment. Well, I just skimmed it and saw 5 Kumo shinobi, the rough coordinates, and eliminate. Didn't though I needed to know anything more. The purple-haired woman sighed and rubbed the bridge of her nose, while Hiruzen chuckled under his breath. Well, Naruto-kun, for the past 4 months, both Kumo and IWA have been sending spies and shinobi into our borders, prodding, pushing the limits of our tolerance, looking into things they shouldn't. The council fears the worst, and according to Jiraiya, they have slowly started mobilizing forces along with Kiri. A war, huh? So what's the plan? You want me to go into their villages and blast them to pieces? No, Naruto-kun, along with the village council, I have decided that your talents are needed elsewhere than ANBU, and therefore, please give up your mask. Wah, I'm leaving ANBU. Hokage-sama, I would ask you to reconsider dash. The decision has been made, Yugao. We have a special assignment for Naruto during these times, Hiruzen explained, looking at the saddened purple-haired Kunoichi. A special assignment? The blonde muttered under his breath, his hand holding his chin in a thinking position. Wait, you're promoting me to be the Hokage. Silence. Neither Hiruzen nor Yugao spoke. Old man, I know that you are old, and I am amazed and the strongest in the village, as well as charismatic, good-looking, and great at everything I do, but dash. Naruto-kun, how to explain this to you? Hiruzen took a breath and thought about how to formulate his answer. While your power is undeniable, your character is not fit for being a Hokage. What? Neither are you a person anyone would entrust with the safety of others. That's why I'm the team captain, Yugao said with a taunting smirk. That's also why you were never given a squad as Jonin or Chunin. Wait. Why you can't disrespect me like that? I am a great leader, even a born leader. Show me some respect. The blonde said the last part with dark, raining clouds over his head and his shoulders slumped. Hiruzen looked at the purple-haired ANBU operative, who shrugged and elbowed the blonde. Oi, stop acting depressed. Easy for you, you say. You were given your squad. The blonde pouted and looked away. The third sighed and took a deep drag of his pipe, thanking all gods for it. Naruto-kun, while you might not be promoted to the Hokage, your task is still very important to the village's well-being and prosperity. Naruto looked out of the corner of his eye at the old man with an eyebrow quirked. I'm listening. We need you to act as a genin and join a particular team to make sure the two genin are kept safe, Hiruzen said with full seriousness, and he saw Naruto almost getting convinced at the idea. That is until Yugao started laughing out loud. Hiruzen sighed once again, reflecting how often he does it with the blonde around him. What you laughing at? Irked Naruto asked, looking with narrowed eyes at his ex-captain. They want to turn you into a dash. She kept on laughing, unable to even process the image of the blonde tucking two genin in their beds and babysitting them. Yeah? Well, we will see who will do all the difficult missions for your squad now, ugly. The blonde said with a smirk, only to regret it when the woman decked him over the head. Call me that one more time, and even the limitless won't save you, she said darkly, her eyes shadowed by her hair, making the hair on Naruto's neck stand stiffly. Hee, I was just joking around. No need for violence, he said with what he hoped looked like disarming grin. Geez, women are so scary, especially Yugao, So, old man, who do you need me to keep safe? The blonde said, turning to the amused Hokage. The man picked up a scroll from between all the paperwork on his desk and gave it to Naruto, who skimmed over the content. Team 7 Jonin Sensei, Hatake Kakashi, Rookie of the Year, Uchiha Sasuke, Kunoichi of the Year, Hyuga Hinata. I worked with worse. Besides, it's been some time since I saw the Cyclops, the blonde thought with an amused smirk. Chapter 2. The strongest, friends. Oi. This is so unfair. What was the old monkey thinking? Naruto sulked, looking at his new Konoha headband. I hoped I would stay a Jonin like when Kakashi was a kid. Ha. Little Naruto, the big bad ANBU, who calls himself the strongest, is a genin again. A female voice cut in, not able to stop her giggling. Naruto looked at the person next to him, and a tick mark appeared on his forehead. Stop laughing. This isn't funny. How are people supposed to respect me now? The blonde asked with a dark cloud over his head. Besides, should I remind you who just failed their Jonin promotion? Special Jonin Maki Zenin? The London asked with a grin and dodged the kunai she flung at his head. Shut up. Not my fault. I don't have some fancy bloodline like you, Blondie. Jealous much, Naruto said with a snicker, causing his best friend to huff and turn away from him. The two were sitting in the Ichiraku ramen stand. Once a small restaurant, now was one of the biggest and most visited place in Konoha after Naruto donated hefty sums of money to Tucci and helped him develop the humble stand. Naruto slurped some noodles and looked at the girl sitting next to him. She was 5 years older than him and a bit taller. Long dark green hair pulled in a short ponytail with two bangs framing her head and few fringes of hair over her forehead and golden eyes with round glasses. Maki had a unique appearance that many would call exotic. She was wearing a dark blue long-sleeve shirt with a standard tune-in flak J-sect and a matching mid-thigh skirt, along with white knee-high socks and typical blue ninja sandals. She had her headband tightly secured around her forehead and kept her weapons and seals on her wrists. Naruto, on the other hand, was wearing a less standard outfit, consisting of a white button-up shirt with the top buttons undone, black civilian's pants, and stylish black shoes. Together with his round sunglasses, one wouldn't ever imagine him to be a shinobi, but the Konoha headband lying next to his bowl said otherwise. "What are you staring at?" she asked weirdly, noticing the blonde kept him covered gaze on her for some time now. "Was thinking," the blonde muttered, causing her to raise an eyebrow. "You think? Why you?" The blonde's eyebrow twitched and the chopstick in his hand broke. Maki smirked when she saw it was still so easy to get under the blonde's skin, no matter how long they didn't see each other. "So, what do you think of your future teammates?" Maki asked, and took a few bites from her own ramen. The blonde shrugged and signaled Ayam, Tuchi's daughter, for a new pair of chopsticks. "Well, the Uchiha is supposedly a genius, so I'll get a stomp on his ego, and the Hyuga girl is like any other Hyuga, stuck up and always proper and all that, so it will be entertaining to tilt her some. As for Kakashi, it will be fun making his work harder, and maybe get him to go all out in a spar or something. God knows he needs some training after slacking off for so long," the blonde said, accepting new eating utensil from the brunette and thanking her. "That's all?" Maki asked, and looked at the blonde with a questioning look. "I mean, I am not on their squad to become their friend or anything. Just make sure that Kakashi trains them well, and keep an eye out when we get outside Konoha. You know, with the war on the horizon and all that stuff, you never know what the other nations may try." "I see. Wait, what?" Maki shouted, standing up, making everyone in the restaurant to look at her. She blushed slightly and apologized sitting down. She turned to Naruto and whispered hotly, "What do you mean, with a war on the horizon?" Naruto looked at her for a second before sighing. The blonde lowered his sunglasses and looked her in the eyes. "Exactly how it sounds, Maki. It is still nothing certain, but the other countries are mobilizing and the higher-up are making moves as well. Why do you think the village is having skill revisions on every shinobi? Why do all vets start training again? And the forced training regimes and academy standards getting higher?" Maki sat frozen in her place, not wanting to believe her friend, but she knew that Naruto was serious. She saw it in his eyes, but still, the thought was petrifying. After the 3 wars and the many peace treaties and Kage meeting, the diplomatic relations and the stable peacetime of war was coming. She snapped back to reality when Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder and squeezed, reassuring her with a small but honest smile. "This information is known only to the higher-up, clan head, ANBU, and elite Jonin, so please don't spread it for now, okay?" She gulped and nodded, but those still ran through her head. "Then why are you telling me this?" The blonde chuckled and placed his sunglasses back on. "Why wouldn't I? You are, after all, my best friend, and I want to make sure you will be prepared, no matter what comes, all right?" Maki couldn't do anything but nod mutely and went back to eating her ramen, yet more thoughts on her mind. She knew that her and Naruto were close friend, but didn't think he would breach protocol so blatantly for her. A small smirk found its way on her way face. "Who am I kidding? It's Naruto. Of course he doesn't care about protocol. He was always like this ever since she met him first time during her genin exams." Flashback 5 years ago. This was it. The day Maki and 31 other academy students would officially become genin and adults in the eyes of the village. For her, it was a day she long awaited. No longer would she need to work in that small grocery shop to support herself. From today on, she would become a proud kunoichi of Leaf and would live of her missions and support for shinobi who were in bad financial situations. You see, Zenin Maki was an orphan since birth, the last of her small clan of Zenin, a clan that sadly didn't have any assets or filled-up coffers that she could life off. She was raised in a small village orphanage just outside Konoha that burnt down when she was 4. Since then, she was sent to Konoha, where an elderly man took pity on her and offered her a job in his store. It was not a good paid job, but it was enough to allow her to live in the village and join the academy. From there on, she lived alone in the Hidden Leaf, hoping to one day become a kunoichi so that her financial problems would go away. That was her plan until she got to know what a shinobi did to earn money. At first, she thought of dropping the academy, but then she decided that one day she would earn enough money to open her own orphanage to help other children like herself, no matter what it would take. Since then, whenever she was not working or in the academy, she spent every free moment of her life training in the shinobi arts in hopes of achieving her dream. Upon realizing that the academy training would take her only so far, she decided to open the only thing she was left with in the orphanage. A detailed scroll written by her ancestors on the use of various weapons, with the weapons sealed within the scroll. Wielding weapons came to her naturally. No matter what weapon she unsealed, her skills were praised by the academy instructors and any other shinobi who bothered to take notice of her training. Now, after 6 years of sweat, tears, and blood, she was the Rookie FO of the Year with no competition from either girls or boys her age. And so, this lead us to today, the day she waited 6 years for. Anticipation and a rare feeling of nervousness ran trough her. It was a no fact that the genin teams one was placed in was very important, both by the sense of who your comrades were, but also because of who your sensei would be and what mission one would take. She released a silent breath of excitement when she heard the door of the classroom open and saw her sensei, Yamato, walk in. However, the person next to the chunin made her narrow her eyes. A blonde shrimp, wearing a white shirt, blue shorts, black shinobi sandals, and round sunglasses, waltzed into the classroom with his hands in pockets and an arrogant smirk on his face. Kisuk, an impulsive boy who had ran for the title of second best in class, stood up and pointed a finger at the blonde. "Oi, sensei, who is this midget behind you?" A grin formed on his face when his friend and a few others laughed at the joke. Even Maki had to admit to smirking slightly. "Class, please clam down, this is Dash." "Oi, I can introduce myself, old man," the blonde said, giving the chunin a look that made him dislike the blonde already. The teacher was about to reprimand the young boy before he remembered the words Hiruzen told him. Naruto-kun is very special, and he doesn't like to be ordered or talked back. The ones who tried it, well, let's just say they're no longer in active shinboi duty. Maki's eyes widened at the clear disrespect towards the chunin and the lack of reaction from her very strict teacher. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't wait for the teacher's reaction before he spread his hands wide and said with a grin, "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and one of you losers is going to be on a team with me." The class erupted in shouts of outrage at how the blonde insulted them. Maki herself scowled at this arrogant shrimp, but before anyone could say anything, Naruto's message reached the academy students. Kisuk, being the always loud one, narrowed his eyes at the blonde and asked for the whole class. "What do you mean by one of us, you midget?" The blonde frowned and turned his attention to his fellow blonde. "And who the hell are you?" Kisuk puffed out his chest and pointed at himself. "I'm Urahara Kisuk. Be sure to remember the name. One day, I will become an elite jonin." Naruto stared blankly. At least it appeared so, because of his sunglasses before sighing. "Tell me, Kisuk-chan, are you at least the Rookie of the Year?" The young blonde taunted. "And no, that would be Maki-chan," the older blonde said, pointing at the green-haired girl, who gritted her teeth when the blonde didn't even acknowledge her presence, instead looked at Kisuk with a bored expression. "Then, pray tell me, why someone like you dares to even talk to me?" "Someone like me?" the blonde asked in anger, balling his fists. "Yeah, someone like you, a weakling, someone not even worth my attention." The room fell in silence as Naruto took off his sunglasses, and his endless eyes met everyone in the class, making them freeze. "All of you are so weak, so..." Naruto balled his fist a few times, looking for the right word. "So, useless, none of you are anywhere as strong as I hoped you would be." This left everyone wide-eyed and speechless. The blonde put his sunglasses back and sighed in boredom. Old Man Hokage said, "I would be paired with the Rookie of the Year in a 2-man cell with a jonin as our sensei. So meet me at the roof, Maki-chan. The blonde said mockingly before leaving the room with his hands in his pockets. After he closed the door, everyone turned to their sensei and bombarded him with questions as well as insult towards the blonde. What he said is true, Maki. You're going to be paired with him. So please meet up with your new team at the roof. Everyone gave the girl looks of pity and some encouraging words, mostly to kick the arrogant brat's ass and show him how wrong he is. Through all this, the green-haired girl was seething with anger and a clenched fist at being dismissed so easily by someone so much younger than herself. Especially after the years of training she put in refining her skills and getting stronger. Flashback ends. Even after their less than good start, the two somehow became able to work together and even something akin to friend. And while they might have spent only a year together on the same team, since the blonde was promoted to Chunin by Hokage himself, they kept in touch. This caused their relationship to blossom, and it was not so unexpected. Both of them were loners, Maki because her cold outer attitude and focus on training, and Naruto because of his shitty personality, god complex, and ego that was higher than the highest mountain in the Lighting Country. But with time, the both of them became good comrades and friends, which caused improvement in both of them. She had dropped her cold personality, but still remained pretty guarded in front of people she didn't know well, while Naruto, well, he still had ego the size of Hokage Monument and a god complex, but slowly his personality started improving. In the following years, when Naruto reached Jonin and she was promoted to Chunin after Chunin exams, Hiruzen saw how well the two worked together and how positively well they impacted each other and teamed them fairly often. But if Maki had to point out the moment which changed Naruto, the most it would be Earth to Maki, hello, hello. The blonde waved in front of her face. Maki snapped back to reality and swatted away the blonde's hand from her face with a scowl. Can't even think without being interrupted these days, she muttered, but the blonde caught it and grinned. Oh, you've been thinking how handsome and awesome I am? That's really sweet of you, Dash. I've been thinking about how big of an asshole you are and how bigger your ego is, she said with a smirk when the blonde hung his head down and dark clouds rained above his head. That's so mean, Maki-chan, the blonde drawled out in a childish voice. She sighed and looked at the clock across her. Still have some time before I have to head back for mission briefing. I just hope Anko will not be late. Again, Maki thought with sweat drop, thinking about her friend, and turned to her Naruto. Any progress with your? How was it? Avers shaka technique. The green-haired special Jonin asked with an raised eyebrow and heard the blonde click his tongue in annoyance. The young Uzumaki sighed and leaned back in his chair. It's called reverse chakra technique, and no. It's so frustrating, like the word at the end of your tongue you can't remind yourself about. He explained with his head thrown back over the cushion. Maki nodded in sympathy, because while frustration over new techniques was nothing new for her, for Naruto, for whom everything he did came naturally and without effort, this was a new experience. A thought popped in her head as she looked at her friend. Maybe you need a push, you know? Something, or more exactly, someone to push you past your limits. Yeah, I thought about that, but who? No one I meet on my missions is anywhere strong enough. Old man Hokage, and I can't go all out, and Jiraiya is who knows where writing his smut, and even then he would need to go sage mode and come at me with the intent to kill, and you know he doesn't like either of those, the blonde said with a resignated sigh and looked back at his friend. Well, you never know. Maybe you'll find someone soon, you know, with all those deranked mission you will be taking, the last Zenin said with a smirk, making the blonde pout at the fun she was poking at his new rank. Haha, very funny. Hopefully you will get one day strong enough for me to get serious. He countered, only for the green-haired girl to roll her eyes. Maybe, with a bit of luck, I might find someone strong enough soon. Chapter 3. The strongest, the snake Sannin. Kakashi sighed, looking at the sky. He estimated he still had 2 hours before he decided to meet his team. He mentally prepared himself for how the bell test would go and once again sighed. Who was he kidding? Even if they failed, what was impossible since Naruto knew about the purpose of the test? He would have to allow them to graduate and take them as a team, council orders. Honestly, what are they thinking? A team like this will cause unbalance between the other teams. All prodigies, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Sharingan, Byakugan, the Rigakin, and the Limitless. Oh well, I will let Naruto figure it out. Maybe he has already something planned, Kakashi thought before once again looking at the time before shrugging and taking out his Aika, giggling where no one would hear him. Naruto looked at Kakashi from distant trees, far enough that even a man's Sharingan wouldn't notice him. Thanks to the Rakugan, he was able to see everything in the slightest details, no matter how far it was, as long as it was in his line of vision. Typical Kakashi, making everyone wait for you. Yeah, I guess some things never change, he muttered with a small smile and turned in the other direction, looking at Team 8, consisting of Kiba, Shino, and Sakura, under Kurenai. Naruto noticed the raven-haired beauty began her exam, and from the looks of things her team would pass. The blonde's attention shifted to Asuma, who was leading the Ino Shiketcho of the new generation. But to the blonde's amusement, the bearded Jonin was playing shogi versus Shikamaru, talking about gossip with Ino and eating chips with Choji. Well, at least they were enjoying themselves. With a single leap, Naruto landed on the ground and walked home. He still had about 2 hours before Kakashi would go to the academy, and in the meantime, he could relax some at his home. Naruto sighed in contentment, taking a sip of tea, imported from the land of twilight, a moderate country finding itself on an island. It was also the westernmost country in the elemental nations. It cost him a fortune to have it imported to Konoha, not to mention the delivery time, which was 3 months. The Fallen Star tea was only produced in the land of twilight, and they wouldn't tell anyone how they made it, which caused a few wars and conflicts already. Imagine countries fighting over the recipe of a tea, but while the blonde thought how silly it sounded, he had to admit, while having drunk many types of teas, even in the best tea shops on the continent, the Fallen Star tea was his favorite. Behind Naruto, in a shadowed corner of his apartment, slitted golden eyes opened and watched the blonde carefully. In a single swift motion, a pale white hand shot out and hit its target. Naruto sighed and looked over his shoulder at the amused visage of the snake Sannin. Orochimaru, the blonde greeted, giving the older man an annoyed look. The black-haired legend took a sip of the tea and smiled in contentment. Naruto-kun, how good to see you again. I would say the same, but you took my tea. Kukuku, it's really tasty. I almost wonder how much have you paid for it. 3 S-rank missions. Now before you start talking again, is there something you wish to tell me? Or is this just a social visit? The blonde asked seriously, turning his whole body to look at the snake summoner, who surprisingly became very serious. Very well. First, it's just as you suspected, there's been some movement in Suna, Kusa, and Aim. Amigakure as well? Well, that's 5 villages that are mobilizing their forces. 3 of them are great villages. I'm not sure if even Konoha would be able to fight this war. How are our relations with Kiri? The older shinobi sighed and looked out of the window. Kiri has been in isolation for the past few years, a civil war between the bloody Mizukage regime and the resistance, consisting of bloodline users and few people that wanted to oppose the Yondaime. I see. So they have their hands full for the moment. What about the other thing I want to be checked? Orochimaru. The blonde asked, and the pale man gave him a small smirk. Just as you suspected, there have been some movements on the island of Yuzu. I wasn't able to get anything definitive yet, but I'm certain that once you venture there, you'll be able to find what you're searching for. The blonde smiled at that and stood up. So there's the possibility that I am not the last Uzumaki. Maybe some of them are still on the island, protecting it and waiting for my return. The blonde mused and turned to leave his house, seeing how it was about time Kakashi appeared on the clearing. Before leaving, he turned to the Sannin who was looking at him expectantly. You have done well. Continue to observe the other villages' movement and inform me should anything of notice be noticeable. And if you would stumble upon who is the one leading the rebels in Kiri and get in contact with them, it would be most splendid. Without another word, the blonde left the Sannin with his orders. Some would scoff at the idea of the Orochimaru ever following a 12-year-old brat, no matter how strong they might have been. But the Sannin thought differently. He remembered the day the two met for the first time. It was nighttime in Konoha, a perfect time for the snake Sannin to conduct his experiments on immortality and the various bloodline limits. Ever since Yondaime has been elected to lead the village instead of him, the dark-haired man has been disappointed and angry. Angry at Sarutobi, who ever since accepting him as one of his genin told him about his potential and the hopes he had for Orochimaru to lead the villages one day. The old monkey went as far as playing favorites and giving him private lessons, not only in shinobi arts, but in what he dubbed the leader courses. This, of course, added with the lack of parental figure for the Sannin, led to him being attached to everything Hiruzen has ever taught him in hopes of not disappointing his sensei and fulfilling the hopes the man held for him. That was until Minato came. Ever since then, the third distanced himself from Orochimaru, focusing more on the blonde, teaching and mentoring him on topics Jiraiya couldn't or did not know about. For a long time, Orochimaru remained hopeful, training and learning more for the sake of his effort being recognized by his sensei, but it seemed no matter what he did and no matter how hard he tried, the old monkey's focus stayed on the young Namikaze. This led to Orochimaru feeling resentful at the third, and soon it turned to anger when the younger shinobi was chosen as Hiruzen's successor. The disappointment was aimed solely at him. A small part of him always remained Orochimaru that he wasn't good enough and that the Sandaime simply choose a better alternative. This led to Orochimaru's obsession with becoming more powerful and more knowledgeable, which in turn soon bloomed in experiments on the different talented shinobi in hopes of finding a way to better himself. The Snake Summoner concluded that a bloodline limit was something that could give him the edge he sought, and not too long after, he began with his experiments. However, with his still relatively young age, Orochimaru knew that he had to be quick, otherwise he never might find the answer he was looking for, and soon came the fear of dying. What would all his efforts matter if he died before achieving the pinnacle of being a shinobi? He knew that death was something unavoidable, no matter how strong you became. The best examples were Hashirama and Madara. They were seen as gods by other shinobi, but even then, they succumbed to the grasp of the Reaper. An idea formed in his mind. If he never died, he would have all the time in the world to achieve the pinnacle of power and forever have it at his grasp. Then undoubtedly, he would be seen as the strongest, and all who doubted him, as Hiruzen would cower at his feet. His experiments would be seen by most, if not by all, as immoral and sinful, but the Snake Sannin was sure that once he achieved his goal, none would dare to go against him. And so, the Pale Ninja was collecting the necessary subjects for his experiments. Some of them were the bodies of deceased shinobi. Others were shinobi whose absence wouldn't be missed or could be explained as a mission going awry. A few of the subjects were simply orphans, for whom no one would bat an eye trying to find out where they have gone. Some of them had Kekiai Gunkais, while others were simple shinobi. Some were strong, others were weak. But all of them were subjects that the Sannin could use. Tonight has been most fruitful. He snatched the body of a recently dead Jonin, who was killed on a mission, but his body was brought back to the village. Tomorrow would be his burial, and since neither was he well known, nor had any close family, Orochimaru exchanged his corpse with a fake, knowing it would be enough to fool others. As he walked through an empty training ground towards one of his many secret bases in the village, he felt a set of eyes on his back. Slightly startled, the man turned around only to find a young boy looking at him through sunglasses, even though it was the middle of the night. He recognized him by the eyeglasses that usually covered his eyes and spiky blonde hair. Although he never met him, not wanting to meet the child of the man who took his dreams away from him, Orochimaru heard about Naruto. Putting his best disarming smile, Orochimaru greeted the boy. "Ah, you must be the famous Naruto, who everyone is talking about. And you are Orochimaru, the old man's student." "Yes, that would be me. Would you mind telling me what you are doing here, so late at night? Someone might attack or try to capture you, especially with how similar you are looking to your father. The blonde snorted and closed the distance between himself and the Sannin. You kidding? Anyone who would try this probably has a death wish. This intrigued Orochimaru. While he heard of the boy and his two bloodline limits, he was not aware of how strong the boy was. Surely, a 6-year-old wouldn't be strong enough to be this confident. Or maybe this was pure arrogance. Well, no matter how much I would like to talk more with you, I have some places to be, so if you excuse me, the Sannin said and turned around. What do you need the corpse for? The pale man froze. Not turning to face the blonde, he asked. I have no idea what you're talking about. Surely, the kid had no evidence, right? I'm talking about the corpse you took from the mortuary. You know, this Jonin. Shit, has he been following me for so long? I didn't even sense his presence. No, what's more important, he has evidence. If anyone ever discovers this, I am done. The older man narrowed his eyes, his chakra surging through his body. In a single moment, he was standing 10 meters away from the child. The next, Orochimaru was behind him, a kwani drawn and poised to strike. Only, it didn't strike. The Sannin's eyes widened as he saw the knife stop a few inches away from the blonde, and a bead of sweat slid down his face. The blonde didn't react instantly. Instead, his head craned slowly to look at Orochimaru, his cold blue eyes peeking at the Sannin from under his sunglasses. And then, Orochimaru saw and felt it, the power behind these eyes. The presence felt overwhelming. Even with his experience and strength, it felt like he was a mere pebble compared to a mountain. The weight of Naruto's power promised to squash him like a bug, an unworthy obstacle that wasn't even worth being looked at by those eyes. He tried to peer his gaze away, to create distance and use his repertoire of ninjutsu to fight this monster. But he stood still, lost in those eyes. Most shinboi wouldn't ever come close to feeling the power Naruto held, just because they were unable to imagine the scope of it. But Orochimaru, who was one of the strongest shinobi alive and a talented censor, who saw beasts like the Biju and monsters like the Sandame, Yondame, and Hanzo of the Salamander himself, he was able to truly see the extent of this beautiful power. At this moment, the Sannin understood the limitless difference between him and the child, blessed with powers as divine as the Rinnegan. He was snapped back to reality when the blonde took a step away and looked at him with a raised eyebrow. You good? I asked what you need the corpse for, not to try and attack me, the blonde said, his hands in his pockets, looking at the Sannin with a curious expression. The man lowered the knife and swallowed hard. For my experiments, he muttered, knowing that if it came to it, he stood no chance, not yet at least. Experiments? And you need a corpse for that? What are you researching? I'm in search of power and immortality. The blonde looked at him with an interested expression before smiling. Power, huh? Good to know. Hey, tell you what, if you work for me, I will help you. Orochimaru couldn't believe what he just heard. The absurdity of him, one of the Sannin to work under a child, made him chuckle. Yes? And how could you help me? He asked, amused at the prospect of working for the blonde. You know, if it's corpses you need, I can bring you a lot of them once I become a shinobi, strong and special one, unlike this Jonin. And what do you expect in return, then? I believe it's too good of an offer for you to not want anything in return. You are right. I need someone who will help me with some projects, let's call it like this. And of course, once you find the power you are looking for, I will want to fight you to compare our powers. The snake summoner was speechless. While he held no love for Konoha and planned to abandon it one day, he didn't expect to become a follower of the Uzumaki boy. Nevertheless, it wasn't a bad offer. After all, following possibly the strongest person in the world would mean more protection for him, which would give him more time to achieve immortality. With a chuckle, he nodded and clasped the boy's hand when he extended it. I hope our partnership will be most fruitful, the Sannin declared, and Naruto grinned. Of course it will be. And as it turned out, the partnership was very fruitful, Orochimaru may be bold enough to say. With the help of the blonde, the pale man was able to make many breakthroughs in his research, which would take him much longer without the subjects acquired by the blonde. With time, the partnership even turned to loyalty on Orochimaru's part. He saw how fast the blonde was progressing, how strong he was becoming, and because of this, Orochimaru saw a glimpse of himself in the blonde. Maybe he was just becoming older and more sentimental, but the black-haired man wanted to see what Naruto would do, what he would achieve. The Snake Summoner wanted to be at the heart of the changes the blonde would bring. Chapter 4. The Strongest, Team 7. Uchiha Sasuke was not amused, not a bit. Scratch that, he was downright pissed. Of course, many that knew or even just heard about the young boy wouldn't find that surprising, as he usually adorned a scowl on his face and usually ignored everything and anyone around him. That behavior was caused by the tragic event that happened a few years ago, yet his today's bad mood was not because of that reason. The day started like any other. He woke up and trained for an hour, after which he took a shower and ate his breakfast before heading to the academy for the team placement. Once arriving, he was annoyed by his fangirls. The most vocal of them all, like any other day, were Sakura and Ino. How the two got on his nerves. Couldn't they understand that he would rather have Itachi announced as a hero than go on a date with them? Anyway, after being saved, once again, by Irika, the man started his speech with how proud he was and wished them luck on their journeys as shinobi. Luck, as if he would need any. Only the countless hours of training that he put himself through and his resolve to avenge his clan would mean anything in the face of an enemy. That was the only thing that mattered. Strength, power, and anything that might help him achieve his goal. But not luck. After going through 6 teams, Sasuke finally heard his name. Team 7. He just hoped that whoever his teammates would be, they were competent enough to not hold him back. Hatake Kakashi was his sensei. While the young Avenger didn't know about the man, he did hear Itachi, the bloody traitor, praise him once. Good. If his clan's murderer praised someone, it meant they were strong and competent. Hopefully, he would also be a good teacher. His first teammate was Hyuga Hinata. While he never spoke to her, he didn't need to. She was the second top student in the class, and Sasuke had seen her spars with his own eyes and could say that somewhere, in the back of his head, he was happy to have her on his team. Of course, he would never admit to it, but the Hyuga girl was the best choice for his teammate. Now, just to get at least a competent or non-annoying second teammate, and the Uchiha would be pleased. Now here is where it all began to turn bad. Your team will be joined by a genin that is in the reserve corps. He should arrive together with your sensei. Sasuke cursed under his breath, his pleased mood from having Hinata on his team quickly forgotten. A reserve corps genin was someone who passed the academy but didn't have a team. That meant they either were left behind by their team, which became Chunin, or whose team was killed. The fresh genin didn't know which one he preferred. Both alternatives meant that whoever that reserve genin was wouldn't just hold him back. Soon, the whole class had been placed on their respective teams, and Irika left the classroom, telling them to wait here for their Jonin sensei to arrive. Not long after, a small group of Jonins entered the classrooms, and the fresh genins started to leave the room. Fast forward to an hour later, Hinata and Sasuke were the only ones left. With a scowl on his face, the Uchiha turned to his teammate and grunted when her face was the perfect poker face she always wore. The last loyal Uchiha wondered for a moment what went through the Hyuga clan heiress's head before abandoning the idea. It was impossible to deduce what she might be thinking about. Hyuga Hinata was the perfect representation of her clan, always calm and cold like a stone. No matter what happened, her expression never changed, at least as far as anyone in the academy remembered. Having been raised by her strict father Hayashi and the Hyuga elders, she was the definition of a perfect clan heiress. Ever since she could remember, she was training, pushing to her limits, and learning whatever her father deemed necessary. There was no room for mistakes neither in her fighting techniques, knowledge, or even etiquette. All her mistakes were beaten out of her by the very person she loved and adored, her father. Yet she never cried, she never got frustrated, she never faltered. The Hyuga clan is, after all, the most noble and prestigious clan in the village, and if their heiress was not perfect, then what does that speak of them all? Sometimes, She wondered what it would be like to be raised by a mother who loved her, by a father that showed more emotions than a rock, or with a sister she could freely talk to without the fear of being punished for talking about mundane topics that an heiress was above to talk about. However, whenever such thoughts occurred in her head, she squashed them like a bug. She was the clan heir, and the only thing that mattered was to bring honor and renown to her family. Such was her duty. That, of course, didn't mean the girl didn't feel emotions. She did, just like any other human. But unlike others, she didn't show them or acted upon them. She never let others see anything besides perfection, yet the emotions bubbled under her stone-cold mask. And currently, the only emotion she was feeling was irritation. An hour. Who did this Kakashi think he was making them wait a whole hour? Had she been raised differently or wasn't trained as well as she was, the girl might have just snapped, but she did not. She sat there, waiting patiently, just like her father would expect her to. The two fresh genin were cut off from their thought when the door to the classroom opened. Two pairs of eyes, one onyx and the second lavender, snapped the door faster than they did ever before, ready to leave this room behind and start their careers. A head peeked into the room, brown hair pulled into a spiky ponytail, and a scar on the bridge of a nose greeted them. The two showed their frustration differently. The Uchiha groaned lowly, and the Hyuga narrowed her eyes. Irika blinked twice upon seeing them still in his room and gave them an apologetic smile. "Sorry, I just came back for some papers," the man said and fished out a stack of papers from his desk before leaving the two alone again. Hinata felt her right eye twitch in annoyance, and Sasuke grumbled something under his breath before leaving back and started brooding. The time flew by quickly. At least that's what Hinata wanted to say, but she couldn't because it did not. For a moment, she entertained the thought of standing up and leaving the classroom, but decided against it, not knowing how her new sensei would react. During the time she spent holding the class, she imagined all the reasons why a Jonin would be late for something as important as this. Yet it didn't help to quell her annoyance for making her wait this long. After another hour went by since Irika entered the room doors were opened. Both Hinata nor Sasuke didn't even turn this time around, expecting Irika to come for more papers or something else. The two jumped when an unfamiliar voice spoke up. "First impression, you two seem boring. Meet me at the rooftop and don't be late. You have 2 minutes." Without another word, the man turned into white smoke that quickly dispersed. Speechless, Sasuke watched the place where the man stood with an open mouth. He turned to his teammate when he heard her speak. Did he just told us not to be late? This dash. Hinata had to use every technique she was taught to keep her cool under control. With a barely restrained growl, she stood up quickly enough to send her chair to the floor and stomped out of the room. "Well, that's new," Sasuke muttered, shocked at how expressive the Hyuga was. Not wanting to be late, he followed Hinata to the roof. On top of the building, Kakashi was leaning on the railing, reading his Aika when he heard a pop next to him. Lowering his book and turning to where the sound came from, Kakashi gave an eye smile. "Ah, Naruto, good to see you again. I see you have gotten the teleportation down." "Jo, Kakashi." "Yeah, but I still need to work some on it," Naruto said, taking a place next to the silver-haired ninja and crossing his hands. Oh my, to hear the Naruto Uzumaki speak about having to work on something is surprising. Naruto pouted at the mirth filling Kakashi's voice. "Hey, I know I'm awesome and all that, but sometimes even the best need some fine-tuning." Right. I also heard about you being demoted to Genin." At this, a tick appeared on the blonde's head. "Yeah, that's total bullshit. I thought the old man would just make me Genin in name, but I would retain my Jonin status. But no, he had to fully demote me to keep the files clear and all that." "Well, the paperwork for making you undercover in your village would probably be a nightmare. See if I care. Now I can't even enter the Jonin bar. Do you understand, Kakashi? I was there yesterday, and Juji told me he can't let me in, and that asshole was giggling." "Giggling? You hear me? Oh, how the mighty have fallen," Naruto said with a sullen look. That was the first thing Hinata and Sasuke saw upon arriving on the roof. Kakashi noticed them arrive and gave them a nice smile, creeping the two fresh Jonin out. "How nice of you to join us. Come on, sit down," the Jonin said and pointed to a wooden bench. Naruto was the first to take a seat, taking half of the bench for himself, making Hinata and Sasuke scowl at him before sitting next to him, try to find a comfortable position. "Well, let's start with an introduction," Kakashi said with a bit of uncertainty, making the three sweat drop. "Not my fault they sit there glaring at me. The Jonin before them usually started talking, not me," the Jonin thought, and when neither of the three said anything sighed, sending a glare to the blonde who was watching him with a shit-eating grin. "Stupid blonde jerk," the Jonin muttered under his breath before clearing his throat. "Yeah, my name is Ataki Kakashi. My dislikes are, I have some hobbies, and my dream is not something for young ears like you to hear." Hinata scowled at him, and Sasuke scoffed. Naruto, on the other hand, was cackling at the silver-haired man, who sighed. "Well, let's start with the little blonde model." Hinata could see why he called him so. A white button-up shirt, black branded civilian slacks that looked expensive, and black leather shoes that were currently the new hit in fashion among important business people. This, coupled with his round, black sunglasses and lack of his headband, he looked nothing like the shinobi part. "Name's Uzumaki Naruto. My likes: cute girls, drinking and gambling. My dislikes: weak people and people who can't entertain me. My hobbies: drinking in the company of cute girls and kicking butts. My dream? That's an easy one. To find someone strong enough to put up a challenge, fight them, get stronger, and then crush them to the ground, along with their dreams and hopes." Hinata was starting to dislike the boy more and more while hearing his introduction. But his dream surprised her, not expecting to hear something so cold from a person that seemed to take the Shinboy life as nothing more than a joke. That with the short but intense killing intent when he spoke about crushing someone made the Hyuga princess wary. Maybe there's more to him than seems. But finding someone to challenge him, that shouldn't be too hard for a Jonin, Hinata thought quietly. Sasuke, on the other hand, was losing all hope of the blonde being useful in any way. Seriously, to find someone strong is a challenge? This dude is a Jonin, and a reserve one at that. How big of an ego does he have? Kakashi gave the blonde a nice smile. "Charming like always. All right, duck butt, you're next," the Jonin said, shifting his attention to Sasuke. Said young Uchiha scowled at the nickname before assuming a brooding pose. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke. There are not many things I like and a lot I dislike. I don't have any hobbies in my dream. No, my ambition, because I will make a reality, is to kill a certain man." A short silence followed before Naruto burst out laughing. The other members of the team turned to the blonde, one with a raised eyebrow, one with a sigh, and the third with a glare. "What are you laughing about?" Sasuke asked, daring the blonde to say anything. Naruto, not in the least intimidated, continued to laugh for a moment longer before regaining his breath. He gave Sasuke a look filled with mirth and leaned back. Sorry. I just love your Prince of Emo attitude. It's so funny, like there are not many things I like and a lot I dislike." "Oh, dude, that was brilliant," the blonde said before bursting once more into laughter. The last Uchiha was second from exploding, and having noticed this, Kakashi decided to intervene. Sasuke needed to be able to take the test, after all, and even a light scuffle with Naruto wouldn't end well for the black-haired teen. Kakashi cleared his throat and gave the blonde a look from the corner of his eye, hoping against all odds that the blonde would shut up. As luck would have it, Naruto seemed to be in a good mood and followed the silent plea, stopping his laughter. Maybe having someone he can make fun of will make it easier for him to follow orders? Thought for another time. Turning to the third and last member of his team, Jonin spoke. "What about you, Poker Face?" If she was offended by the nickname, the young Hyuga didn't show it a bit. "My name is Hyuga Hinata. My likes and dislikes are irrelevant. My hobbies consist of training and learning, and my dream is to bring pride to my clan's name and become a good clan head." The silver-haired Jonin groaned on the inside. Great. I have a team consisting of an Avenger hell-bent on killing his brother, a powerful brat that loves to annoy others, and a Hyuga that shows as much emotion as Hayashi himself. Great, just great. Hmm. Okay, now that we have this behind us, let's get down to business. Usually, I would put you through a test that would show if you can work as a team. However, I have been ordered to pass you anyway, so we will be doing something different. What do you mean? Kakashi was slightly surprised to hear the Hyuga talk for what he got in her files. She was as quiet as Sasuke. Apparently, playing cold didn't mean she was silent. At least that was a good development. You know, some small training to see how strong you are and all that. No. Meant what are you with being ordered to pass us? Ah, that. Well, you and Sasuke are both a very important lineage and all that. So the council has decided to make sure that you two need to become genin and get strong. So, even if normally I would fail you if you showed no signs of teamwork, I have to pass you. With that said, meet me tomorrow at 6 in the morning at Training Ground 7. Don't be late. Without another word, the silver-haired Jonin puffed away, leaving the 3 genin on the roof, 2 of which glared where he stood a moment ago, and 1 with an amused grin. So, my little teammates, Naruto said, turning to Sasuke and Hinata with a charming smile. Want to get some ramen and get to know each other better. He made a pose he saw a model do once, with his sunglasses giving a spark and all, only for the two to look at him with deadpan expressions. HN. Sasuke walked away without another word. Creep. The Hyuga heiress answered and spun on her heel, leaving the blonde alone on the rooftop. Naruto pouted and left soon after with a rain cloud above his head. Attempt number 1. Fail. Oh well, maybe another time. I have to tell old man Tucci to keep that extra spicy sauce locked away for the future. The next morning, arriving at Training Ground 7, Kakashi was met with 2 angry and very sleepy glares coming from his 2 genin. Yo, sorry I'm late, but a black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long path, he said with a nice smile. Are you going to be late every time? This came from Hinata, who looked ready to kill their sensei on the spot. Honestly, what self-respecting Jonin is so late 2 days in a row? Of course not. I am usually the most punctual person you will ever know, Kakashi answered with a small laugh. Wherein Hinata seemed to be at least a bit convinced. Sasuke saw right through the lie and sighed at the Jonin sensei he got. Now that we all are here, where's the blonde idiot? The Uchiha voiced out his question, only to jump when a hand chopped the top of his head. He spun on his heel only to find a grinning blonde, still in his causal setup. I was here all the time, up in the trees. I didn't even sense him. These were the thought of both Hinata and Sasuke. Kakashi smirked at the 2 shocked expressions, knowing very well that Naruto appeared just a moment ago. As I was saying, now that we are all here, we will start our small test. So, what are we going to do? This time it was the blonde who asked the question plaguing the 3 genin, and their jonin rushed to explain. I want to see where the 3 of you stand individually to asset your strengths and weaknesses. For this, we're going to have each of you fight against me in one-on-one spars. The other 2 are to observe and 2, to learn how strong your teammates are. Who is going first? Sasuke was excited to prove his power against the Jonin, and this was the perfect opportunity to see how much he has improved. This would also allow him to see whether the blonde was worth anything else than a meat shield on missions. Since you were the first to ask, let's begin with Hinata. Lady's fist and all that, Kakashi answered, motioning for the Hyuga to come forward, getting a grunt from Sasuke. While Naruto and Sasuke sat down under a tree nearby to watch the match, Kakashi and Hinata walked a bit away to have some space. Remember, go all out. The purpose here is to show me and your team how strong you are. Once the Hinata entered her stance, Kakashi put his hand on his Jonin vest and narrowed his hand. A heavy silence hung in the air, Hinata's face not showing any distress, but she was a bit stressed on the inside. It would be her first time fighting someone outside the clan. She had to make a good impression. She had to uphold her clan's reputation, after all. Begin, Hinata quickly dashed forward to close the distance. When she was in the middle of the distance, she saw Kakashi grab something from his Jonin vest and aborted her dash. "You good?" the silver-haired Jonin asked, opening his Aika book, getting a glare from the Hyuga heiress. "Come on, let's see what you can do." Hinata was angry, not only because disrespecting her by reading a book, but also because it was Aika, the detestable book written by the pervert Jiraiya. Without another word, she dashed forward, her fingertips imbued with chakra, lashing out quicker than a viper. First strike to Kakashi's wrist, slapped away, a second to his biceps, slapped away, another to his elbow, blocked by the very book he was reading. A quick jab from the Jonin nailed her in the face, making her lose her balance before a roundhouse kick sent her to the ground. Under the tree, Naruto let his thoughts know to the Uchiha. "Wow, she is very fast," the blonde commented, of course, comparing her to a normal genin. Sasuke heard his remark and scoffed. If this is very fast for him, he must be either slow or just weak. Ugh, of course, I would get someone like him on my team. Still, even though Hinata was just a genin, Kakashi didn't change his position even once, showing Jonin's experience and strength. At least the Jonin seemed strong. Back to the fight, Hinata darted around Kakashi, trying to find a weak point in the Jonin's defense, but her effort remained fruitless. After a few minutes of being unable to hit the Jonin and only getting kickback for all her effort, Hinata jumped back to asset the situation. "He is fast, hits heavy, and sees right through all my attacks, even from his blind side. There is no way for me to land a hit. I could try the 8 trigrams techniques, but seeing how all frontal attacks ended, it won't work." "Okay, good job, Hinata. I think I have seen enough of your offense. Let's test your defense. What about it?" Without waiting for another second, Kakashi shot forward, and a right hook shot out. Hinata had just enough time to move her head back to avoid it. A kick lashed out at her torso, and Hyuga tried to deflect it with her gentle fist, but the strength behind it sent her away. Without showing any effect of his tenketsu being closed in his leg, the Jonin appeared behind Hinata with a kick to her head, for which she had merely a moment to respond. In the last second, she jumped away, rolling back to her stance. Kakashi continued his offense, but this time, she was prepared. Hinata jumped over the leg sweep and stepped to the side to avoid the punch, trying, yet failing to land a tap on the wrist, only to get punched in the gut with enough strength to lift her up and send her flying again. The Hyuga heiress rolled to a stop, wheezing and holding her gut in pain. Kakashi walked towards her slowly, stopping a few meters away, and waited for her to stand up. Catching her breath, Hinata raised to her feet and re-entered her fighting stance, her Byakugan turning on. "So, you decided to get serious?" Kakashi asked with a bored expression. So far, he was disappointed. If this is what they call a genius nowadays, the standards must have really fallen low. Hinata charged forward and met Kakashi in a vicious, quick, and precise taijutsu battle. Every move was executed as fast as she possibly could, pushing to her very limits. Yet it was not enough. Ugh, Hinata landed on the ground, breathless. "All right, that will do." The Kunoichi looked up and saw the eye smile. "I think that's enough for now. Go join Naruto under the tree and rest up." "Come on, Sasuke, your turn." Hinata limped under the shade of the tree and sat down. Even now, beaten up and tired, she did it with more dignity than Naruto ever saw anyone else did. It must suck to be so formal all the time, the blonde thought with a grin and leaned to the girl. "That was good. I mean, I would do a few things better, but not bad." Hinata scowled at him, making the blonde chuckle and relax, turning back to the already ongoing spar. Wherein Hinata's fighting style was stiff and more systematic, the Uchiha's taijutsu style was more flowing with the flow of the battle, adapting to the Jonin's attacks and trying to lure him into attacking suing feints. Sasuke threw a punch after dodging a kick, but pulled back at the last moment and tried to sweep the Jonin off the ground. Kakashi responded as expected and jumped up, making the Uchiha launch a rising kick. The Jonin caught the foot and try to make Sasuke lose balance by throwing it up, only for the Uchiha to make a flip and try to nail him in the chin with his other foot. Kakashi had no problem avoiding the kick and retaliating with a kick of his own, sending the young genin back. Sasuke was able to correct himself in the air and push himself further back, rushing through hand seals before letting out a large orb of fire toward his sensei. He landed in a crouch when he saw his just a hit, only to be blindsided by a punch to the face that made him lose footing, followed by a second punch and a kick to the chest. He rolled with the last kick on pure instinct before spinning and throwing a fist of kunai towards the silver-haired man, who caught the first one and used it to deflect the other three. I can see that you're cut above the ordinary genin. Your taijutsu is very good, and your chakra reserves must be above average, and you have sharp instincts. Sasuke smirked at the assessment, clearly liking being praised. But your attacks lack strength. The jutsu was slow, and your reflexes are not as quick as they could be. This caused the Uchiha to scowl. That's something we must work on, okay. Next, let's go with Naruto, the Jonin said with a small sigh and waited for the blonde to join him in the middle. Sasuke sat down next to Hinata and observed how their last teammate would do, not having any high hopes. How do you think he will do? Hugo was the first one to initialize the conversation. Sasuke gave her a quick glance before turning back to the clearing, where the two were speaking in low voices so the two wouldn't hear. He was impressed by her speed and called it very fast. If your speed is very fast for him, then there is no hope. Maybe he prefers a different style of combat, a Jinjutsu or Ninjutsu specialization. Hinata's eyebrow twitched at the grunt. Their attention was drawn to the outputs of chakra back to the two combatants. A moment before, Naruto stood in front of his supposed Jonin sensei with a grin. Cyclops, any rules? Could you not call me that? Kakashi asked with another sigh before placing his book back in the vest. Maybe just some light sparring, not to scare the cute genin? Nah, were the last word the blonde said before starting to leak his chakra. At first, it began at the Chunin level, and before Kakashi knew it, the pressure of the blonde's chakra made his instinct scream. He lost the feeling in his limbs and was forced to push out his chakra too to prevent the paralysis. Hinata, with her Byakugan activated, couldn't believe what she saw. While she and Sasuke were far enough to avoid being hit with the pressure, they still felt some of it. This is impossible. The blonde is matching Kakashi-sensei's output. Sweat formed on her brow, and she had to clench her fist to stop them from trembling. Sasuke was in a similar boat. He looked at the two with wide eyes, and while he had no proof, for some reason something told him that it was Kakashi that was matching the output and not the other way. All right, just some light sparring, got it, Cyclops. Kakashi tensed, his eye watching every move the blonde made. His eye widened when the blonde vanished, followed by the sound of wind being distorted. Purely on instinct, he jumped to the side to avoid a crushing kick that left a small crater in the ground. Not wasting any time, he enhanced his body with chakra before lashing out with a combo of punches and kicks. Naruto had no problem blocking and deflecting them. He pushed a kick away, and in the small opening, he launched 3 punches at the Jonin's chest, making him skid away. There was a silent pop, and Naruto appeared mid-air behind Kakashi with a kick flying, which the silver-haired man caught and sent the bond into the ground. The genin shrugged it off before kicking off the ground and launching a frontal kick at Kakashi, who, in the future would look at this moment with embarrassment, was sent flying through the whole training ground. He skipped on the ground 3 times before pushing himself to his feet, throwing 3 kunai at the blonde. Naruto, already rushing at his opponent, batted the projectiles away and flew at the Jonin with a flying kick. Kakashi dodged the attack and launched a barrage of attacks with punches and kicks. The two entered a fierce taijutsu battle, each hit with the power to knock out a Chunin. Their speed was faster than anything both Hinata and Sasuke ever saw, so much that they were nothing more than a blur to the two. How? How is he so strong? He is matching Sensei now. He is pushing him to the limit. The battle came to a still when Kakashi flew through the training ground, hitting the ground multiple times. He was bruised and bloody, various cuts littering his outfit. Naruto appeared in front of the silver-haired man with an easygoing expression, hand in his pockets, and not a single bruise on his body. Kakashi groaned and slowly climbed to his feet. Had fun. Yup, embarrassing you in front of your two new genin? Perfect payback. Payback? The Jonin asked with a confused look. Naruto tilted his head to the side and nodded. Yep, payback for telling Yugao about me reading Aiko Aika. You know the beating I had gotten for this. Kakashi looked at him with an incredulous look. Seriously? That was 2 years ago. Naruto nodded with a proud expression, making the older man groan. Besides, how bad could it have been? This made the blonde shiver and look at his current teammate. You have no idea. Let's go back to see if we didn't scare the other two too bad. They walked towards the two genin and could already see their shocked and awe expressions. Even Hinata was too stunned by what she saw to put on her cold facade. What you think? Naruto asked with a small grin, breaking the two from their stupor. How are you this strong? What? Naruto gave the Uchiha a puzzled look before smirking. Well, I am so strong because I'm blessed. What does that even mean? This time, it was Hinata, who was back to her usual expression, yet the curiosity in her eyes couldn't avoid the 6 eyes. That's a stupid question. Look, Naruto lowered his glasses and showed them to the two surprised genin. These are the most powerful eyes in the world, having appeared only 2 times before. They grant me, among other things, a vastly superior perception. You could show me a page with 100 different words on it, and I would only need a second to read all of them. That's not a reason good enough for your claim, Sasuke grunted with narrowed eyes, making Naruto laugh. Of course not. It also allows me similar abilities to the Byakugan, but superior. Enhanced sight, up to a few kilometers in the highest resolution, coupled with the brain processing enhancement, lets me look far away and see everything there is. It also shows me chakra to the point of me being able to not only understand it better than anyone. That lets analyze and break down every jutsu used against me, together with seeing chakra signatures down to the user's very elemental chakra. And now comes the reason why is called the strongest in the village, Kakashi muttered, making the other two look at him. What do you mean? Well, he is known mostly by the council, elite jonin, and the ANBU, since it was decided to keep his identity a secret for some time now, but all those that knew about him consider him the strongest person in the village, something that even Hokage-sama confirmed. Wah, how come he is still a genin? Kakashi shrugged and took out his Aika Aika. I am certain Hokage-sama and the council have their reasons. Well, coming back, my second bloodline dash. You have too. Hinata couldn't believe it. It was absurd. Ah, of course, that's why I am blessed. The second Uzumaki Kekkei Genkai, one that awakens in every 10th member of my clan, the Limitless. It allows me to bring the concept of infinity into reality and allows me to manipulate space and time itself. One ability of the Limitless is infinity, making a barrier of infinity around my body. Now you have to be making this up. Naruto shook his head at the Hyuga's remark and caught her wrist, bringing it to his other hand. See? You can't touch me. There is an infinite distance between us, so our hands will never touch. But I saw your punch hit Kakashi-sensei. Ah, I can turn it off, of course. With that said, Naruto turned his infinity off and took Hinata's hand into his. See? The Hyuga clan heiress pulled it away and gave him a dangerous look, making the blonde chuckle. Of course, I'm the only one that can use the Limitless to this degree, thanks to my 6 eyes. That's why I called myself blessed. I am the strongest, and I doubt there is anyone who can defeat me. That's why I want to find someone who is my equal and destroy them, Naruto said with a boisterous laugh. All right, now that that's done, you are officially Team 7. Meet me here at 8 tomorrow for our first mission and training. Don't be late. Without another word, the Jonin vanished in a puff of smoke. I will be going, see ya losers. With a silent pop and displacement of the air, The blonde vanished without another trace of himself. Sasuke was still scowling, yet left without another word, making Hinata sigh. At least we know he is strong. In the Hokage Tower, the word started to spread of how Kakashi arrived not only on time, but looking like he fought a band of Jonins and passed a Genin team. Chapter V. The Strongest Wave. Late at night on the day of the team's official formation, Hyuga Hayashi was sitting in his study, going through the endless nightmare that was paperwork. How he cursed the work. He was a shinobi, not some secretary to be spending days and nights at his desk. Oh, how he wished to return back to active duty to at least get a good reason to take a break. His prayers seemed to have been fulfilled as there was a knock on his doors. For a moment, he wondered who it might be. After all, everyone knew not to disturb him while he was working. He silently once again cursed Minato for not sharing his secret and for making a short work of the paperwork. The Hyuga clan head cleared his throat and ordered whoever was in front of his study to enter. It was followed by the sound of the door sliding to the side, and, to Hayashi's surprise, his heir was standing there with a troubled expression. It was highly unusual for Hinata to express emotions outwards, something Hayashi was still blaming himself for. As a clan head, he was proud of how she carried herself with pride and elegance befitting of her position. But as a father, it hurt him to see his firstborn daughter like this. That is something that came with the position of a clan head. He had to put the clan first and sometimes even go against his own wishes. "Father," the young heir greeted as she sat down in front of Hayashi with a small bow. "Hinata, what's the matter? You should be resting." There was a short silence, and the girl looked even more confused. Now that piqued the Hyuga clan head's interest. While Hinata would sometimes break her facade in front of him and Hanabi, it was rare for her to have problems saying her thoughts to him. "I'm at my team today." "I am aware. I'm also aware that you passed. Is it about your sensei?" While Kakashi-san's tardiness might seem problematic, I can assure you he is one of the best jonin in Konoha, even in the elemental nations. "No, it's not about Kakashi-sensei. That's about one of my teammates, Uzumaki Naruto." Hinata looked at her father with a quizzical expression when the man sighed and leaned back in his chair. "He declared himself as the mighties?" the man asked, massaging his temples. The young Hyuga girl was slightly surprised that her father would react this way, since it was one of the few rare times she had seen him show such an outward reaction. "The strongest?" "Ah, yes, the boy wonder likes his titles," the man said dryly. "Am I to assume you wish to know more about him, as well as why the knowledge about his strength is not well known in the village?" Hinata nodded silently, making Hayashi arrange his thoughts for a moment in silence before he began to speak again. "Very well. Make yourself comfortable. There is more to the boy than it seems." In the Uchiha clan compound, more specifically in the clan head office, Sasuke was looking through various folders on important personas in the village. Ever since the massacre occurred a few years prior, Sasuke had not stepped into this part of his home, not being allowed to see the images of his parents' blood on the floor. However, after meeting his team and hearing what the annoying blood proclaimed, his curiosity won over. Use a dash, Yuzuki. No. Yes, Uzumaki Kushina. No. This one, Uzumaki Naruto. He pulled the folder out and placed it on his father's desk, taking a seat at the very same place Fugaka once sat, whenever he was working from home. Sasuke opened the folder and started reading the reports. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Birthday, October 10th. Parents, Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. He is the son of the fourth. The Uchiha whispered with a surprised expression. Uzumaki Naruto, Shinobi registration number 012607, has graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 7. Teammates, Zen and Maki, Shinobi registration number 012612. Jonin Sensei, redacted, Shinobi registration number redacted. Redacted? What does that mean? Sasuke muttered under his breath with furrowed brows. As far as he knew, even rogue ninjas didn't have their registration numbers redacted. So what was this? and why did it appear in the blonde's papers? And seriously? Just one teammate? Chunin promotion age, 8. Jonah's promotion age, 8. Seriously, what's the deal with him? 2 promotions in the same year. This is getting ridiculous. Missions assigned: 7 D-rank missions, 26 C-rank missions, 61 B-rank missions, 38 A-rank missions, and redacted S-rank missions. Missions failed, 0. Note: the number of missions might be higher. Last update September 1st, 762 AS. This file is from 4 years ago, just a few days before the massacre. Sasuke muttered darkly, gripping the folder with enough strength for rips to appear on the sides. He took a calming breath, trying to shove the face of his older brother away and focus on the file in front of him. Ranking: a rank, possible higher rank. Profile: Uzumaki Naruto is arrogant, brash, and has a tendency to play around with his enemies. It has been noted that the stronger his enemy is, the longer will he drag the battle out. This stems from his desire to find someone who might challenge him, and it might be his downfall one day. Shinobi who worked with Uzumaki Naruto has described him as jovial and open one moment, and the next as a merciless and bloodthirsty butcher. It has been noted that he wears his glasses to lessen the burden on his brain from the superior perception of the 6 eyes, even though he uses chakra to keep it fresh. Should he not cover his eyes for a long period, he would get tired. Naruto's first show of his bloodlines happened when he was 4, and already then, the council and the Hokage knew that the blonde's identity had to be concealed to avoid any potential assassinations. After our rival great villages had shown that we're ready to kill for less than a bloodline, and the boy had 2 and was a son to 2 well-known, respected, and hated S-rank ninjas, one of whom was the Hokage and the other was the sole Uzumaki survivor. Even so, the boy rose through the ranks quickly, and soon his name was out in the open. The Hokage ran damage control and restricted the knowledge about him to Jonin and above. But even now, we are unsure if any of the other villages are aware of his full identity. It is not impossible, but the chances are low since the boy has been in ANBU for the past couple of years, and the last year, he mostly did stealth with reconnaissance and intel gathering missions, staying off the radar. So, why is he in our team as a genin? Hinata asked, not understanding why someone like him was on the team. Hayashi sighed and looked at her for a few moments before deciding to tell her the truth. He has been assigned to your team as a precaution. Both you and the Uchiha are important to the village, and the council decided to push their agenda to make sure nothing happens to you two. I see. It troubled and angered her even that the council had deemed her weak enough to place an ANBU on her team. What is his position in the village? That's difficult to say, for he is not a clan head, for the Uzumaki clan never had a seat on the council. But the higher-ups know his value very much the same way they do with the 3 Sanins, so I would say he is in the same position as them. While he has no formal influence in the village, most experienced shinobi would follow his orders, while the council values his opinion and often takes them into consideration. A week had passed since their first meeting as Team 7, and in that time the Genin team spent their time training under Kakashi, focusing mostly on teamwork, at the insistence of Kakashi. The Genin were less than pleased by the development, Hinata and Sasuke wishing for more advanced training, while Naruto was annoyed and refused to take the training seriously. When not training, the team was doing D ranks, at least 2 a day. The silver-haired Jonin said it was to build their teamwork even more, but honestly, he forced them to do this merely to see them suffer the nightmare that were the D ranks, especially Naruto, who despised them slash. Good job on another D rank, well done again, Hiruzen said with a smile, seeing the members of Team 7 in his office. Both Hinata and Sasuke had scratches and cuts on their bodies, while Naruto was holding a fat orange cat. Can I kill this cat now? Naruto asked with narrowed eyes, looking at the scared feline, while the other 2 members of his team were glaring bloody daggers at it. While he was not hurt by the demon cat, his pride was hurt because Naruto, using everything at his disposal, took 2 hours to catch the cat. Worst of all, At one point, the orange cat ran into the city, where many of Jonin's and ANBU saw the blonde struggling to catch it, before bursting out laughing, the ones knowing him more than others. Now, Naruto, you can't kill someone your mission told you to catch. Kakashi berated with a gleeful smile under his mask. Ah, how great it was to see the blonde being put in such a humiliating position after everything he put him through. After their first day as a team, Naruto decided it was high time for the silver-haired Jonin to stop lazying around and force him to spar and train with him in the evenings. Each day after that ended with bruises and sores for Kakashi, and while he wanted to tell Naruto to leave him alone, for the training was cutting down his Aika time, he knew that the blonde wouldn't listen to him and put him through an even more rigorous training regime. It made Jonin wonder if this was payback from the blonde for the hellish training he put him through when Naruto first joined ANBU. By the time Kakashi came back to the conversation in the Hokage office, he heard his team trying to persuade Sandaime to give them a C rank, as if the Hokage would let them take such a mission only after a week of being a team. We need more real experience. It is important to see the outside world when it is still relatively safe for us. I'm the strongest, don't worry about it. Kakashi had a sinking feeling in his gut when he saw the Sandaime sigh. No way, right? Sarutobi wouldn't cave in this easily. That's impossible. These thoughts left his head when he saw the old man reach for the scrolls labeled as C and throw one at him. No way, the silver-haired Jonin muttered with a shadowed face. What is it, Kakashi? Nothing at all. Everything is perfect, the Jonin muttered, unrolling the scroll and reading the mission details, while the Hokage told the general gist of the mission to the three genin. Your mission will be to escort Master Bridge Builder Tazuna back to his home and protect him until he finishes building his bridge. Please, let Tazuna in, the old man said to his secretary, and a few moments later, an old man, wearing a sleeveless shirt and a conical hat, entered the office. This is the shinobi protection I am paying you big buck for? One of them doesn't even look like a ninja. The man raged, his breath stinking of cheap alcohol. I can assure you, Mr. Tazuna, that this is the best protection available in the village. I hope you are right. There's nothing to worry about. My name is Hatake Kakashi, the Jonin of Team 7. I can say with full confidence that bandits and missing Nin will not be a problem, Kakashi said with an eye smile, noticing how tense the old man got when he mentioned the latter. Together with the information given to him in the mission scroll, it made Kakashi wary of what opposition they might encounter. All right, team, go home and prepare for the mission. We will meet tomorrow at 8 in the morning at the main gate. Don't be late. The next day, after they set out of Konoha and headed for Wave Country, Tazuna's home, they got ambushed by 2 Chunin-level missing Nins. After making a quick work of them and interrogating the bridge builder as to why they were after his head, they got the full story. Apparently, a tyrant businessman took over the country, gaining a monopoly on their fishing and export business before draining the country dry. Since then, Tazuna tried to build a bridge to connect the island to the Fire Country mainland to free his people from Gado's hold. It took Team 7 but a few moments to decide to continue their mission, all of them having their own reasons. For the Uchiha, it was because the mission would prove to him how strong he really was and show him he was making progress toward reaching Itachi. Hinata, on the other hand, couldn't care less about the peoples of Wave plight, but the Hyuga clan's name was on the line. She knew that if the word that she, the Hyuga clan heiress, abandoned such a mission, it would greatly impact the clan's prestige and would be a stain on their honor. And Naruto? He thought liberating a country was a perfect opportunity to get his name in the open. After all, he wasn't sure how famous he was in the world, with all the redacting Hiruzen did a few years ago, but it was time to change it. It was time for the whole world to know the name Uzumaki Naruto and hear about his strength. Hum, hum. The blonde chirped cheerfully with a grin on his face. They were currently walking through a forest in the Wave Country, a heavy mist all around them, making it hard to see a thing. Can you stop? Hinata hissed, giving him a heated glare. They were in enemy territory, with unknown terrain and bad weather, and the blonde was acting like he was on a walk in Konoha. Naruto sighed and sent the Jonin a pointed look, making Kakashi raise an eyebrow. Hum hum. This time, the blonde did it more forcefully, staring at the silver-haired Jonin. At first, Kakashi wasn't sure what Naruto wanted from him before old memories of ANBU kicked in and his eyes widened. Humming means we are being followed. It took Kakashi this long to think about this because Naruto wasn't a sensor and the fog made it impossible to see far. But then it hit him. For the blonde, the mist was not an inconvenience. His 6 eyes allowed him to see just as well as usual, even in those conditions. Just then, a quiet whistling registered in Jonin's head on pure reflexes gained through years of fighting and training. He jumped to the ground, pulling Tazuna with himself. Down! Hinata and Sasuke quickly followed his orders and ducked, just in time as a large sword zipped past their heads. Naruto raised an eyebrow when the sword came barreling into him, before reaching out and catching it by the handle. To the blonde's surprise, the strength behind the throw pushed him slightly back, something that happened rarely. Naruto smirked and turned towards the lake in front of them, on which stood a shirtless man. As the mist started to disperse and the other members of Team 7 stood up, Naruto saw the shock of their attacker at the side of Naruto, casually holding the sword in one hand. Nice sword, the blonde genin complimented at the stumped assassin. Momchi Zabuza, a ranked missing nin from Kiri, the silver-haired Jonin said, recognizing their attacker from his characteristic lack of shirt, short, black hair, and bandaged face. Getting over his shock, Zabuza tried to play it off cool, crossing his hands and staring at them with a cold look. Kakashi of the Sharingan, 2 brats, and he left the question open, making the blonde happily introduce himself, while his teammates bristled in anger at being so easily dismissed. Uzumaki Naruto, the blonde said with a wave, making the missing nin narrow his eyes, before turning to the Jonin. We are both busy people, Kakashi, so let's not get in one other way. Hand over the old man, and I will let you and your team leave. Kakashi sighed and shrugged. Sorry, can't abandon our client. A shame, then I guess I can't let you leave here alive, Zabuza said, killing intent rising, before turning to the blonde. Mind giving me my sword back? Naruto shrugged, throwing the sword to the missing nin, making his sensei groan in annoyance, while his teammates and client cried out in outrage. Didn't expect that. Oh, well, your funeral. All right, Kakashi, time to see if you got any better. Chop chop. Off you go, Naruto stated, making the Jonin sweat drop, before he turned serious and lifted his headband, revealing a Sharingan. Oh, the famous Sharingan right off the bat? You honor me. Soon, a short fight between the 2 Jonin ensued. At first, it looked like Kakashi had the upper hand, at least until he got knocked onto the river, where Zabuza trapped him in a water prison. Now, onto the brats, Zabuza said, creating 3 water clones, which stalked toward the genin. Naruto rubbed his chin in thought, not noticing the resolute looks on Hinata's and Sasuke's faces or the scared expression on Tazuna. Well, not bad. Considering you were against Zabuza, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, I would say it was not bad at all. I thought, a few years ago you would have one. It seems we need to up your training, Kakashi, the blonde said with a grin, making the silver-haired Jonin groan in the water prison. You talk like you are leaving this place alive. Zabuza laughed, and the 3 water clones lunged forward, before the 3 of them burst, leaving only puddles on the grass. Wadash. All right, now for the rescue, Naruto said and looked Zabuza in the eyes. Clench your teeth. Before the missing nin could respond, the blonde made a single hand seal, clenching his hands together, and instantly appeared in front of him. A powerful uppercut sent Zabuza flying before he skipped 2 times on the water. Kakashi landed on the water and thanked the blonde before getting waved off. Don't worry about it. Now, off you go. I want to play a little. The mission has been boring so far. A moment later, Kakashi appeared in front of the remaining two genin, and Zabuza rushed at the blonde, his clever ready to cut him in two. Just as the sword was about to cut him, Naruto stopped the sword with his infinity before lifting his hand. "Wait a sec." He turned to the silver-haired Jonin and shouted, "Oi, write down the fight for future references, would you?" No one except Kakashi knew what Naruto meant, and was even more confused when Jonin took out a notebook and started writing. "What?" Hinata asked, completely at a loss what was happening. Naruto likes to write down his fight so that Jiraiya-sama has good reference material for fight scenes in his books. Back at the lake, Naruto turned back to Zabuza, who tried to understand why his sword stopped suddenly. "Okay, ready to continue?" "Arrogant of you to turn your back to me," Zabuza hissed through gritted teeth, making the blonde chuckle. "Don't worry about it. After all, you're weak." Angered by the comment, the missing Nin pulled his sword back and slashed once again, putting all his strength into the attack, intent on cutting the breast in two. Before his sword reached the blonde, Naruto let out 3 fast punches to his chest, followed by a front kick that would have sent him flying if he hadn't caught Zabuza by the wrist. He squeezed hard, making his grunt and forcing his hand open, the giant's sword falling into the lake. Zabuza tried to counter, a fast puck flying towards the blonde, effortlessly blocked before the blonde pulled him in, landing a devastating uppercut to his gut, lifting him up and this time sending him flying with a roundhouse kick. "Had enough?" Naruto asked when Zabuza went back to his knees, spitting away blood and glaring daggers at him. "Enough." The missing Nin growled, before rushing through hand seals, seeing that the blonde was just observing him with this goddamn smug smirk. "Suetun, water dragon jutsu." Zabuza shouted before a massive serpentine dragon rose from the lake, its ominous yellow eyes glaring daggers at the blonde. "Cool jutsu. Let me show you mine. The divergence of infinity. My reverse chakra technique." Naruto pointed his right index finger at the dragon that was ready to pounce on him any moment, and a small but very bright red orb appeared above his finger. The glow from the technique illuminated the whole clearing, giving it a red hue. "Uzumaki Hijitsu Red." As he said those words, the dragon rushed at him, intent on crushing him whole. Naruto's jutsu glowed even brighter, looking like it was about to explode with unbelievable power, before suddenly dying out. "What dash?" Tazuna asked stunned, followed by the blonde's teammates and sensei. "I failed," Naruto shouted with a stupid grin. The same instant the dragon barreled into him, creating a great explosion of water. Waves crashed mercilessly on the lake, while small droplets fell from the sky onto the clearing. "Too easy," Zabuza stated, standing up, only to hear a pop next to him, before a crushing punch sent him barreling through a couple of trees. Where once stood Zabuza, the spectators of the fight could see Naruto, unharmed with a pout. "Amazing, he took him out in one punch," Tazuna muttered, looking at the broken body of Zabuza a few meters away from them. He noticed the missing Nin was trying to stand up, but he kept failing, his body devoid of power, unable to lift his weight. Naruto walked over to him, a bored expression on his face, making the demon of the mist even more angry. And now to end it, before he could move for the kill, a pair of senbon cut into the missing Nin's neck. Zabuza's eyes widened before he stopped to move, his body falling limp onto the soft grass. Naruto looked to his left, where on a tree branch stood Kirie and Bu, looking right back at him. "Naruto, what happened?" Kakashi asked, noticing Zabuza's dead body, before seeing the ANBU. "I see. Thank you for weakening Zabuza for me. I've been following him for the past few weeks, but wouldn't be able to take him down without your help." In a single leap, the ANBU landed next to Zabuza. Their hand reached the body before Naruto caught their wrist. The ANBU jumped, turning to the blonde. Keeping his eyes on the Kiri ninja, Naruto placed 2 fingers at Zabuza's neck, and feeling no pulse, he pulled back and grinned. "No problem, ANBU-chan," the blonde said with a wink, startling the Kirinin, who nodded uncertainly before picking up the body and vanishing without another word. Glad that's over, Tazuna said, releasing a sigh of relief. What do you mean? It's just staring. The blonde ninja answered with a grin. What? Sasuke looked at his teammate with a skeptical look. Well, the ANBU was working for Zabuza. That's obvious. How can you be so sure? This time, it was the unconvinced Hinata who asked. If she was a real Kiri ANBU, she would have cut off his head and burned the body. Then why did you let her leave? A horrified Tazuna shouted, a look of despair on his face. Kakashi sighed at the grinning face of the blonde and hid his Sharingan. That's obvious, next time they are fighting. After all, they need to pull their weight, Naruto stated, pointing at his teammates and shocking them. Besides, it's more fun this way. Don't worry, as long as I am around, nothing will happen to you. I am Dash. The strongest, his team supplied as one in a dry voice, causing the blonde to laugh and grin. Ding, ding, ding. Correct. All right, if that's settled, let's keep going. How far is your house, Mr. Tazuna? Kakashi asked, pulling out his Aika. He was convinced the danger had passed for now, so it was all right to relax. About 15 minutes of walk. Then let's go. As they walked towards the bridge builder's house and village, Hinata looked at the blonde with a curious expression. How did you know the ANBU was a girl? The heiress asked, for she was unable to tell their gender. The clothes the ANBU wore weren't revealing a lot, making it difficult to make a deduced guess even for her. HM? Ah, that's easy. It's thanks to my third bloodline limit. What? Sasuke asked with wide eyes, making Kakashi smirk under his mask. Yep, I can tell whenever a cute girl is around without a fail, the blonde explained with a massive grin. The last Uchiha looked at him with a deadpan, while Tazuna's eyes were filled with awe. Hinata, on the other hand, seemed to believe the blonde and huffed. That could have been me, she said with a proud voice. Haha, good one. The blonde burst out laughing, only to get a juke into his shoulder from the furious female. And what do you mean by that? Later that same night, deep into the forest of the Wave Country, in a small underground base, Zabuza opened his eyes, hissing in pain as the two Sanbon were pulled out of his neck. You could be more gentle, Haku, he muttered, his voice weak. The ANBU, now without a mask, gave him a beautiful smile. Don't be a baby, Zabuza-sama. That's cold. Silence ensued, his female companion treating his wounds, while he thought about the battle at the lake. What do you think about him? The blonde. A grunt was her answer. She thought for a moment before sighing. He is very strong, maybe stronger than you. That's an understatement, the demon of the mist answered, shocking his apprentice at the casual admittance of being weaker than a child her age. Zabuza-sama, she asked, a worried expression on her face. Don't act like you didn't see the fight. I got thrashed. There is no other way to say it. It is a fact that Uzumaki boy is stronger than me. It's the same as admitting that Yagura is beyond my scope. Are we canceling the mission? No. We need the money, and while I hate working for Gato, he pays well. Then do you have a plan to defeat him? I think I have an idea, but it will require some preparations. In the meantime, I have to get back into shape. Let's not forget there is still Kakashi to deal with. And the two other genin. Please, they are harmless. It's the blonde and Kakashi that is our only real trouble. And then I send him flying with a single punch. They were in Tazuna's house, sitting at a table and eating a dinner made by Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami. Meanwhile, the blonde was retelling the bridge builder's daughter about the battle with Zabuza, making her stare at him in wonder. You must be really strong, Naruto. Of course, there is no one stronger than me, the blonde grinned. Lies, Gato is stronger. Naruto looked to the left, where he saw a kid, looking at him with a glare. The blonde genin asked with an annoyed look. You can't beat Gato. He is too strong. Maybe for a brat like you. The kid, Hinari, growled at the nonchalant tone the ninja was speaking with, before slamming his hands on the desk. What do you know, You know nothing of our pain, and now you come here acting all cool and strong, but you will end like all before you, dead at Gato's feet." A silence followed, all eyes darting from the blonde to the tsunami's son. After a few moments, the blonde leaned back in his chair and looked at Inari with a serious expression, slightly pulling down his sunglasses to make eye-to-eye contact with him. "Then what do you say about a bet?" "A bet?" Inari asked, staring at the sudden change in the blonde's voice. Wherein before it was cheerful and warm, now it was completely serious. "Yeah, I bet you that by tomorrow morning I will clear out all of Gato's thugs from the village and keep them away until Tizuna finishes his bridge. If I win, you will acknowledge that you were just too weak to defend your home yourself." "And if I win?" the boy asked uncertainly, not wanting to admit to being weak to the blonde. "If you win? Well, I will be probably dead. What do you say?" "Naruto," Kakashi muttered, getting a glare from the blonde before he turned to Inari. The boy nodded, his childish stubbornness forcing him to win it or fear admitting he was wrong. "Okay, I accept." "Good. I am leaving. We'll be back later," Naruto stated, standing up and walking out of the house before being quickly followed by Sensei. Outside, Kakashi saw the blonde leaning on the railing on the porch. "Why did you propose him a bet?" "Why? Ah, you know how I am. I see a lot of my younger self in him. I can see in his eyes, no matter what he is saying, that he wishes for someone to save his home, but is too stubborn to admit it. Winning it and forcing him to admit I was right is the only way he will get his confidence back." "I don't follow. Where do you yourself in this?" Kakashi asked, making the blonde sigh. "Just like me, he is too stubborn to ask for help. I was the same when I was younger, but when he wanted someone to save him, I wanted to have friends and family. You remember my attitude back then, right? Trying to push others away, even when I longed for companionship. It's similar in a way." "I see. What do you plan then?" We'll probably weed out all of the bandits in the village tonight and then keep watch with shadow clones. Make sure Gato doesn't send in more." "Understood. We will prepare for Zabu's return. Make sure you are ready to come back at moment's notice." "Yes, yes. Make sure nothing happens to Tizuna. I have no intentions of breaking my perfect mission track with a failed C-ranked mission." Without another word, the blonde walked away into the forest, heading for the town. Kakashi watched him go with a frown, before walking back into the house, already thinking of a training regime for his other two genin. Haku yawned, bending down to pick herbs for Zabu's treatment in the forest. It was early in the morning when she decided to depart, leaving their hideout once her master woke up to not leave him in a vulnerable position. It was a beautiful day, she noted. The warm rays of the morning sun made the forest look wonderful. The soft blowing of wind was not too cold or too warm. The delightful chirping of a bird high in the trees and the light snoring of someone really made it an enchanting moment. She closed her eyes, enjoying the tranquil moments, her sleepy mind ready to fall asleep on the soft grass underfoot. "Wait," snoring. Her eyes shot open, muscles tensing. All drowsiness quickly left her body when she saw the blonde Konoha genin from yesterday sleeping peacefully under a tree. Haku swallowed, quickly fishing out a single senbon from her wooden basket before she hid it back. The blonde didn't seem to have sensed her in any way, and throwing a weapon could potentially wake him up. She bit her lip before slowly stalking towards him, her feet practically gliding on the grass, not making a single sound, just like she practiced for years. A single slender arm reached for Naruto's throat, and just as she was to grab it, she released a soundless sigh and shook his shoulder. "What am I doing? He is the one who put Zabuza-sama in such a condition. I should kill him now and save us trouble later." Even while she berated herself, deep down she knew she wasn't heartless enough to kill someone, especially in their sleep. "Huh?" A drowsy voice muttered before the blonde yawned loudly and sat up, wiping his eyes. Naruto looked up, curious as to who woke him, and his eyes widened at the beauty in front of him. Long, silky black hair, framing a most beautiful face with kind, brown eyes filled his vision. Pale, unblemished skin, soft lips, and a warm smile, with an amused twinkle in her eyes. She wore a sleeveless pink kimono with a black choker around her neck and wooden sandals. Am I in heaven? The blonde asked with a small smile. Haku blushed and pulled back. No, still in wave country. Why were you sleeping out here? Zabuza's apprentice quickly changed the topic, watching as the blonde stood up and stretched his back. Decided to spend some time in the nature, Naruto answered with a grin before looking at her basket. What are you collecting? Herbs for my friend. He fell ill. Need some help? I would appreciate it. The two spent some time collecting herbs and making some small talk along the way. They didn't talk about anything in particular, merely about some of their hobbies, interests, and homes. So how is Zabuza? Naruto asked, putting another few plants in the basket. Could be worse. Haku hummed before her eyes widened and she jumped back, pulling out a sunbon from the basket. She cursed silently under her breath, readying herself to flee at any moment. But to her surprise, the blonde stayed in his position, looking at her quizzically. What's gotten into you? You know I work for Zabuza-sama. And? I knew it from the moment I woke up. Why? Why what? Why didn't you attack me? Ah, that's why. It's too early in the morning to be fighting. Besides, what kind of monster would I be if I attacked you and decided not to attack me first? A short silence followed before Naruto waved her on. Come on, you said you need a bit more. Haku hesitated for a moment before relenting and crouching down next to the blonde, who was collecting the herbs. In her mind, she knew she stood no chance against the blonde, so there was no need for him to be deceitful, and she doubted that someone as confident as him would even resort to such measures. Why? She asked again, making the blonde sigh and look at her from the corner of his eye. Do I need a reason to help a cute girl pick flowers? He resorted to a smirk at seeing Haku blush again before turning away. They continued in a tense silence, at least for the girl. Naruto seemed to be as relaxed as ever. Before long, they had enough, and Haku decided it was time she headed back. Thank you for your help. I guess next time we will see each other, we will be enemies. Well, if you want to meet before that, to speak or something, I would be glad to see you again. Why are you acting like this? You know as well that in a few days, we will be trying to kill each other. So, is it wrong for us to enjoy the few peaceful days before that? Naruto asked with a smile, shocking the black-haired girl before a small smile blossomed on her face, and she nodded. You may be right. I would like to meet you again before we fight. Great, Naruto grinned, turning towards the village. What do you say we meet again after tomorrow? Here. Yup, morning. Yes, that would be nice. All right, see ya. The blonde waved before walking away, leaving a smiling Haku alone in the peaceful forest. Farewell, she muttered before heading back to her master. Naruto smiled, looking at the bustling main square of the village. It has been a week since he took care of all of Gado's mercenaries. In time, the people of Wave started living in peace once again, and after telling them they didn't have to pay any taxes for Gado, assuring them that he would protect them, they were able to enjoy their lives again. Gado tried to reclaim his territory a few times, sending more and more mercenaries, but after none of them came back, the man stopped. Naruto wondered if the man was readying an all-out attack, or if he was waiting for Zabuza to finish the job, but whichever it was, the people of Wave could breathe a sigh of relief for now. Tazuna said his bridge would be ready in another week, so until then his team had to deal with the matter of Zabuza and Gado before Wave was truly free. In the last week, he met 4 times with Haku. They spent their time together talking about their lives, their thought on the shinobi world, and retelling stories of their past. Naruto really enjoyed her company, no matter how fleeting it might be, but that was something he came to treasure in this world, the few moments of peace and happiness before everything turned to chaos. Well, that's how this world works, the blonde thought before he heard a loud whistle coming from the bridge, loud enough that he heard from all the way here. I guess it's starting. No point in wasting time. Naruto stood up from the roof he was sitting on, creating a single shadow clone in case something happened here, and with a single hand seal, vanished. Kakashi whistled, using chakra to enhance the loudness of it, to make sure the blonde heard it. Team 7 and Tazuna arrived at the bridge a few minutes ago, seeing all the construction workers who helped the bridge builder lying unconscious on the ground before a thick mist entered the area. "Get ready," Kakashi ordered, his Sharingan already out, trying to pierce the chakra-filled mist. Hinata turned on her Byakugan, and Sasuke took out a pair of kunai. "Where's the blonde brat?" Zabuza's rough voice echoed through the mist before it dispersed slightly, showing him and the fake ANBU standing some distance away. "Here," Naruto's voice rang loud, confusing all of them when they didn't see him. Up here, they all lifted their gazes, and to their shock and amazement, the blonde was levitating in the air, hand in his pockets, and his usual smirk plastered on his face. Good. It would have been a waste to bring our guest here if you ran away," Zabuza said with a savage grin under his bandages, making the blonde raise an eyebrow. "What?" A chilling laughter and massive killing intent filled the area. Hinata and Sasuke froze, Tazuna fainted, and Kakashi had to steel himself not to fall prey to it. "Who is this?" Kakashi thought in shock as a third figure started to emerge from the mist on the side of Zabuza. "That's the brat that kicked your ass?" The man, or was it a shark, laughed loudly before a massive bandaged sword hit the bridge. You brought a fish to a fight," Naruto asked, making the shark man grin, his bloodlust filling the area. "I am Hashigaki Kisame, brat." "Oh, an S-ranked missing mean from Kiri?" Not bad." Name's Uzumaki Naruto. The blonde turned to Kakashi, and seeing the state of his team, he knew they would be handicapped fighting in the same place Kisame was. "Oi, Kakashi, leave him to me. You take care of Zabuza and the cute ANBU." "All right, watch out." Kakashi didn't want Naruto to fight Kisame alone, but he knew that the blonde was the only one who would be able to fight him. Even as it pained him, the silver-haired Jonin had to admit that he would only get in the way of their fight. "Don't worry, I will be back shortly," Naruto smirked, appearing in front of the S-ranked missing Nin before placing a hand on the shark man's shoulder, and both vanished. No matter how strong the brat might be, he had no chance against Kisame. "You should focus on your own fight, Zabuza. Hinata, Sasuke, take care of the fake ANBU." They appeared in the forest where he met Haku for the first time, and before Kisame could gather his thoughts on what happened, Naruto sent him flying with a kick, 3 trees broken. "Not bad, brat. I see how you could have beaten Zabuza, but this will not be enough against me." Hopefully. I heard you were strong, so don't disappoint me." Kisame rushed in, swinging his sword horizontally. Naruto ducked, launching a punch to Kisame's chest, which was blocked before the blonde shot out a kick to the missing Nin's head. That was dodged. Kisame countered with a haymaker on his own, followed by 2 jabs and a powerful frontal kick, all of which were blocked before the blonde caught his leg and threw him in the air. Naruto jumped behind the man, trying to grab his black cloak and throw him to the ground, but Kisame slapped the arm away and spun in the air, delivering a powerful falling kick to the blonde. Naruto smirked when the kick stopped before grabbing his opponent's leg and throwing him back first into the ground. The shark-looking man hit the ground hard, a small hole appearing under him, and dust flew in all directions, but unlike many, that didn't stop him. He quickly jumped up to his legs and cut with his sword high, trying to catch the blonde in the air. Naruto smirked and didn't block, instead spun in the air, launching a powerful kick at the missing Nin, knowing his infinity would stop the attack. Naruto grunted and flew away, his chest bloodied and shredded. He crashed into a tree and slowly raised back, glaring at the missing Nin. "Ow?" he asked, seeing that the wound was not too deep, but was bleeding quickly. Kisame cackled madly, and the bandages around his sword fell down, revealing a scaly-looking weapon. "When I heard your name from Zabuza, I knew the mission would be easy. After all, This sword, my Samahata, was the perfect tool for killing Uzumaki. Giving its previous name the Whirlpool Killer, the missing Nin laughed loudly before preparing to continue the fight. Samahata? Damn it. That's bad. He knew of the properties of the sword. After all, it was one of the few weapons that could counter his infinity. Lucky hit. Naruto stood up and pointed his right hand at Kisame. Uzumaki Hijitsu blew. Instantly, the earth around the missing Nin shot towards Kisame, trying to crush him. Kisame smirked and swung his sword, blasting the earth away before dashing to the left. TCH, he's fast. Naruto notices and jumps to the left when Samahata crashes in the ground, before his hand shoots out, sending Kisame flying. He pointed his hand again, and his chakra flared. Blue. Kisame stopped midair before he shot towards the blonde. He enhanced his fist with Limitless and punched him in the chest, drilling him into the ground. GCK. Kisame grunted, blood flying from his mouth, feeling several of his ribs breaking, before the blonde lifted him up and delivered a crushing combo to him. 2 jabs, a haymaker, an uppercut, another 3 jabs, finished with a spinning kick. Kisame flew away, his body hitting the ground. Naruto hot on his heels, ready to finish the missing Nin off. You fell for it. Kisame laughed and slashed at the blonde. Blood gushed out as his whole chest got ripped to ribbons. The blonde tried to jump back in panic, only to be blindsided by the devastating punches from the fishman. His head pounded, his chest burned like never before, and the pain was unbearable, clouding his mind. Huh? Kisame laughed maniacally, slashing the blonde's right thigh open before with a single hand seal, he spat a large water bullet. The blonde was sent flying, blood painting the grass red. His back hit a tree, before Kisame appeared in front of him, his sword ready to carve even more of his flesh. Through the haze in his mind, Naruto lifted his hand and shot a blue, trying to push the missing Nin back, but Kisame had no problem dodging the attack before his sword met the flesh on Naruto's neck. Naruto was sent flying, his body limp, before Kisame appeared next to him and elbowed him into the ground. The missing Nin spun. A kunai twirled in his hand before stabbing the blonde's leg repetitively, before piercing his chest, and to end it all, the regular kunai cut into his forehead. The blonde fell to the ground, a pool of blood under his body, and Kisame smirked. Ah, another shinobi added to his kill count. How he loved the feeling, especially when they were special and this one counted among them. In the end, you were nothing more than another arrogant brat. Kisame turned and started a leisurely walk towards the bridge, not like he was contracted to do anything else. Ah, Pain-sama will be pleased at the amount of money he will bring back. He would need to contact his leader in Gato for future contracts. The slimy man knew how to pay for professionals. Back at the bridge, the battle between Zabuza and Team 7 was still going fiercely. It had been around 30 minutes since Naruto departed to fight Kisame, and the silver-haired Jonin was still tied in his fight. Zabuza decided to stretch the fight as long as possible, not wanting to make a single mistake. His plan was to tire Kakashi out before going in for the kill, to make absolutely certain that the copy ninja wouldn't pull out any surprises. His tactic, to Kakashi's dismay, was proving to be successful so far, as the Konoha Jonin was starting to lose ground. He looked to his right, where inside a dome of ice mirrors his 2 genin were pushed on the defense. Thanks to Hinata's Byakugan and Sasuke's newly awakened Sharingan, these 2 were able to hold their ground so far, but it was a matter of time before the fake ANBU would tire them out and come out on top. Where are you, Naruto? Kakashi thought and was forced to dodge, or else get cut in half by the massive Kubikurobocho. Just then, almost like his prayers had been answered, another presence appeared on the bridge. Finally, took you long enough, the silver-haired Jonin thought with a smirk, only to get a sinking feeling in his gut when the mist started to clear out. There stood a man, but it was not the blonde from his team, but Kisame, grinning and bloodied, but not as much as his sword. Just then, Sasuke and Hinata found an opening and were able to escape the mirrors. Thanks to the Uchiha's great usage of Katon, just to cause a distraction for the fake AMBU. Team 7 regrouped near Tazuna, who by now was kneeling on the bridge behind a set of metal bars. Kakashi looked around and asked how his genin was holding out. "I can still go on," Hinata answered, but the Jonin saw that her chakra reservoir was slowly diminishing among many cuts on her body. "Same," Sasuke's ragged voice claimed. The raven-haired boy had even less chakra left than his Hyuga teammate, but his body was less injured. "Why are you here?" Kakashi asked, his eyes on Zabuza and Kisame, who seemed to talk about something, but he was too far away to hear what. He noticed the fake ANBU also regrouped with Zabuza and was standing near her master. "HM? Why?" "Ah, I see. Because I killed Uzumaki Naruto," Kisame said with a grin, shocking Team 7 and Zabuza. "No way," Hinata breathed out. While she found the blonde annoying, he was still her teammate, and she didn't want him to die. Furthermore, he was their strongest member, and that spelled huge trouble. Sasuke clenched his fists, trying to calm his anger and fear down, but even so, couldn't stop them from slightly shaking. While no one noticed it, the ANBU's shoulders tensed for a single moment. Shit. Naruto is dead? No. Focus. We need to get out of here now." He turned to his team and rushed through hand seals. Hinata, Sasuke, Blondie. A huge amount of smoke filled the bridge before dozens of Team 7 and Tizunas ran away in different directions. Zabuza cursed, running towards a group and cutting them down, only for them to dissipate in a haze. "Bunshin escape?" Kisame laughed. It was a genin tactic, but when your opponents had almost zero chakra left like now, even censors would have a problem finding the right ones. Zabuza grunted in annoyance before turning to Haku. "Come on, we need to finish them while they are tired," the missing Nin commanded, getting a stiff nod from his apprentice, wondering what it was all about, before shrugging it off as hesitant to kill. "You're coming." He turned to Kisame, who shook his head. "My contract specifies the blonde brat, and since he is dead, I am going for the paycheck." Team 7 ran as fast as their tired bodies would allow. Plan D was a total retreat to their latest resting place, in this case, Tizuna's house. While it endangered the bridge builder's family, it was probably the only place they could be certain no enemy would be waiting for them. Besides, the house was a good distance away from the village, Zabuza's most likely place of searching for them first. "What do we do now, Sensei?" Hinata asked as they landed in front of the house and quickly went in. Kakashi nervously scratched his head, trying to think of a way out of this predicament, before taking a deep breath and calming down. "First, let's not assume Naruto is dead. It could very well be a lie to make us nervous." He saw his students' uncertain expressions but ignored them and summoned Pakin, his ninja dog. "Yo, Kakashi," the small brown pug greeted with a wave, before seeing the serious look on his summoner's face. "What do you need me to do?" "Find Naruto. You remember his smell?" "Of course." "Be careful. An S-rank missing Nin and A-rank missing Nin are around. You need to be discreet." "Understood." The pug saluted before jumping out of the window at a speed that baffled the two genin. "What was that?" Tazuna asked, shocked to see a talking dog. "One of my summons. He would try to find Naruto. Meanwhile, take these." Kakashi gave each genin a small, brown pill. "These will replenish your chakra. Tazuna, we need bandages." "Of course." "Rest for now. I will stand guard." Sometime later, Kisame was sitting and leaving Gato's mansion, annoyed that the slimy businessman was absent with all his henchmen. He could try to break in, but that caused problems for future contracts, so the missing Nin decided to meet up with Zabuza in the meantime, while waiting for his contractor to come back from wherever he was. As he walked down the cobbled road from the mansion, he lifted his hand, trying to shadow his eyes from the bright sun. He came to a stop, a confused expression on his face when he saw someone waiting in front of him. "Hey, it's been a while," Naruto said with a smile, his right eye covered by his messy hair, his glasses nowhere to be found. Kisame looked at the blonde with disbelief, not sure if he was seeing things. For real, real," The blonde lifted the hair from his forehead, showing the place that was pierced by a kunai. Kisame saw a small cave-in in the place, but there was no wound to be found anymore. "I am alive and kicking," Naruto said, his voice filled with excitement. "Reverse chakra technique." "Bingo! I knew you would know about it," the blonde confirmed, tapping his forehead with his thumb. "When you ripped my throat wide open, I gave up on counterattacking and poured all my focus into the reverse chakra technique. Chakra is created when you mix two different energies into one. While it can enhance the body and speed up the healing process, there are limits to how much it can do. So you divide that chakra into its base energies and force them to work separately at the same time, creating negative chakra in your body. That's the reverse chakra technique," Naruto explained, a mad grin on his face. Easier said than done. I hadn't been able to do so up until now myself, and I couldn't understand anything the scrolls about it said. "He's babbling on," Kisame thought, his eyes narrowed on the blonde. "He's high." The missing nin looked at the blonde Uzumaki, who was grinning madly at the sky, his arms spread out his side, while his blue eyes sparkled with insanity. "But I finally grasped it on the verge of death. The true essence of chakra. The reason you're going to lose is because you didn't chop my head off and because you didn't use that sword of yours when you stabbed my head." "That sword can't stab," Kisame thought with a small smile before taking it off his back. "I'm going to lose. Our fight is just getting started." "What? Is that right? Maybe you're right. You're so right." Kisame rushed in and slashed down, and Naruto sidestepped the attack effortlessly. The missing nin reversed the grip on the sword and slashed back, sending gusts of wind behind the attack, only to hit the air. He looked over his shoulder with a surprised look, seeing the blonde levitating upside down, two fingers lifted up and a small, red orb shining bright at their tips. The whole place was lit up in crimson light as Naruto smiled thinly. "Uzumaki Hijitsu, red?" These words felt so right in his mouth, filling him with ecstasy. Kisame tried to block the attack with Samahata, hoping to disperse the technique as the red hit his sword. It soon was clear that Samahata was too slow at eating the chakra, and Kisama was sent flying at Gato's mansion. The shark man grinned from his down position, holding his aching stomach while a cut on his forehead opened, blood flowing down his face. He watched the blonde with the excitement of a worthy opponent. Naruto was levitating, his hands spread out, his back facing the earth, a blissful smile on his face. "Monster," Kisame muttered and raised his legs before stretching his back. "No bones are broken. The previous damage dealt long ago by Samahata. So, that was a Uzumaki's red, huh?" He poured the limitless technique with negative chakra created by the reverse chakra technique. 1. The power to stop. The neutral application of limitless infinity. 2. The power to attract. The amplified application of the limitless technique blue. And 3. The power to repel. The reversal of bloodline limit, red. All things I can handle, Kisame thought with a smirk, just as Samahata merged with him, granting him its ability to suck out chakra. Something's off, Kisame thought, watching the blonde levitate as he finished the merging process. Naruto suddenly looked like him, looking almost like he forgot Kisame was around. Their eyes met, and the missing nin's smirk vanished. Something's off. "No, this is fine." His smirk returned, and the man-beast prepared to attack. "I will kill you." Kisame vanished, appearing in front of the blonde, his hand in a cutting motion. Long nails, sharper than most swords, went for a cut. Naruto moved his head to the side, and the missing nin fell to the ground. He jumped back, and his leg, with the power to crush chakra-reinforced bones without a problem, lashed out. Naruto tilted back, the attack missing his face by inches, an unbothered look on his face. The sun shined brighter, and Naruto lay back in the air again, staring at the sky. "Sorry, Kakashi, Hinata, Sasuke, Tazuna. I know I should finish this quickly and go help you, but I can't even bother to care about any of you right now. It's just that the world feels so wonderful right now," the blonde thought with an absolutely emotionless face. He finally felt complete. He felt one with the world. Naruto straightened up, his right hand lifted towards the sky, while his left was pointed towards the earth, right at Kisame, who was trying to find an angle to attack him. "Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one," the blonde stated with a grin, seeing Kisame rush through a lot of hand seals. The merit of having a technique that's passed down for generations is having a user manual, the blonde thought, his hand in his pockets as he watched with uninterested gaze as dozens of water sharks rushed towards him, all stopped by his infinity. The demerit is that information about the technique is easily leaked. You are a member of the 7 Mist Swordsmen, all trained to fight against the Uzumaki, Kiri's biggest rival. That's why you were certain your sword could pierce my infinity. However, even in the Uzumaki clan dash, he put his right fingers in a completely new sign, making a loop with his thumb and index finger. Only a scant few knew about this. He pointed his right hand in Kisame's direction. Take the amplified and the reversal, then smash together those two different expressions of infinity to create and push out imaginary mass. In a space where his index finger and thumb met, a small, purple orb appeared, bathing the area in a dark purple color. Kisame was a few meters away from him, jumping towards the blonde with the intent to finish him off. Uzumaki Hijitsu, hollow purple. There was a purple flash, the sound of a building collapsing and the ground being shredded asunder. Naruto looked at the damage with a small smile before the cloud of dust cleared and he came down to the ground, next to an injured Kisame. I knew something was wrong. I had this feeling years ago when I first joined the Kiri ranks. Back then, I was defeated too by an Uzumaki. It all comes around. I had lost to an Uzumaki the first time I ventured out of the village, and my last mission ended with an Uzumaki standing above my corpse. Naruto looked dispassionately at what remained of Kisame. The Sharkman had a huge hole in his chest and abdomen and was missing his right hand. The sword, still merged with him, died the same moment he did, confirmed by the glassy look in the missing Nin's eyes. Kakashi huffed and dodged another attempt on his life by Zabuza, throwing the last of his kunai at the missing Nin. Sometime after they arrived at Tazuna's house, the Demon of the Mist, together with his fake ANBU, found them and attacked them without any remorse. Luckily, Team 7 had a few minutes of rest, where they could replenish their chakra some and loosen their muscles. Another fortunate fact was that Kisame was nowhere to be seen, keeping the fight a 3-on-2. But even so, the small injuries and exhaustion from the bridge and carried over to this fight, giving Zabuza the edge. "What's wrong, Kakashi? Can't defeat me without the blonde brat." The silver-haired Jonin clenched his teeth, unable to pinpoint where the voice came from before substituting with a log that was cut in two in moments. There was a strategy Kakashi could use, but it would leave him even more injured, to the point where should Kisame come to finish them, he wouldn't last even a moment. "Sasuke." The Jonin looked to his left, hearing Hinata's distressed shout, only to see the Uchiha fall to the ground, two Senbon in his neck. "You bastard." In the heat of the battle, Hinata's emotionless mask slipped, and she glared at the fake ANBU before running in. "You're getting sloppy, Kakashi." Zabuza appeared in front of the silver-haired Jonin, his sword once again ready to cut his opponent in half. Kakashi jumped back out of reflex, saving his life. Damn it! He clenched his stomach, where the sword cut through his Jonin vest, drawing blood. "It's not too deep. Well, I guess it's time to finish this." Kakashi threw a smoke bomb, cowering the area in thick smoke, thicker than the mist surrounding them, before rushing through hand seals and hitting the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Hinata rushed in, her previous defensive fighting style forgotten. She enhanced her body with chakra, trying to muster all the speed she could in hopes of getting a hit against the black-haired ANBU. However, no matter how fast she went, her opponent was just too damn fast. Haku weaved in and out of the Hyuga Eris's attacks, trying to find a safe angle to put her in a death state like she did with Sasuke now and Zabuza a week ago. But it was getting difficult to do so, as Hinata's attacks were getting more ferocious by the minute. There, Haku ducked under a palm strike aimed at her chest, diving towards the ground and touching Hinata's legs. Instantly, the ice started to form around the Hyuga girl's limbs, immobilizing her, and Haku pounced. Two Sunbon bit expertly into the Konohanin's neck before she fell to the ground. Foe! Zabuza roared, and the black-haired girl looked towards her master, only for her eyes to widen in disbelief, seeing him being held down by a pack of dogs, all of them having bitten into his body. Zabuza-sama! Haku cried out, seeing Kakashi run towards Zabuza with his Chidori. The brown-eyed girl poured all of her chakra into her legs, hoping against all odds to be in time to save her mentor. When she closed half of the space between her and Zabuza, she knew she would be fast enough to take the attack for him, only to gasp when she was suddenly pulled back. "Let me go!" Her hysterical cry sounded throughout the area, and she looked back to what was holding her back. "Naruto?" she asked with a surprised look before it turned into one of betrayal. "Please, let me go." Naruto closed his eyes and ignored her pleas, letting her only when the sound of flesh being ripped echoed through the battlefield and Kakashi's jutsu died out. Not wasting a second, the fake ANBU rushed towards her master, tears streaming down her face. "Zabuza-sama, please, please don't go. I beg you, Zabuza-sama." The girl sobbed, holding onto the grievously injured missing knee. Kakashi sighed with a sad look in his eyes before preparing to kill her too, only to notice Naruto's presence. "You're alive." The silver-haired Jonin breathed out a relieved sigh, getting a solemn nod from the blonde. "What of Kisame?" he asked, showing his surprise and concern over the bloodied and ripped clothes of the blonde. "Dead," Naruto answered and slowly walked over to Haku, who was crying loudly, trying to patch Zabuza's wound. "Haku!" The blonde placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, only for it to be slapped away as she glared at him, her once kind eyes filled with hatred. "Don't touch me!" Naruto sighed and pulled back, watching as she tried to heal her master. The missing nin groaned, blood staining the bandages over his mouth. "Haku!" he muttered weakly, trying to stop her from healing him. She looked at him with shock, not understanding why he pushed her hands away. "I lost, that's all. That's the world we live in." "No, no, no. Please, Zabuza-sama." "Ah, you're still as soft as the day we met, unable to harden your heart. You are not fit to be a shinobi." A small, bloody smile revealed itself on his face as the bandages from his face fell down. His eyes met Naruto's, conveying their seriousness. "Brat, take care of her for me." "Haku, go with the brat. He will protect you, I know it." "I'm not going anywhere without you, Zabuza-sama." "That's my last order. Do with it what you—" Well, his eyes glazed over and his body became limp. An anguished cry filled the place as the brown-eyed girl cried out towards the sky. A few feet away, Kakashi was crouching next to his other two students, looking at them with a saddened look, his Sharingan already hidden. "It seems I've failed my team again," he muttered, hearing the blonde join him. "Not yet. They are alive." Kakashi turned to him with wide eyes, before lifting his forehead protector, looking at them with his Sharingan. True to the blonde's words, chakra still flowed through their bodies, just like it usually would. But how? Haku put them in a death-like state, just as she did with Zabuza a week ago. She is too gentle to kill someone. "You know her?" It piqued Jonin's curiosity how the blonde spoke about Haku, as she knew her. The blonde nodded, taking out the Senbon from his teammates' necks. "Yeah, met her a few times in the forest. We spent some time together." "Why dash?" A weak spoke up as Sasuke opened his eyes. Hinata groaned and slowly sat up. "What happened? You were put into a death-like state. Is Tauzuna?" Sasuke left the question open and got a shake of head from a Jonin. "Tazuna is alive. Zabuza, on the other hand, well, you can hear." "What do we do now?" Hinata asked, glaring at Haku. "We leave her alone for now," Naruto said seriously, leaving no room for discussion. And the mission? Sasuke added. There is still Gato to take care of, Kakashi said, and the team stood up. But let's rest for today. Not yet, Naruto suddenly said, confusing his teammates. He looked towards the direction of the village with a glare, before turning to his team. Gato is heading for the village. He is currently at the bridge. Kakashi groaned. Oh, how he wished it would be over already. How certain are you? A shadow clone I left in the village noticed him and dispelled. I see. Well, it seems we still have our work cut out for us today. Can you two fight? Kakashi asked, getting two nods in answer, before Sasuke looked at Haku, who by now stopped crying and was merely hugging Zabuza's corpse. What about her? Let her grieve for now. Team 7 arrived at the outskirts of the village just in time to see Gato and his army of mercenaries leave the bridge, heading for the main square. Kakashi, trying to get their attention, whistled loudly, making the small businessman stop and look at their group. His eyes widened before narrowing upon landing on the blonde. You blonde brat, you were the one who was killing my mercenaries, right? So what if I was? Naruto asked with an annoyed look. He wouldn't lie. Seeing Haku in such a state put him in a sour mood, and he wanted to release some steam, especially since he was the reason things ended this way. Whoever brings me his head will get double, no, triple the pay. Gato shouted to his henchmen, gaining a bloodthirsty roar of approval from the small army. Sasuke, Hinata, you know what you have to do? Kakashi asked, although it was obvious. They needed to kill them to ensure nothing bad happened to the villagers. It was the lesser evil. Kill a lot of bad people to save the few innocent ones. That's how it was in this world. Yes, Hinata answered. Her usual cold mask was back on, and hopefully she was ready to do it and wasn't just pretending. Sasuke nodded, taking out two kunai wordlessly. Kill them, Gato shouted, and the small army charged at the four shinobi. Let me thin them out. A red light filled the area. Uzumaki Hijitsu. Red. 1/4 of the small army was instantly killed, crushed by the force behind the jutsu before Naruto and Kakashi rushed in. The Jonin took out two kunai, slashing and rending the flesh of the mercenaries and bandits without mercy. Naruto was a bit more savage than his sensei, using his hand to do the act. He crashed one man's head effortlessly before punching through the chest of another, throwing his body at 3 other mercenaries with enough strength to kill them. Hinata jumped behind her teammates. With the Byakugan on, she danced around their attacks, tapping them ever so often on their chests or necks before they started dropping like flies. Sasuke used a Sharingan to deflect and parry their attacks, making them kill their own allies before using his shurikens and kunai to take them out in style. Gato's eyes widened, unable to comprehend how the army he paid a fortune for was getting slaughtered. It was absurd. It was impossible. He shrieked when Naruto appeared in front of him, behind him a path of carnage. Gato wanted to beg. He wanted to reason with the blonde, even try and bribe him to let him live, but before he uttered a single word, Naruto punched a hole in his chest. Good riddance, the blonde muttered, and the next moment he was back in the fight against the remaining bandits. They tried to run, to flee for their lives, but all of them were rounded and killed. As Gato watched the scene, blood pooling under him, he realized he made a mistake by ever coming into this shithole of a country. Team 7 looked at the villagers, who came to bid them farewells on the bridge. With Gato dead, Tazuna was able to continue the bridge construction without any worries. This time, even the rest of the village came to help the old man. They have yet to see Haku since they left her back then. Once they came back, she was nowhere to be found, nor Zabuza's corpse. The only sign of them ever being in front of Tazuna's house was the pool of dried blood left there. Thank you all for your help. Without you, we would never be free from Gato's grasp, Tazuna said, bowing before Team 7, quickly followed by the rest of the village. The team all had different reactions, yet all of them were genuine. Sasuke smirked, happy that his efforts were recognized. Hinata tried to act all cold, but the small, embarrassed blush on her face made it clear that she appreciated the farewell party. Kakashi gave them all an eye smile conveying his happiness, but otherwise didn't give any other reaction. Naruto, on the other hand, was grinning widely, sponging all the praises with excitement. Yes, yes, you totally need to make us your national heroes or something, the blonde said with a grin, making the bridge builder laugh. Of course, my boy. Remember, we will never forget what you have done for us, and once we get our things sorted out, we will contact the Hokage for a trade agreement. I am sure Hokage-sama will be delighted to hear that. As Team 7 departed from the country, they could see and hear waves and cheers from the villagers behind them. They traveled in silence with a leisurely pace, all of them wanting to appreciate the few last moments of peace before they would return to the village and continue their journey. Once they entered the Fire Nation's territory, Naruto stopped, confusing his team. Something's wrong, Kakashi asked, ready for another fight, but relaxed when the blonde genin shook his head with a smile. They all turned to the left when they heard someone walking towards them from the forest. Haku, the blonde greeted with a smile, seeing his friend. He was not sure if he could call her that, but he liked to think that somewhere during their meetings, they had sparked some kind of friendship between them. He noticed she was wearing the Kiri ANBU clothes, consisting of the standard Kirigakure pinstriped outfit, which stopped at her knees. Over this, she wore a green haori with white trimmings, and around her waist a brown sash with a fringe trail wrapped around her waist twice. She also wore light brown platoon sandals with straps in the same color as her kimono and nail polish on her fingernails and toenails in matching blue-green colors. Haku's long hair was gathered in a white bun holder, while 2 locks of her hair fell loose, framing her face, bound with metal hair cuffs at the ends and a black Kiri forehead protector around her forehead. Naruto, she greeted, a small smile on her face. She noticed he ditched his previous clothes and was currently wearing the usual Konoha NBU outfit without the mask, most likely since he had no other clothes at hand. So, Kakashi asked, seeing the two of them look at each other and not being sure what to expect. After all, Haku could still pretty much blame them for Zabuza's death, someone she must have loved dearly from the reaction she had a few days ago. Will she attack us? No, that would be suicide, but does she have anything to lose? The silver-haired Jonin analyzed, before blinking when the blonde walked up to the brown-eyed girl and extended his hand. Haku looked at the hand for a few moments, before taking a deep breath and grabbing it. So, she is coming to Konoha with us? Hinata asked with a glare, not having forgotten about the humiliating loss. If it was 1 against 1, she could swallow her pride, but a 2 against 1? No, 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 no. That was unacceptable, and the Hyuga heiress was nowhere near forgiving the ice bitch for the beating she had gotten. I guess. Kakashi blinked and shrugged. That was on Naruto, so if anything happened, the blonde would be answering for this. Haku looked at Sasuke and Hinata before bowing her head. I apologize for our last fight. I hope we can still be civil with each other. Sasuke looked at her for a few moments before shrugging. Even if his pride was wounded, he at least awakened his Sharingan and was still alive. Besides, it was hard to harbor ill feelings when the girl looked so honest about the apology. Whatever, Hinata huffed and looked away with crossed arms, making the blonde snicker before she sent him a glare, silencing him instantly. Glad to have you with us, Naruto said, and the group started heading towards Konoha. Do you think Hokage-sama will let me join the village? She looked uncertain, almost afraid of the answer, but the blonde placed a calming hand on her shoulder. Don't worry about it. The old man may be delusional about some matters, the blonde said with a smile, muttering something along the lines of not understanding my greatness, getting a sweat drop from the group. But he is really kind, so there will be no problem. And the council? Kakashi asked, making the blonde scoff. Like they have anything to say. And if they have a problem about Haku joining Konoha, I will deal with them. Chapter 6. The Strongest, Bellatine, Part 1. And that's when we headed for Konoha. Kakashi finished saying his report to the Sandame, who was taking heavy drags on his pipe while massaging his forehead. The old man took a single, long look at the 3 genin and Haku before signing. Thank you, Kakashi. Congratulations on your first successful C-rank mission, Team 7. Although, I think we need to reevaluate the mission rank. Let's see, the old man took out some papers, writing in them for a few moments before nodding to himself. The mission to protect Bridge Builder Tazuna has been officially given the S rank, due to the unforeseen appearance of A-ranked and S-ranked missing ninjas. You will be rewarded the whole pay for it. The old man then turned to Haku, who was looking slightly uncomfortably under his gaze. Now, what to do with you, Miss Yuki? HM? What do you mean? Give her Konoha's citizenship, Naruto said with a raised eyebrow, not seeing where the problem was. The Sandame sighed and rubbed his head. It's not that easy, Naruto. First off, I can't grant her citizenship if she is a missing nin dash. Which she is not, the blonde chimed in. Still, the council dash. PFF, if they have a problem, they can bring it up to me. All right, but we don't know anything about her past dash. Bah, I will vouch for her. No problems, see? Hiruzen wanted to argue. He knew it was the wrong thing to do. After all, he had already denied citizenship to people in more dire situations than her, knowing she couldn't just accept people into the village. The old man stopped and blinked, his mind stopping for a moment. Well, if Naruto would vouch for her, he could, in theory, submit this under apprenticeship. It was not uncommon to find talented and special people outside the village and place them under someone well known as an apprentice. It would also mean that should Haku do something against Konoha, Naruto would have to deal with it, and the paperwork among other things. The old man shrugged and explained the situation to the two, stressing the part about all responsibility being on the blonde's shoulders. He also made sure that they understood that this would mean Haku would be forced into becoming a shinobi for the village. I don't mind becoming a shinobi. So we all set up? The blonde asked with a grin. No, Miss Yuki still needs to fill out the paperwork and go through an interrogation. Don't worry, as long as you will cooperate, it will be a simple conversation. Also, for the first month, she will be under your constant care to make sure she has no ulterior motives in joining the village. Team 7, you're dismissed. Naruto, Miss Yuki will be going through the interrogation today. Make sure to pick her up from Ibiki in about 5 hours. Not long later, Team 7 was back on their training ground. While the genin would prefer being left to their own devices, Kakashi was adamant they hold a meeting before going home. What did you want to talk about, Sensei? Hinata asked as she sat under a tree next to her teammates, Kakashi sitting in front of them. Well, first and foremost, congrats on your first real mission completed. We will be taking tomorrow off, so you can rest and think about what we went through. We will meet in 2 days here for our training sessions. It will also be a good time to talk to each other about how the mission went. For now, let's go over some details first. Details? Sasuke asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, now that Norat is de facto Haku's teacher, she will most likely be joining us on missions outside of Konoha, at least for the next month. Of course, she will, Hinata muttered with a frown. That's what I'm talking about. I understand you might dislike her, but we will need to be working as a team on missions. Do keep that in mind. Understood. Now, mind telling us what happened with Kisame Naruto? Your report only included the fact that he almost defeated you, and then you killed him. Sure. The blonde leaned back, scratching the back of his head for a moment before started explaining. He told them about his fight with the missing nin, how his sword was able to bypass his infinity, and how he was left to die. The blonde explained how close he came to dying, and that just a few moments before he managed to learn the reverse chakra technique. What's that? Sasuke asked curiously. After all, from everything he heard, the blonde was someone who understood chakra better than anyone, and if had trouble with this, it meant it must be really powerful and difficult to master. Basically, that's the reverse process of molding chakra and making use of it. It's still a rather unknown area of chakra since not many people know how to use it, but from what I understand, it allows for more powerful techniques. Well, how do I explain this? Oh, I know, like you won't be able to use it on any Katan jutsu since that requires fire nature chakra, but techniques that use regular chakra, like the shadow clone jutsu, might work with it. I'm not sure I follow, Hinata said with a frown, getting a nod from Sasuke. It just, a different use of chakra, but without using chakra. The blonde looked to see if they understood, only to get 3 shakes of heads. Even Kakashi was starting to lose his understanding of the technique. Take my red, for example. The blonde lifted his finger and a red orb created over it. See? A jutsu, made with chakra, but not with the same process you would make another jutsu. No. Well, I can tell you it can be used to heal yourself. Wow. So you know how to use it, but you have no idea how it works? Sasuke asked with a deadpan, making Naruto sweat a little. Something like that, but that's not my fault. Red and its healing properties are the only thing that's described in the scrolls. The blonde pouted before a grin formed on his face. And thanks to its healing abilities, I can permanently hold infinity now. HM, you couldn't do that before. Kakashi asked with a confused expression. Not quite. I could hold it as long as I could focus on it, so it needed my effort to be used. This caused me to split my attention and was tiring, the blonde said, tapping his head. But now, if I can learn to cycle reverse chakra technique through my brain, I will be able to automate infinity and won't have to focus on it. At least that's the theory I came up with. That's broken, Hinata deadpanned. Very broken. Broken indeed. Naruto grinned at his teammates' faces and stood up. Of course, I will need some help with training this, but I guess you 3 will be enough. And what does that mean? Hinata asked with narrowed eyes, making the blonde's grin too wide even further. Oh, nothing at all. After getting it down, I tracked Kisame down and fought him again, before ending his life with purple. Geez, you could think of a better name for techniques than colors, you know? Sasuke muttered, making the blonde rage at him that he wasn't the one naming them. Watch. The blonde lifted his arm and a small purple ball formed on his fingertips. Hollow purple. The small ball wrecked a couple of trees in front of him, creating a trench in the training ground, shocking Team 7. How does it work? Kakashi asked, his Sharingan out, but even with the dojutsu, he wasn't able to comprehend how the technique worked. In short, it destroys everything in its path. Blue attracts, red repels, and purple creates a mix of those, creating an imaginary mass of destruction. If the notes of it are true, there is not a single jutsu capable of stopping it. Busted. Very busted. Busted indeed. Oi, stop that. Anyway, we done here. HM, I guess. You have plans. Nah, I'm gonna see if Maki is in the village and make fun of her. Maki? I don't think you 2 ever met. She was my teammate during my short time as a genin. She's a special jonin right now. She's the one using weapons? Yup, that's her though, you know her? No, but I have heard about her in the jonin bar. Oh, that explains it. See you later. Haku was feeling uncomfortable. She tried to hide it, but it didn't work as the person sitting across her kept glaring daggers at her, making her sigh silently. Honestly, she would rather be interrogated again than have Hinata glare at her. She was currently sitting with the rest of Team 7 on their training ground, having come here with Naruto. The last week has been surprisingly pleasant. After the interrogation, she was given a small apartment in the Shinobi block and a small starting fund until she started doing missions, which, as she learned, she would have to do alone under Naruto's supervision, as D-Rank's pay was too small to split between 4. In the time after her interrogation, she was introduced to the other 3 Jonin sensei, who were friends of Naruto and Maki, the blonde's best friend. Naruto had organized a small welcoming party for her in Konoha, during which she and the group ate at Ichiraku's ramen, and showed her around the village before taking her to meet more people. It was fun, it was new. During her time with Zabuza, she never got to experience leisure times like this. Until now, her life has been filled with training, missions, and traveling through uninhabited places. All her life, she was merely living as a tool for Zabuza, never wanting anything on her own, never thinking about what she wanted. This welcome party was great. It showed her how much she missed, but also it made her realize that there was still a lot she could experience in this world. Ah, how she wishes Zabuza-sama could be here with her, to live through these carefree moments, to enjoy his life outside a battle. But he couldn't, he was dead. As hard as it was for her to think this way, it was the truth, the reality of the situation. She could only live on, following Naruto, just like her master ordered her to, and experience this world's beauty for her own sake and Zabuza's. That's right, she would live on. She would survive in his brutal world and life like Zabuza never could, so that one day, when they meet again, she could tell him about the world he never fully experienced. Haku will be joining our missions from now on, but she won't take part in them. Meaning, she isn't getting paid, as she is here just to stay under Naruto's supervision. The black-haired girl blinked upon hearing her name, as saw Kakashi explaining the situation to the rest of Team 7. What about C ranks? Sasuke asked, munching on some bread between their training sessions. She will go with us on them too, but she will not do anything unless absolutely necessary. Tisich, Hinata clicked her tongue before huffing and turning away. Sasuke and Kakashi were surprised to see the girl show so much emotion, especially after such a long time passed since the mission to Wave. These two thought she would get back to acting like an emotionless stone once they came back to the village, but apparently, the experiences on their first C-ranked missions weighed more on the Hyuga heiress's shoulders than anticipated. What will be doing today? Hinata asked, trying to change the topic. Kakashi sighed, rubbing the back of his head, idly noticing Naruto was smirking. He had no idea what the blonde had planned, but at least he told him to be prepared for something shocking. Not sure, it all depends on what Hokage-sama has planned for us. What do you mean? Sasuke looked at the Jonin funnily. We have been requested for a C-rank mission. We will get more info in the Hokage Tower. Let's go, we will plan out the rest of the day, depending on what kind of mission it is. You don't know? Sasuke asked as the group of 5 started walking towards the city center. Nope, hopefully nothing bad. While I understand it might be difficult for you to go on another C-rank mission so soon, our client was adamant that it was your team who did the mission, and the hefty sum of money that would be enough to pay for a S-rank mission is just another boon. Team 7, together with Haku, were in the Hokage's office, having just arrived and being told by their leader that they needed to venture outside the village once more. Kakashi sighed. Well, we can't decline an offer like this. So, who is our client this time around? That would be Dash. Hiruzen was cut off by the resident blonde on the team. Naruto walked in front of the Hokage's desk, spreading his hands wide and grinning at his team. Me? Silence followed his claim. Team 7 was watching the blonde with deadpan looks. Sandaime was rubbing his head, and Haku wasn't sure how to react. Oi, what's with the looks? Naruto asked and lowered his arms, pouting at his team's reaction. You are our client? Hinata asked with a raised eyebrow, getting an enthusiastic nod from the blonde. And why? Sasuke added. Well, I can't go out of the village myself, at least according to the village law, so I had to take you with me. And where exactly are we going? Hinata asked with a frown before Kakashi stepped in. Wait, let's maybe let Lord Hokage explain the mission to us. All of them turned to the old man who unrolled a scroll and read the mission description. You are to escort our client, one Uzumaki Naruto, to the free city of Novigrad and act as his guards for the duration of Bellatine before coming back to Konoha. Hiruzen smiled slightly before placing the scroll back on his desk. Novigrad. Bellatine. Gar Naruto. Bellatine is an old holiday celebrated in the northern countries. It's usually followed by huge festivities filled with food and drinks, whose purpose is to unite people no matter who they are and allow them to spend a night together in peace. In recent years, fewer and fewer countries hosted this festival, and this year around, the free city of Novigrad is the only one where it will be celebrated, Hiruzen explained, getting a small booing sound from the blonde at the last part. So, we're going to party? Sasuke asked with a frown, making the old man chuckle. Had it been any other place, You would have been right, but you're going to Novigrad. What is so special about this city, and what exactly is it? I've never heard of it before, Haku asked with a curious look. The free city of Novigrad is a special place on this continent. It's the only city in the world fully independent from the shinobi influence, and let me tell you, it's one of the biggest and richest cities around. It lies on the Pontar Delta, where the Pontar River flows into the Great Sea, creating a natural border between the land of lightning and the land of frost, and it's one of the most important port cities in the elemental nations. Of course, as it's independent, as it has been ever since the city's founding, it's something akin to a neutral ground for the shinobi. Any fighting is prohibited and heavily punished, so the only battles fought in Novigrad are through politics and influence. Emissaries, lords, and the rich all try to gain the favor of the city in hopes of gaining even a foothold of influence and using it for their schemes. That's the essence of Novigrad. Still, I don't understand why Naruto wants to go on the Bellatine, and why do we have to act as his guards? Hinata continued, gaining a thoughtful nod from her leader. Naruto has been attending Bellatine for the past 4 years, every time in Novigrad. Not sure what he sees in the city or its people, but it became a yearly event. Usually, he was sent with an AMBU detail, but this year around, he wanted to take you with him to see the festival. Your duty is not to protect him, more like make sure he doesn't start an international conflict. You will set out for Bellatine in 2 weeks. The expected travel time is 4 days, and you will stay in the city for another 2 days before returning to Konoha. You are dismissed. Oh, come on, it will be fun, Naruto shouted with a pout, his infinity stopping Kunai, Shuriken, and Sunbon. He looked to his left, where the rest of Team 7 was standing with various looks of annoyance. Haku seemed pretty excited for the mission. Kakashi looked slightly annoyed at having to go out of Konoha so soon, while Sasuke and Hinata fumed to the blonde. Shut up. Hinata rushed the blonde, her fingers glowing with chakra, before letting out a combo of jukin, only to growl as all attacks stopped a few inches in front of the blonde. A mission to babysit you, Sasuke muttered darkly before exhaling an orb of fire that flew at the blonde. Naruto sighed and waved his hand, a blue forming in his hand before the fireball was dispersed. You are not going to babysit me. I am taking you to see the world, the blonde genin said with a grin as ice mirrors appeared around him, followed by a shower of ice sunbon. It will be fun. You will see a big city. We will watch fireworks and meet some of my friends. Fireworks? Haku asked with a confused look, mirrored by the other two. See? That's what I'm talking about. There's so many things you haven't experienced yet and won't get the chance if you stay holed up in the village. Naruto is right, Kakashi stated, sitting on a tree branch, reading his book. Seriously? Hinata asked with a scowl. Seriously? The blonde asked with a grin. You should see the world while your duties to the village are still small. Once you go up the ranks and start leading your clans, there might be no time for this. TCH, the Hyuga heiress clicked her tongue with a huff. By the way, Naruto, what did you mean by meet my friends? If I remember correctly, you usually spent Bellatine alone under the AMBU watch. PFF, you're right, and I totally didn't use shadow clones to get them off my back. Sure, nope, didn't do it. That explains it, the silver-haired Jonin muttered before throwing a kunai at the blonde, grazing his cheek. Don't get sloppy. I know, but keeping Infinity running automatically is harder than I thought, Naruto answered, and the wound on his cheek sizzled before closing itself. Still don't get how the RCT, reverse chakra technique, works, Sasuke muttered, only to sigh when Haku wooed in amazement. I heard there is supposed to be a tournament this year around, Naruto stated while trying to shoot a fast red. The technique failed, vanishing midway, making him pout. What kind? Haku asked as she created more ice sunbon to shoot at the blonde. A fully hand-to-hand tournament. No chakra allowed. Just pure skill and natural strength. Can you imagine? A fight with no enhancements and no weapons. A tournament to pick up the most skilled fighter. Fighting? In Novigrad? I thought it was forbidden. Nah, as long as the city can profit from it and someone is acting as a judge, they allow fights like these. Now, to think about it, they often host tournaments for samurai, sword battles, archery on horses, this kind of things. Let me guess, you want to take a part in it? Kakashi asked, already knowing the answer. Of course, in fact, I think we all should take part in it. Pass. Hinata answered instantly, making the blonde gawk at her quick response. While winning such a tournament would be a huge boon for the Hyuga clan, her fighting style, while taijutsu, needed the use of chakra. Without it, she might as well be simply tapping her opponents. I would rather watch, Haku answered with a gentle smile. Sure, she knew she could probably win some battles, but fighting for the sake of it was not something she liked to do. Well, I will need to stay vigilant as the team leader, so I think I will pass too, Kakashi answered with a bored drawl. The blonde turned to Sasuke, who had an uncertain look on his face. Come on, come on, the blonde muttered, his eyes hidden behind his sunglasses drilling into the Uchiha's onyx ones. Sure, why not? The black-haired teen answered with less enthusiasm than expected, but Naruto ignored the fact and pumped his fist in the air. By the way, what are the rewards? HM? Oh, right. All participants who get into the main stage of the tournament get free food and drinks for the night, and the higher you get, the more money you will earn. The winner gets the chance to fight with the city's strongest knight, and if they win, they get rewarded even more money and are given the title of the honored champion, Naruto explained, getting weird looks from his teammates. What's a knight? Hinata asked, having heard the word for the first time in her life. Basically, the city's soldiers, something like samurai. Weird people, weird names, Naruto shrugged, only to hiss as an ice sunbon hit his shoulder. Not again, he groaned, picking it out before healing. I've never heard about this title, Kakashi mused, trying to remind himself if he ever even heard something similar. No wonder, they just made it up for this tournament, but if I understand it correctly, it's a noble title, something like daimyo, but far lower. Privileges, influence, and status, that kind of things. By the way, who is ruling the city? Haku asked the question plaguing the rest. Last I heard, it was the Church of the Eternal Fire and Hierarch Hammerfart. A church? Really? I thought religion was a thing of the past, Sasuke stated, making Kakashi shake his head. For us, shinobi who are strong and live by our own rules, taking life as our Kage sees fit, religion is redundant. The words of our Kage are absolute, but for normal people, for people who work day and night without any help from their daimyo or other lords. For them, religions, gods, and other beliefs are what keeps them going. Even in today's times, religion is spreading around the world, causing riots and wars. Really? I thought there was currently peace. That's right, we, Shinboy, have peace, but that doesn't mean there are no wars in the world. Anyway, are you sure taking part in this tournament is a smart thing to do? Bah, of course. I get free drinks and food while showing off in front of the whole city. When I win, my name will for sure spread around the world, Naruto answered with a boisterous laugh. 2 weeks after being informed of their mission, Team 7 was traveling by ship toward the free city of Novigrad. It was the fastest way of traveling over such a long distance, and since Naruto had the money to hire a ship that would take them to their destination, it was decided they would travel by sea. For the past 2 weeks, Team 7 has been hard at work, deciding to focus on their training rather than doing D-rank missions. The Genin has grown by leaps and bounds. Much of their training regime was built around the physical part, getting stronger and faster, but also mastering their taijutsu. In the meantime, they also did some chakra control training to make sure they would waste less chakra in combat. Naruto, on the other hand, has been perfecting his infinity with his RCT, while pushing Kakashi to his limits. As the blonde said, after his defeat at Zabuza's hands, Naruto promised to make sure to get Kakashi back in shape. The blonde six eyes also were crucial for helping Haku train on her bloodline limit. With the enhanced perception and his ability to dissect chakra with a glance, he helped her empower her techniques and lower their costs. Currently, they were sitting on the deck of the ship, a large merchant vessel flying under Konoha's flag. And now that you've managed to automate infinity and can use both red and blue, there is nothing else for you to work on? Sasuke asked, leaning on a wooden crate. They had made a break between their light training exercises if running along a ship on the water while being forced to dodge and duck weapons thrown by his sensei could be called so. And of course, by team exercises, Sasuke meant his and Hinata's training. Naruto was lounging on the ship, watching them with an impish grin and taunting them, while Haku was experimenting with her bloodline limit. Sasuke, there's always something to work on. Well, unless you are me, Naruto answered with a snicker, making the Uchiha give him an irritated glare. Geez, just kidding. Well, there's one thing I have yet to learn. Another busted technique like the RCT? Hinata peeked in from her sitting spot on the crates. Yup, but something more common. Domain expansion. What's that? It's the pinnacle of the shinobi arts. There are only a few S-rank shinobi without their own domain. Fighting someone with a domain without one yourself is a certain death sentence. There are only a few ninjas who didn't awaken their domain and are considered S-rank, but that is simply because they are strong enough without it. Wow, so how do they work? Sasuke asked, and Kakashi came to explain, knowing well that the blonde wasn't too good at explaining things like this. In short, domain expansions are barriers imbued with your own chakra. In theory, everyone who can use chakra can use a domain, but that's just a theory. To put it bluntly, a domain is an extension of your chakra, allowing you to use an innate chakra technique you were born with. Of course, that's not all. Inside a domain, the user is granted a sure hit effect by deploying your innate chakra technique all throughout the barrier. Do you have one, Kakashi-san? Haku asked, having overheard the conversation. No, even when I was considered to be a low S-rank shinobi, I never awakened my domain. Yeah, don't worry, once I get up and running, I will force you to awaken yours, Naruto stated with a grin, making Kakashi sweat drop, not really wanting to know what the blonde had in store for him. You think you will able to awaken your domain? Hinata asked with a raised eyebrow. To her, while the blonde was very strong, the domain business sounded like it would take years, if not decades, of intense training to learn, longer even to matter. Hearing his claim he would learn it so confidently was off-putting. But of course, I will. It's only a matter of time. I just need to see someone use a domain expansion once, and I should be able to start working on my own. You really believe seeing it once will be enough? Sasuke asked with a skeptical look. Naruto sighed, lowering his glasses and giving the Uchiha a pointed look. Hello, eyes that understand chakra on an atomical level, hundredfold perception and high brain processing levels. Right, Sasuke answered dryly, having forgotten that the Limitless was not the only bloodline the blonde had. By the way, what's the plan for Bellatine? Kakashi asked, making Naruto hum thoughtfully. We should arrive in the morning of the 30th, so we will get booked at an inn before me and Sasuke will register for the tournament. The preliminaries start at noon, so before that, we have time to explore the city. Oh, I know. We can head to Hattori's. He's the best swordsmith in the north. Then we head for the preliminaries, and after that, we have a few hours before the tournament begins. Then, after that's done, the festival begins. At midnight, there will be the fireworks show, and then the party continues until dawn. It was early in the morning when the ship Team 7 was journeying on arrived near the free city of Novigrad. Looks of awe filled most of the team upon setting their eyes on the port city. It was it was bigger, larger than even Konoha. High, stone walls, buildings made out of sturdy rocks with brick rooftops, and smoke flying out of chimneys. They arrived at the port, filled with vessels from all around the world. Flags and emblems from all the shinobi nations and countries they've never heard before. Left of the port was a fish market, where even now, fishermen were unloading their wares, merchants were shouting, encouraging people to come to buy from them, while common folks were haggling, shouting, and buying. Wooden carts, pulled by horses, mules, or even ox were riding across the cobbled streets, making distinct, yet not unpleasant sounds. The city was completely different from Konoha, be it in the architecture, the resources it was built with, or even the atmosphere. Back home, mornings were quiet and peaceful, but in this city, even now, just a few moments after the break of dawn, they could hear the sounds of machines working, people haggling, and music being played on the streets. Bathed in the morning rays of the sun, with a light fog, the first sight of Novigrad left them speechless with its unique beauty and atmosphere. "That impresses?" Naruto asked with a smug smirk, seeing his friend's reactions. His smirk widened when the only answer he got back were nods of their heads, their eye glued to the grand city in front of them. Their ships slowly sailed to one of the free wooden bridges before they moored. The ship crew laid out a wooden deck, allowing an easy descent from the vessel. "All right, team, grab your things, and let's get going," Kakashi ordered, being the first one to leave the ship, closely followed by the rest of the expedition. As soon as their feet touched the wooden bridge, 5 men, heavily armored and iron with halberds, appeared in front of them, barring their path. Besides the armor, they were garbed in red and white cloth and leather. "Halt! State your names and business," one of the guards ordered, his voice hard and loud. His gray eyes watched every move Team 7 made with a suspicious glare. "Hello, we are here for the Bellatine," Naruto answered with a grin, his hands behind his head as he walked over to the front. The guard looked at him for a moment before extending his hand. "Your papers." "Huh, papers? Last time I was here, there were no papers needed." Naruto looked dumbfounded at the question, making the guard narrow his gaze at him. "A lot has changed in the past year. Now, papers." "Come on, Naruto. They're getting restless," Kakashi whispered with clenched teeth, keeping his eyes on the squad of guards, who were slowly moving to surround them. While he had no idea how strong these guards were, Kakashi would rather not start an international conflict in the first 5 minutes they were in the city. Right. A moment, please," Naruto muttered and started looking through his pockets before he stopped and a grin formed on his face. He reached inside his shirt, pulled out a necklace, and presented it to the guard. The man looked at it for a moment, taking it the jewelry features with a hard glare. It was a ruby pendant in the form of a triangle, held by a silver chain. The gemstone shone brightly under the sun's rays, giving it an ethereal look. The guard knew it reminded him of something very important. Only then did he notice the small, yet elegant engravings on the silver, one of which was a small cross. "I see, you may pass. Do not break any rules in the city, and your stay will be pleasant." The guard turned on his heel before walking away, his companions swiftly following him, not before giving Team 7 another suspicious look. "Phew, that was intense," Naruto said with a grin, only to turn to his team and see them all looking at him with raised eyebrows. "What are you all looking at?" "Mind telling us what that pendant was?" Kakashi asked, making the blonde realize what they meant. He took it once again, showing it off to them. "It was a gift from a friend here from Novigrad." "And that friend?" Hinata asked with an annoyed voice. "Yeah, you'll meet her later. For now, let's get us an inn." Naruto's eyes soured the area before they stopped on a man walking by. "Hey you, the one with the lute," the blonde shouted, waving his hand, becoming the man to come to them. The man was an extremely handsome brunette with cornflower blue eyes. His wavy, neck-length hair was combed to the sides and held by a plum hat with a heron feather pinned with a silver buckle. On his youthful face, an inherent cheeky smile that seemed to have radiant confidence and cheerfulness. He dressed in a fashionable and flashily purple and blue garb with a wooden lute on his back. The man looked in their direction before walking over, stopping a few paces in front of Team 7. "Hello, good sirs and ladies. How might this humble bard be of assistance?" the bard asked, giving them a courtly bow, taking off his hat for a moment before looking at them with the same smile as before. "We are looking for an inn to stay in. Mind telling us where to look for one?" Kakashi asked the cheerful man, who looked at them with a big smile. "Ah, it's your first time in Novigrad? Well then, welcome to Novigrad," my friends. Welcome indeed to the capital of the world. Almost 70,000 residents, not including travelers. Brick houses, cobbled main streets, a seaport, warehouses for watermills, slaughterhouses, sawmills, a large factory producing cigs, and all imaginable guilds and crafts. Mint, 8 banks, and 19 pawnshops. The castle and guardhouse are breathtaking. An entertainment, a scaffold, a gallows with a trapdoor, 35 inns, a theater, a zoo, an arena, a bazaar, and 12 brothels. And temples, I don't remember how many. A lot of. The bard lifted off, extending his hands to the sides with an excited gleam in his eyes. The visitors from Konoha listened with rapt attention, their eyes widening further and further, only now getting a sense of how grand the city truly was. The best inn, in my humble opinion, must be the White Wolf, located in the new city, just west of the main square, the bard stated, pointing towards one direction. If you follow this road, then turn right when you pass the Vivaldi's Bank. You should see the Passiflora, the largest brothel in the city. Go towards it and then turn left. By then the road should start a slowly incline. Follow it until you arrive at a small temple. Then you should head right again and the White Wolf should be in sight. You really can't miss it. After thanking the energetic and friendly bard, Team 7 set out to get their lodging set. It took them a whole hour to not only push through the hectic and bustling streets of Novigrad, but also to navigate their way around the many crossroads, turns, and alleys. What should have been a 15-minute walk at a leisurely pace turned into an hour of fighting the crowds and navigating the city. But here they were, in front of a large stone building, higher than any building in their home village. They walked up the cobbled stairs and opened a pair of mahogany doors, only to enter a large room, filled with wooden chairs and tables, filled with food, mugs, and kegs filled with alcohol. And people, a lot of people. They saw that across the room was a wooden platform, filled with flowers, chairs, swords, and other decorations, currently used by a trio of men, playing a lively tune. To their right was a long counter with chairs in front of it, while a man and 3 women were tending a large bar. Behind them a wall filled with mugs, bottles, and eating utensils. They slowly made their way towards the counter, where they expected the innkeeper to be located. Pushing through the crowd of people wasn't too difficult for the blonde, who simply used his infinity to push them aside, earning himself a lot of indignant shouts and curses. His companions? They fared a little worse, having to make their way with the old-fashioned method. Innkeeper, we need 5 rooms. Any available? Naruto shouted, looking at the older man, who turned towards the blonde. The man threw a towel over his shoulder and leaned on the counter. Depends, do you have the coin? You gotta ask. Naruto pulled out a hefty pouch of Rio, placing it with a thud on the wood. The innkeeper took the coin, inspecting it for a few moments before he threw it back in the pouch. We only accept the Novigradian crown. Without another word, the man walked away, being called by someone else. Naruto looked with an annoyed look, just as his teammates managed to squeeze their way toward him. Have you paid for the rooms already? Kakashi asked. Nope, we are going out, Naruto said before making his way through the crowds again. He heard Hinata curse him while feeling Sasuke glare at the back of his head for making them go back and forth in such a crowd. Now, where to go? The blonde hummed before an idea hit him. So, mind telling us why you dragged us the whole way here? Sasuke asked, looking at the building they were standing in front of. Like any other big city, Novigrad had a branch of the Vivaldi Bank. It is located in a sturdy building with thick stone walls. Guards armed to the teeth watch the armored safes, while wealthy clients can count on discreet, professional service. Well, we need to exchange money, Naruto answered dryly. For what other reason could they be here? Exchange money? I thought the Rio was the currency used all over the continent. Haku asked, never needing to do this before. Well, she never has been in or near a bank. Neither did she hear of a different currency than the Rio. Exactly my thoughts, Kakashi added as Naruto led them towards the building, idly noticing the large wooden coin-shaped sign in front of the entrance. The innkeeper said something about Novigardian crowns. I am hearing first time about this too. The blonde answered and pushed the doors open. On the inside of the building, the bank had wooden floors, marble counters, and golden and silver signs. A grand chandelier hung on the high ceiling, illuminating the place in a dim light. The windows were made of stained glass, each and every with a different pattern and color, giving the inside a colorful shine, while a large and expensive carpet, woven with intricate patterns, led from the entrance doors to the many booths where bank clerks worked. Wow, it was not a single person that said that, but the whole group. The whole team of 7 was stunned by the otherworldly beauty, carefully crafted by the expensive material, good light positioning, and the right color usage. An old voice laughed curtly at their reaction, causing 5 heads to turn to the right, where the sound came from. In front of them stood an old man, a very short old man with a long, white, well-groomed beard with ink stains and a stubby nose. He was dressed in a burgundy velvet jacket that barely fit over his prominent belly. The man walked over to them with a big smile on his face. The inside does make an impression, right? Ah, but where are my manners? My name is Vimy Vivaldi. Welcome to the Vivaldi Bank, the biggest and only dwarfen bank in the whole city of Novigrad. What can I do for you? The now named Vivaldi stated with open arms. Wait, you mean like an actual dwarf? Like the ones from legends and stories? Hinata asked with wide eyes, unable to keep her poker face in the face of such revelations. Vivaldi crossed his hands, one of them combing his white beard in thought. Not sure what legends or stories you have heard about dwarfs, but I can assure you, I am a full-blooded dwarf. My family owned the Vivaldi bank business for generations. Even before humans started forming clans and villages, the dwarf stated with a grin, obviously proud of his bloodline. Hey, you two don't seem surprised, Sasuke said to Kakashi and Naruto, both of whom shrugged. I met some dwarfs on missions, Kakashi stated with his usual cool attitude like it was nothing new. Well, it might be nothing new to him, but to the 3 other genin, it was surreal. I met a lot of the elder races on my previous journeys to Bellatine, the blonde said with a grin. I forgot to tell you about them. Oops. The blonde snickered, only to be punched by Hinata in the shoulder. I am in fact as surprised that you didn't believe in the existence of the elder races. While our populations might dwindle by the year, there are still some of us living in human communities, the old bank owner said with a raised eyebrow, before he noticed their headbands and a look of realization came across his face. Ah, now I understand. You are from down the south. No wonder then. Most of us live in the northern countries, and only a few of the elder races still reside in your regions. But that is a topic for another time. I presume you came here for business. Follow me, please. The old dwarf led them to one of the free clerk booths, before entering it and sitting on a big, comfortable chair, lined with silk and other fine materials, unlike the other chairs, which were made out of leather and hide. Naruto idly noticed the iron bars that were placed between the customer and the clerks, most likely to protect them from harm should a rowdy customer get angry for whatever reason. I need to exchange currencies. What's the rate from Rio to the Novigradian crown? The blonde said, placing the pouch filled with coins on the counter before sliding it under the metal bars. Vivaldi took a coin out, examining it with a small glass magnifier before he took out a ledger. Currently, the exchange rate is 4-1, but as it is your first time in our bank, I will give you a small discount if you open a bank account here. Let's say 3.5-1. Naturally, there is a provision of 1% for the service, an additional 3% of the tax to the city, and let's not forget a 2% tax to the church. Then we just have to add the additional 5% base tax for this being a non-human institution. Let's see. The old dwarf quickly counted the amount of coins Naruto gave him before taking out a golden abacus, sliding the gems that replaced the usual wooden beads, and started writing something on a piece of paper. For a few moments, Vivaldi hummed, slid, and wrote before counting Naruto's coins again and coming back to his calculations. That will be 2,723 crowns, rounded down because that's the dwarfen law. After taxes, the dwarf said, looking up at the blonde, who quickly counted it in his head and nodded when the estimated numbers were close enough to know the bearded dwarf was not trying to swindle him. Great. Now to open your account, Dash. Wait, I never agreed. Naruto stated with a raised eyebrow, making Vivaldi shake his head. Then I have to count this again. Of course, you will have to pay an additional fee of 15%. Wait, what? Naruto shouted with an indignant look, only to calm down when he saw the guards, clerks, and other patrons of the bank look at him with questioning looks. Well, the policy states that one transaction gets one free counting from our bank. Any others have to be paid, Vivaldi said with a wise nod of the head, making the eyebrows on Naruto's face twitch before he let out a loud sigh and relented. Fine. Great here. Fill out these papers. Vivaldi slid him a 3 pages long form and an ink with brush. In the meantime, could you tell us more about the crowns? Kakashi asked, looking with mirth as the blonde fought with the paperwork. Of course, it's fairly new currency. Let's see. It became the official currency of Novigrad about 4 months ago. Many didn't believe in its strength, believing it to flop quickly. But not me, huh? I lived in this city longer than most, so I knew that once it became official, it was only a matter of time before crowns trumped Rio, and I was right. Other banks refused to invest in such new, uncertain currency, and now Vivaldi's is the only private bank in the city, the dwarf stated with a loud laughter. But how come a currency became so strong? Haku asked from behind the blonde, who ripped the form in half, only to get another slit across the counter, making his groan. That's easy to answer. Novigrad is in fact the most influential and richest city in the north. Most trade and manufacturing in the north is controlled by Novafred. So when the city closed itself on the Rio, all nearby countries were quick to change their currencies, knowing damn well that they needed Novigrad's influence to flourish. Oh, you're done, Vivaldi said, reading through the form filled out by the blonde. The dwarf nodded and extended his hand, making the blonde shake it. Huh, Vivaldi muttered, dumbfounded, pulling his hand away. What? Naruto asked, not understanding the bank owner's reaction. Deposit. What deposit? The blonde asked with a deadpan. Well, we can't open your account and let it collect dust, right? Vivaldi asked with a grin, again extending his hand, making the blonde groan. After coming back to the inn and having to push through the crowd again, they managed to get 5 rooms in the inn, luckily all next to each other. They left their stuff back in their rooms, before using the Konoha-manufactured seals to make sure no one would enter their rooms, and headed for the arena. It was a large structure, once gleaming with white, polished marbles, now only a shadow of itself. Don't get me wrong, it was still very impressive, but one could see the wear of time on the building, just like most buildings in this district. No wonder it was called the Old City. It was built just behind the port and was supposedly older than Konoha. It acted as the city's main district until Novigrad started to expand, building the new city and a few other districts, leaving the Old City as a reminder of their past, a memento of how far back the city's history went. All right, me, Haku, and Sasuke will head inside. You too, meh, have fun. Naruto said with a grin before grabbing his 2 companions by their arms and dragging them inside the large arena. Now that he stood so close to it, Naruto was uncertain which one was bigger, this one or the one in Konoha. It was a close match, but the blonde decided Konoha's was slightly wider now to see how big was the fighting ground and how many seats were there. The registration center was in the middle of the arena, down in the fighting pit. 5 tables, filled with forms, behind which clerks sat. Naruto whistled looking at the queue to the tables, not expecting so many people. All right, let's go, Naruto said with an excited grin, pumping his fist in the air. In retrospect, he should have expected that waiting in a long queue would not be something he considered fun. Ugh, how much longer? The blonde moaned after 30 minutes, only to hear someone clear their throat. He looked up and saw that was their time to sign up. Hello, we would like to sign up for the tournament, the blonde said, motioning to him and the Uchiha, making the clerk nod before turning to Haku, who was standing next to them. And her, the cute clerk girl asked, making the ice user shake her head with a small smile. Thank you, but I am here only as company. All right, then before I sign you up, let me quickly explain the rules. This is purely a hand-to-hand combat tournament, with no chakra allowed. To make sure there are no cheaters, everyone taking part in the fights will have their chakra sealed off with a chakra suppression seal, which will be taken off once you have been defeated or the tournament ends. Of course, before you get to the main tournament, which will be an 8-person bracket, you will have to win the preliminaries. During these, chakra restrictions also apply. Once the signing in is done, we will make 8 groups. Each group will be fighting here until the last person standing. It will be an everyone against everyone style fight. Do you understand? Of course, Naruto stated with a confident grin, and the Uchiha nodded with a smirk. The clerk took out 2 forms and asked the 2 genin about their names, affiliations, age, as well as other mundane information. Very well, last step. What shall we introduce you should you get to the main tournament? Introduce us? Sasuke asked, not sure why their names would not be enough. The girl nodded and rushed to explain. The tournament, for the most part, is meant to be an opener to the festival, an attraction to make the people fired up before they start drinking and having fun. Of course, the tournament should be on everyone's mind even after it ended, and so, we need to make sure they remember who you are. For example, if Gene was fighting, no one would bat an eye about him after the fight concluded, but if Gene the Skull Crusher fought, it would be more memorable. Do you understand? Theatrics are important here to make a good show. I get it, write it down. I am Naruto, the strongest, the blonde said with a confident smirk, crossing his arms. Taken, the cute clerk said dryly, making Naruto face fault. He jumped back to his feet and slammed his hands on the desk. What do you mean it's taken? By who? He turned to the other competitors, waving his fist and glaring at them. Oi, assholes! Whoever took my title is going down. Sasuke, the last Uchiha. Good, written down. What about you, sir? Naruto pouted with a small rain cloud above his head before an idea formed in his head and his confidence came back. Naruto, throughout the heaven and earth, the alone honored one. Too long. Naruto deflated with a pout. Naruto, throughout the earth, the honored one. Not catchy enough, the clerk girl said with an apologetic look, making the blonde fall to his knees. Naruto, the honored one. Yep, honored one seems good. Then, please sign here, here, and here. Thank you. Good luck to you both, and see you at noon. Don't be late. As the 3 walked out of the area, heading in search of their teammates, Naruto kept babbling on and on about how unfair it is that his best titles were stolen or not good enough. I really hope this tournament is worth it. Hearing him bitch about his titles is really getting old, Sasuke thought, and looked to see how Haku fared, only to shake his head when the girl tried to console him, not understanding this was exactly the reaction the blonde wanted to gain. After meeting up with Hinata and Kakashi, who were eating breakfast in a small restaurant, the team thought about their next destination. Of course, searching for them in such a populated city, especially since they didn't agree on a rendezvous spot beforehand, would take hours if not days. To cut the time down, Naruto decided to scare the citizens of Novigrad by floating into the sky, before using his 6 eyes to search for his teammates' chakra signatures. It took some time and money to placate the guards who rushed to their position, but after promising them he wouldn't do it again, they were let go scot-free. If I am not mistaken, we still should have 3 hours until the preliminaries start, Kakashi said, leaning back in his comfortable chair, his Aika in full display, getting approving looks from the male population, while females were glaring daggers at him, and by proxy at the rest of Team 7. Well, we might as well go to Hattori's now, Naruto said, sipping on a cup of tea. What's so special about this Hattori? Hinata asked with a raised eyebrow, making the blonde give her a small, mysterious smile. Ah, my little Hina-chan, how little you know, the blonde answered, trying to pat her head in a condensation manner, only to abandon his plan when she growled, at him with a dangerous look flashing through her eyes. Call me that once again, and I will make sure you are the last Uzumaki ever born. How scary, how scary. The blonde chuckled with a grin, slowly pulling his hand away. I'm actually curious too about this Hattori person, Haku said with a smile. Traveling with Zabuza, who was a master swordsman, she was sure she would know someone called the best blacksmith in the north, but the name Hattori didn't ring any bells in her head. Let's see, Hattori is considered the best weaponsmith in the north. The quality of his steel and weapons are on another level. Some even say that they might easily be on par with the seven swordsmen of the Mist Swords. Of course, it's only natural, having honed his craft for so long, being one of the only elven smiths in history. An elf. Now you've got to be making this up, Sasuke muttered, munching on a plate of fresh tomatoes. Naruto rolled his eyes, giving the last Uchiha a questioning look. You met a dwarf not an hour ago, and now you are questioning the existence of elves? Ancient, Sasuke grunted, not wanting to admit that the blonde was right. Naruto's eye twitched at the response, but he shrugged. I've had the pleasure of using one of his weapons a few years back. Let's see, 3 years ago? Sound about right. I was in Novigrad for Bellatine, passing by a smithy when I heard some fighting inside. So, of course, I went to investigate and found 5 men beating Hattori up. I got their attention, and some banter later, I saw a sword like no other nearby, before a fight broke up, and I decided to play around with them using it. It was light, almost weighing nothing, and durable too, but the best part was its cutting power. It cut through their iron armor like a hot knife through butter. I didn't even need to put any strength into my swings. Okay, I get his weapons are great, but I didn't take you as someone using weapons, Sasuke answered, making the blonde grin. Of course not. I prefer to pulverize my enemies with fists, but I think you might gain a lot from a sword, don't you think? Never thought about using a sword. Come on, once you see them, I know for certain something will catch your eye. Besides, Hattori's smithy is a bit from here, so we can take in the sights and explore the city a bit more. Not like we got anything else to do until the preliminaries. A few minutes later, the team of 5 was walking through the bustling streets of Novigrad. Their current destination set point 3 March, 738 as. It has been a hard year for Konoha. The village has lost many of its shinobi, both young and old. It has lost its innocence and peace. The once green forests of Konoha were now stained in her citizens' blood. Not so long ago, Konoha had lost her leader, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. It was partly because of him. He was weak back then, unbefitting this hat that now hung heavily on his head. Had he been stronger, he could have stayed behind instead of his sensei. Had he been smarter, he would have realized it was a trap all along. But he wasn't. Back then, a year ago, he was a talented, confident shinobi, a student of the Hokage. He had no experience fighting wars. All he knew were some light skirmishes on the border, nothing more. He had learned a lot of tactics and jutsus, but found them next to useless on a real battlefield. Because of this, his friends, his comrades, and his subordinates died. Hiruzen Tsurutobi, the third Hokage, was tired. How he wished peace came back. How he wished he was not responsible for the well-being of Konoha. Don't get him wrong, he loved Konoha with his whole heart, but it was just so tiring. Every day he woke up, sending people on missions, reading reports from the front, writing letters to the families of dead shinobi. He just wanted everything to stop. He wanted to spend his time with his family, with his friends. Today, his wishes came true. Instead of being forced to lead the village, he was leading his men into battle. Scouts came bearing grave news today. Kiri's army has been spotted marching through the land of fire, already halfway towards Konoha. They came from the south through the land of noodles. Konoha's flank has been left open, not expecting any invasion from the south, believing in Uzushio's naval supremacy to defend them from any Kiri forces. Not only that, but for the last year, Kiri has been merely sending support on Kyumo's front lines, never opening a war theater on their own. It changed 3 months ago when the Mizukage declared war on the land of noodles. Their naval invasion was swift, having sailed upwards a river that led to the country's capital before sieging it for a month. They must have prepared well, Hiruzen mused in deep thought. They had no intel of Kiri's forces even leaving their country. let alone sieging a neighboring country's capital for a month. The daimyo of a noodle country gave up after a month, paying homage to the lord of water country and Kiri, becoming their vassal. The mist forces wasted no time, quickly marching toward Konoha, where they met little to no resistance. Most shinobi were on the front lines, in the capital, or garrisons a bit more near Konoha. It was by a stroke of pure luck that a single scout saw them and managed to escape before they found and killed him. It was also the same scout who notified him of the incoming threat to Konoha. There was no time to send for reinforcements. If not stopped, they would reach Konoha in 5 days. There was only one thing he could do. And here we are, Hiruzen, in his battle attire, consisting of a black bodysuit, iron helmet, forearm guards, and chest plate, looked over the small division of shinobi he managed to muster for this battle. Can this be even called a division? They barely counted 5,000. Some of them were fresh genin, others were retired ninjas, some were sick, and others were injured. This was all he managed to bring onto the battlefield. He looked over the great plain in front of him. Lush, green grass reached as far as the eye could see. Hills and trees dotted the landscape, while the Keishi River flowed not too far away from his position. His eyes narrowed. Against them, on the other side of the river, a small army started to appear. At first, it looked like there were merely 3,000 people, but on a second glance, it was merely the samurai vanguard. Behind them rode another 5,000 cavalry, 2,000 archers, and 7,000 peasants who took up weapons and farming tools, while in the back another 12,000 shinobi marched with confidence and anticipation. An army of 29,000 mixed soldiers against around 5,000 shinobi. Odds were not in their favor. He could see some of his men were already hesitating, ready to run should anyone do this before them. Hiruzen sighed. He knew that should he stay silent, most of his forces would run away. Listen, and listen well. Hiruzen shouted, startling his men. His voice was laced with chakra, making it not only louder, but also made it sound confident and powerful, yet motivating. They come here, waging war that could have been avoided. They come here, killing, burning, raping. They come here, thinking no one will stop them. But they are wrong. We will stop them. We will kill them. We will triumph over them. Remember, for each of them you kill today, your son or daughters will have one less enemy to fear. Now, show me your resolve. Show me your strength. Show me the fire burning inside you. His subordinates, no, his family roared in approval, ready to do whatever it would take to protect their home and loved ones. To protect Konoha, to protect their legacy, to protect the will of fire, the torch of hope and inner strength passed on to them by those who came before. Hiruzen looked up. The opposing army stopped some distance from the river. A single person came riding on a horse from behind, and he recognized him immediately. It was Ashida Kano, one of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist and a known S-ranked shinobi, wielder of the Kubikurabocho. The Mist ninja shouted to them, offering to let them free and join Kiri should they surrender and let them go burn Konoha. He promised that only shinobi would die and civilians would be spared, but from the laughs and snickers heard, even from such distance, it was a lie. Still, even if it wasn't, not one of the Konoha shinboi even considered surrender. Men, Plan A, Hiruzen shouted, and various shinobi behind him broke the rank and ran up to the river along with their Hokage. They sped through hand seals before the river rose into a giant wave that threatened to drown the opposing forces. Kiri shinobi retaliated by running to the front, creating walls made out of water to stop the wave. Now, Hiruzen shouted, and a handful of shinobi went through another set of hand seals. They all pointed their hands on the wave, and lightning coursed through the water, electrocuting the front line of Kiri forces. Charge! As one organized force, the Konoha shinobi rushed forward, cutting through the Kiri vanguard. Their enemies didn't let them wreak havoc on the battlefield. The moment Konoha shinobi started massacring the samurai vanguard, Kiri ninjas rushed forward. A great melee started, arrows were flying overhead, horses were running through, and jutsus were thrown around. Blood and gore sank into the river as lifeless bodies hit the once green plain. The Sandaime Hokage rushed forth. He summoned the Monkey King Enma, his trusty summon, who instantly transformed into the famed adamantine staff. Sarutobi swept through the enemy forces like a hot knife through butter. Each of his strikes broke their necks, cracked skulls, punctured lungs, and shattered spines. Not only that, but after every melee attack, he spat out fireballs and lightning and summoned wind to cut his enemies and threw stones at them. His colossal library of ninjutsu wreaked chaos and havoc on the battlefield. Hiruzen stiffened and turned around, blocking a huge sword aimed at his midsection. The power behind the swing sends him skidding on the grass. Instantly, 3 Kiri Shinboi appear behind him, but before he could turn around, a Konoha genin with silver hair and a glowing sword cut them down. Sarutobi turned to his attacker with a glare, his chakra seeping out of his body in spades. Ashida Kano grinned at him before rushing at the young Hokage. They exchanged crashing blows, quick counters, and masterful feints, yet none of them gained the edge. All who were too close to their fight were killed, even if only by being too close to their crushing chakra presences. I'm surprised. I didn't expect you to be this strong. But then again, you're nothing special. You are good for an A-rank shinobi, but you are not a true Kage. Tobarama would have killed me countless times already, Ashida commented as the two circled one another. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, but otherwise ignored the comment. Without a word, the Sandaime created 2 shadow clones. One of them rushed the enemy ninja, while the original and the other clone sent a barrage of ninjutsu at the missed ninja. The Kiri Jonin laughed and created 3 clones of his own, and the fight resumed. They destroyed the area, explosions, burns, and floods. They blitzed around the battlefield, trying to get the upper hand over their enemy, while their comrades fought and died around them. Hiruzen stepped into Ashida's guard, his adamantine staff lashing out. The Kiri Jonin raised his sword, ready to block the attack, only to curse when Hiruzen imbued the weapon in right unchakra for the first time in the fight. The Kubikurabocho was shattered, and Hiruzen landed a critical strike on the swordsman of the mist. The Sandaime pinned him to the ground before pounding him once, twice, and thrice, breaking his ribs, puncturing his lungs, and making the Kiri shinobi cough blood. This ends here, Hiruzen shouted and prepared to crash Ashida's heart, only to be sent flying as a team of Jonin appeared around their superior. Hiruzen growled as a team of Jonin helped Ashida to his feet, helping him stand still. "I will have your head, Sir Toby," Ashida coughed out, blood seeping out of his mouth before he and the Jonin team vanished. Hiruzen growled and tried to give chase, intent on finishing the enemy army's strongest fighter. But he was swarmed by Kiri ninjas who saw their leader getting defeated and wanted to avenge him. Damn it, they must have a medical base set behind these hills, Hiruzen deducted before his adamantine staff lashed out, killing 3 Kiri shinobi who tried to attack him from behind. "We are pushed back. I need to get serious." For the next 2 days, the clash between Konoha shinobi and the Kiri forces continued on the plains near the Keishi River. At one time, on the 2nd day, it looked like Konoha would be overwhelmed, but a quick response from a platoon located near Konoha arrived just in time with an additional 3,000 shinobi, fresh and ready for battle. On the 3rd day, when Konoha's forces counted around 1,000 and Kiri's forces counted 6,000 strong, Ashida came back onto the battlefield. He hunted the Sandaime Hokage down, intent on taking his head and becoming a Kage slayer. Hiruzen looked up, his battlesuit bathed in the blood of his enemies, his breath ragged. It had been constant 3 days of fighting, with maybe an hour or 2 of rest when his forces pulled behind the Keishi River and the Kiri forces didn't instantly follow. But now his chakra was almost spent, his stamina was exhausted, and his body ached. Ashida looked fresh, for he had been resting and healing for the last 2 days. The two fought, and even with the help of 2 Jonin, Hiruzen was on the back foot. After 2 hours of being unable to pin the Sandaime Hokage down, Ashida decided to end the fight and pull out his trump card. Saratobi. They say an S-rank shinobi is only considered one if they have a domain expansion, Kiri Jonin stated with a bloodthirsty grin. Saratobi clenched his teeth with a grim look. Ashida lifted his hands, interlocking his fingers in an unfamiliar hand sign, and chakra erupted from his body. Domain expansion. His chakra wrapped around him, Hiruzen and a few more shinboi caught in the crossfire. The chakra shuddered before becoming solid, changing color from the usual blue to complete darkness, encasing them in an inescapable area. To the onlookers, it looked like a giant black orb formed on the battlefield, with no opening or exit. Eve of the storm. The dark sphere around Hiruzen changed to the open sea, with a raging storm, dark clouds, and thunder roaring above their heads. The Sandaime narrowed his eyes as the random shinobi who were caught in the domain were drowned or stuck by lightning. Now, let me show you why you're nothing to me. Lighting in torrents of water rushed at the young Kage, who closed his eyes with a frown. Yet before the attacks reached him, fire, lightning, wind, water, and stone erupted around Hiruzen, stopping the attack and shocking Ashida. Saratobi lifted his hands in a prayer pose, and his eyes opened. Impossible. You dash. Domain expansion, god of elements. Hiruzen chakra erupted, his domain clashing with Ashida's before overpowering it completely. The area switched from the open sea to a green plain, filled with lush grass, huge trees, and a clear sky. Behind Hiruzen, on a hill far away, stood a huge stone statue of Hachiman, the god of war. The statue was depicted with 4 arms, each holding a different element. The left upper held water, the left lower held lightning, the right upper had stones, while the last arm, the lower right, held wind. The chest of the statue, right where its heart was supposed to be, was burning in crimson flames. You think your domain was something special? You thought you could scare me with something Tobirama-sensei could make without needing a domain? Let me show you what a real domain looks like. Hiruzen stated, his chakra skyrocketed and the domain expanded further, opening for a moment before closing as more and more Kiri ninjas were inside. Pray to your god, for this one shall grant you no mercy. Chaos erupted as the Kiri forces rushed towards the Hokage, trying to kill him before he could. They were too late. As the first ninjas crossed the halfway point to Hiruzen, all 5 elements rained down on them. Fire burned their bodies, stones crushed their bones, lightning turned them to ash, water severed their limbs, and the wind cut them to mincemeat. A moment later, it was done, all of his enemies dead, his chakra depleted, and the domain shattered. Whatever remained from the Kiri forces, those who didn't get caught up in Hiruzen's domain quickly realized that most of their comrades were dead, along with their commander. Someone shouted to retread. Someone started running, and a few moments later, Konoha's army was the only one standing on the plains near Keishi River, roaring in triumph. Later on, Hiruzen would be recognized as a S-rank shinobi, his status of a Kage undisputed, while the title of God of Shinobi was granted to him. Chapter 8. The Strongest, Bellatine, Part 2. Novigrad was a vastly different city than Konoha. Not only was the population more diverse, but there was so much happening in the city it was impossible to see everything. Team 7 was walking through the city, heading towards Hattori, the renowned smith shop. In the meanwhile, they watched the bustling city with wondering eyes. The streets painted a nice sight, seeing elves, humans, and dwarfs living together in harmony, rich and poor walking the same streets, beggars and homeless people sharing space. Priests and soldiers walked shoulder to shoulder, while merchants and artists laughed and talked together. That was a beautiful sight, if only not for the bandits robbing someone in the side alley and a drunkard vomiting next to an inn's entry. The harlots and prostitutes try to allure men into their whorehouses by wearing skimpy clothes and sticking up provocative poses. The priests preached how all not-humans were evil incarnate, while the rich spat on the poor. The more time they spent on the streets, the more they saw how the society lived, and the more they began to understand how different Novigrad was from Konoha. While Konoha wasn't perfect like many wanted it to be, there was a lot less hostility between its inhabitants than in Novigrad. The Leaf was a close-knit community which bonded over wars, deaths, and calamities. While the population might seem to be separated between the various classes and ranks, if push came to shove, everyone was ready to help their neighbor, even if it put them in danger. Novigrad was nothing like this. Here, in this grand city, where money and status were everything, no one would go out of their way to help their fellow man. Corruption, distrust, and lust permitted over the streets, like the stench of decaying corpses on which the city's elite was built. At the same time, some people would help others for no gain, and most, if not all, wouldn't dirty their hands if they saw no profit from it. That was the difference between Konoha and Novigrad. Not the grand streets, buildings, or guilds, but the society that lived here and their beliefs. While the merchants seemed friendly at first glance with their smiles and welcoming attitudes, underneath lay pure greed and anger fueled by their competition. Most always took the chance to swindle tourists, give them bad deals, overprice their merchandise, and steer them as far away from their competition as possible, even going as far as smearing their reputation with a smile on their faces. Hattori was different. Once Team 7 entered his humble smithy, a moderate workshop on the corner of a larger building, they were greeted by the elf with a big, honest smile and a tray of dumplings. "Naruto, long time no see. You brought friends." Naruto smirked at the elf, who looked exactly like a year ago. Wearing a green tunic with brown pants and a gray leather apron, the man looked just like any other blacksmith. Well, if you look past his tall stature, fair skin, black hair pulled into a ponytail, and long ears. Not only friends, but a potential customer, the blonde grinned and clasped hands with his old acquaintance before introducing his team. "The tall one is Hitaki Kakashi. I told you about him last time. That's Sasuke, Hinata, and Haku. It's a pleasure meeting you all. Hopefully, you will find something to your liking in my humble shop. Anything specific you are looking for?" Hattori asked and looked at the group with an excited look in his eyes. It was always a pleasure selling his work to new customers, especially if they were worthy of his work. This group came with Naruto, so he was assured they would be able to use his weapons to their fullest potential. "I'm looking for a sword," Sasuke replied, stepping forward before Hattori grabbed him by his shoulder and led him deeper into the shop. "We'll be back shortly. In the meantime, feel free to try out anything that catches your eye." With an excited skip in his step, the elf and Sasuke vanished behind the shelves. "He's certainly an interesting person," Kakashi commented and walked over to a wall that hoisted various weapons with an interesting gleam in his eyes. Even with his extensive knowledge of weapons, some of the things on the wall were new even to him. "Right? That's the only reason I saved him a year ago." Even when he was attacked by a couple of thugs, he had the gall to recommend his superior weapons to them, commenting how their wooden bats were not worthy of entering his workshop. "Or maybe he's just as mental as you," Hinata piped in from the other corner of the store, looking dispassionately at the weapon racks. However, even with her lack of appreciation for weapons, she could admit these were some of the best weapons she had ever seen. Somewhere else in the shop, Hattori was rubbing his chin in thought as he watched Sasuke give a few swings to a katana he picked up. While Sasuke was able to use the sword somewhat gracefully, his expert eye could tell that the sword was a misfit for the young genin. "Wait a moment, try this one," the elf spoke and handed the Uchiha another weapon. Sasuke nodded and took the sheath into his hand. He took out the weapon and gave it an appraising look. Just like the 3 weapons before, this word was leagues above any other sword he had ever seen. "This one is what you would call a chikudo. Give it a swing." And Sasuke did just that. Just then it clicked. Unlike the previous swords, this one was too long to put him out of balance, nor was it too heavy for quick swings. For the first time since starting his training, Sasuke understood the meaning of a sword being an extension of him. "This one is perfect." "Of course it is. It's one of my best works. The Suguri no Antachi, a chikudo unlike any other. Even with my mediocre swordsmanship, I was able to easily cut through armor with it. I am certain that under your control, it will be a sword described in legends." How much does it cost? Please, you're one of Naruto's friends. I will give it to you as a gift. No, seriously, I can pay. All I need is to know that one of my best works has found a worthy wielder. Take care of it, and I will be content, Hattori answered with a grin, making the Uchiha sigh before he nodded and thanked the swordsmith. A few moments later, they were back to where the rest of Sasuke's team was looking at weapons. They all turned to the Uchiha, seeing him brandish his new weapon on a black rope around his waist. Would you look at that? Little Sasuke is growing up as a shinobi, Naruto commented with a smirk. One step closer to kicking your ass, the Uchiha countered with a smirk of his own, making the blonde grin. I guess that concludes our business here, Kakashi stated and placed back a weirdly curved sword on its place. You're going already? Please, allow me to invite you for some tea. Maybe another time. We've got to head to the arena. Preliminaries will be starting soon. Me and Sasuke can't be late. Oh, does that mean the two of you will be taking part in the tournament? Hattori asked with a curious glance at the two. Of course, who do you take me for? A tournament like this is a perfect place to let my awesomeness shine, the blonde answered, making the elf chuckle. Then I wish you two the best of luck, but somehow I doubt you will be needing it. I will make sure to come watch the main part of it. Soon after leaving the workshop, the team headed back towards the arena. The streets were already bustling with excitement as some of the less occupied people were heading to watch the preliminaries. People standing on crates were shouting over the noise, already introducing some of the more known fighters. Others were speculating on the newer fighters, while some scribbled bets and hid coins into their chests and pouches. You would think that most people wouldn't even know about the preliminary fighters, yet here they are, already shouting names and titles, Haku said as the group neared the entrance. That's one of the best things about cities like this. News spreads here like wildfire. So long you don't take precautions, nothing remains a secret here. Will it be thought a guard that was standing nearby, a beggar that was sitting close, or a merchant was walking by? Naruto stated as they stood before the entrance to the arena. We will be splitting here. Naruto and Sasuke will head towards the participants' booth, and we will go to the stands. Have fun, Kakashi stated with an eye smile. Good luck, Naruto, Sasuke. Don't embarrass our team. Ready to go, Sasuke? Let's get this over with. Not excited for an all-out brawl? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow as they walked through the corridors. These are just preliminaries. The real battle begins later. That's the spirit. Naruto laughed loudly, gaining the attention of nearby participants who were waiting in line to get their chakra suppression seals applied to them. A few minutes later, the two were standing near a wall, the seals already applied to them. While their chakra was sealed off, they were unable to bend it whatsoever, even within their bodies. However, because Naruto's 6 eyes didn't require chakra to be active, he still retained their boons. That's cheating. Hey, I can't shut them off like your Sharingan. Besides, if they wanted to do so, they should have asked, but they didn't, so it's not my fault. Attention please. A loud voice echoed throughout the area, and the ramble of the fighters quieted down. They looked to a man in his 30s, in an expensive-looking robe made out of silk and colored purple. We will now read out the groups, so listen carefully. Each group will be only read once, so do remember where you have been placed. As the man started reading from scroll, Naruto nudged his teammate. You think we will be in the same group? That would be troublesome. You sounded just like a Nara. I did not. Of course you did. Group B, Uzumaki Naruto dash. I get to fight early on. Shut up, I'm listening for my name. Spoil sport. Group D, Akane the Red, Jin Kaido, Uchiha Sasuke dash. Oh well, you don't have to wait too long. About 10 minutes later, all fighters were led to a large viewing area, where they would wait for their group to be called down. As the first group was called, Naruto scanned the stands and smirked, seeing Kakashi, Hinata, and Haku. His eyes zoned back to the arena where he saw people fighting. Some rushed against all themselves, wanting to make a showing already. Some held back, waiting for others to weaken, while a few were running back, avoiding all combat if possible. Look at these running away. Probably realized they were over their head once the fighting started. Naruto commented with a smirk, and the Uchiha hummed thoughtfully. The battle was in one word: brutal. Some of the stronger ones broke their opponents down, even after they admitted defeat or begged to be spared. Bones were broken, teeth were flying around, and the dirt under their feet soaked up blood from defeated fighters. Soon, only one man was standing. A huge man, taller than even Kakashi and built like a bear. He looked around before leaving the area with the joyous laughter of a won battle. Group E, please come down. Finally, I was slowly getting bored here. Naruto smirked and walked towards the stairs with the rest of his group. Don't lose, Sasuke commented idly, not even sparing the blonde a glance. Please, me? Lose? They are all so weak, Naruto answered with a predatory grin, gaining glares and frowns from his opponents. And he just goes and paints a target on his back. Wait, of course, he did this on purpose, the Uchiha thought with a smirk. Battle commence. As soon as the command came, the area was filled with the shouts of battle. Naruto wasted no time and joined the midst of it. He ran up to a man, a single haymaker making him lose all his teeth, ducked under a kick and broke the leg, grabbed a man by his arm, and threw into another two who were fighting. All with a burst of mad laughter. As Naruto tore through his competition, a small group of 10 decided to take him on together. They came from behind when Naruto was choking a man to unconsciousness. As they ran, ready to attack from behind, they froze when Naruto looked over his shoulder, his eyes staring at them from under his sunglasses with a menacing gleam. Thought I didn't notice you? Please, come to me with all you've got. After all, you are all so weak. Not waiting for them, the blonde rushed forward. He barreled into one of them with his shoulder, breaking ribs and sending him flying. He kicked another in the face, elbowed the next, spun and hit someone in their solar plexus, blocked another attack, and broke a leg, a hand, and then another one's ribs. The blonde was a spinning whirlwind of carnage as he massacred the people all around him. Back in the contestant booth, Sasuke watched with narrowed eyes, his eyes following the blonde through the battlefield. He knew that Naruto was powerful, but even now, without his chakra, he was declassing everyone with just his martial arts and pure physical strength. His speed, while nothing compared to his chakra-enhanced moves, was leagues above what most jonin would be able to pull out. This was the true strength of Uzumaki Naruto. While his 6 eyes gave him an overwhelming advantage in every battle, and his limitless techniques allowed him to wreak wide-area havoc on every battlefield, they were not the deciding factor of his arrogance and title of the strongest. His true strength for the past 12 years has been his body, pushed to the limit of human limits and beyond. Just with pure chakra enhancements and the added perception of the world with his dojutsu, Naruto is already among the elite of the shinobi world. His limitless merely tipped the scale and allowed him to enter the otherworldly realm of the S-ranked ninjas. That was what made Naruto so dangerous, his powerful physical abilities and his ruthless efficiency. As the other fighters saw what was happening and the danger the blonde represented, a silent treaty was weaved between all of the remaining fighters. A short ceasefire between all participants with one goal in mind. Bring the blonde brat down. Come on. This is getting fun. Naruto cackled and sent another one flying, breaking another nose, shattering another elbow, and knocking out another enemy. He spun, uppercutting an attacker from behind, and spun again, his fist ready to pummel whoever came close, only to blink when there was no one else. Naruto looked around, scratching his head in confusion when all around him fighters were lying unconscious or moaning in pain. Maybe I got a bit too much into it. Winner, Naruto, the honored one. Up in the stands, the trio from Konoha were clapping their hands with various expressions, while Kakashi was eye-smiling, having watched the blonde crush his opponents like it was nothing. Haku was watching with stars in her eyes and cheering for the blonde along with the rest of the viewers. Hinata looked on with a boring expression, having expected this outcome. Naruto really is amazing, the black-haired girl stated with a smile on her face. Well, underneath all his arrogance and childlike behavior lies a shinobi unlike any other. The perfect ninja, ruthlessly efficient and powerful, Kakashi added with a proud smile, watching the person he cared for like a brother. The blonde grinned and soaked up the approval coming from the stands. It felt amazing to be in the spotlight again, for the masses to know his name, to bask in his glory. Master Naruto, please leave the area. Group C will be starting soon. The blonde pouted and walked to the stands as a group of people ran into the arena and started taking out the beaten fighters. Enjoy the show? The blonde asked and pointed at all the other contestants once he entered the spectating area. You all are next. These words sent shivers throughout most of the people's spines. The blonde was not boasting or provoking them. It was a promise. Yet, some of the fighters felt nothing more than excitement at the prospect of fighting the blonde in front of the whole arena. Soon, the next group started their battle, during which Naruto and Sasuke observed the competition. Well, Sasuke did. Naruto would ever so often shout unhelpful comments and laugh loudly if something funny happened. Before long, it was Uchiha's time to battle for his place in the tournament. Give them hell. Achin, don't expect anything else. The Uchiha answered with a confident smirk and walked down the stairs, leaving a grinning blonde in the stands. They grow up so fast. Once Sasuke was in the arena, he looked at his competition throughout half-lidded eyes. At first glance, no one of them looked like anything special, but he knew from first-hand experience with Naruto how the looks could be deceiving. There were around 80 fighters in the pit with him. 5 were close enough to take out in the first 3 seconds. Begin. 2 leaps. It was all it took Sasuke to reach his first target. He let loose a 3-punch combo, ending with an uppercut that eliminated his first opponent. While most of the fighters rushed into the inner part of the arena and entered a messy battle, Sasuke was circling on the outside, taking out all that decided to stay back. As he defeated his 5th opponent, his senses screamed at him, forcing the Uchiha to jump back as an elderly man drop-kicked the place he was a moment ago. Sasuke looked at the unassuming man with narrowed eyes before engaging him in a fight. No words were exchanged as the two locked their arms in a power struggle. Being smaller, the Uchiha was lifted off the ground and thrown at one of the walls. He flipped in the air and rolled to the side, countering with a spinning kick, ducking under a punch, and sneaking in quick 2 punches before being sent flying by another fighter who barreled into him with his shoulder, not unlike the blonde did to someone else. The Uchiha grunted and rolled to a stop, only to be forced to block a combo of kicks and punches from a woman quite taller than him. Being pushed on the defensive, he moved backward until his back almost touched the arena walls. As his opponent went for a kick, Sasuke jumped up backward, pushed himself from the wall, and flew above her head. Quickly spinning on his heel, he elbowed her in the back of her head before assaulting her with a flurry of punches. Once he was sure the woman was down, he huffed and turned around. There were still a few fighters on the edges while a small group was concluding their fight in the middle of the arena. Do I rush in or do I dash? His thoughts came to a halt as the same old man from before rushed his position, engaging the Uchiha in a fast-paced Taijutsu battle again. What's with this man? He looked like he's about to drop dead, but he doesn't slow down even by a bit. The Uchiha grunted as he caught a punch to his head before trying counter. As the battles raged on, in the viewer's booth, Naruto hummed with a thoughtful expression. He looked at the old man, who reminded him of someone, but he couldn't quite place it. Oh, well, Sasuke would deal with him sooner or later. Sasuke grunted as his block broken by the old man again. For the past 2 minutes, he was heavily on the defensive, and it has paid off. While his opponent still packed quite the punch, he was slowly down quickly, his breath getting ragged and his attacks being less precise. There! He ducked under a punch, feeling the power behind it ruffle his hair, sidestepped the knee, and diverted the elbow before landing a single, solid punch to the old man's solar plexus. His opponents grunted before falling to the ground without another noise. Sasuke breathed heavily, wiping the blood from his open cheek before his eyes turned to the rest of the fighters, only to widen. Only two people were fighting, both looking equally bruised and cut. For a moment, the Uchiha thought about resting up and attacking the victor, but then he caught the stare Naruto was sending him and sighed. Taking a deep breath, he rushed to rejoin the fight. Why the hell would he join the fight instead of resting up? Hinata muttered under her breath, just loud enough for her companions to hear it. Kakashi hummed with a knowing look, watching the raven-haired boy engage his last two opponents. Because this is not a fight to the death, but a fight to prove who is the best one of them, the Jonin answered lightly, his eyes tracking the fight without blinking. Still, a fight is a fight. You either win or lose. Not this time, Hinata. For Sasuke and Naruto, who both are prideful, winning this against a tired opponent with a cowardly tactic like waiting him out would feel like a defeat. Stupid boys in their pride. Kakashi and Haku's sweat dropped at the prospect of Hinata berating someone for being too prideful. Down in the arena, the battle was finally over. Sasuke breathed hard, looking at the last two downed opponents. One was unconscious with blood flowing freely from his nose, while the other was still trying to rise to his feet, but failed. We have a winner. The crowd cheered again as Sasuke smirked proudly. He had done it. He would get to fight in front of the whole arena and show the strength of the Uchiha clan. As he joined the competitor's booth, Naruto patted his shoulder. Was getting worried for a second there. The old MNA sure did give you trouble. And he was defeated in a single punch. True enough. Soon, the next group entered the arena and the fights resumed. As the duo watched the battle royale, Naruto hummed with a smirk, gaining the Uchiha's attention. Something interesting? Nah, just someone I know. Another one of your friends? I wouldn't call us friends. We had a run-in 3 years ago, and I was unable to kill him back then. I wonder if we fought now, would I be able to? Someone not even you could defeat? Defeat? No, I did that, I just was unable to kill him. See this man with black skin and purple hair? Naruto asked, pointing at said man who was currently dealing with two other fighters. Yeah, who's that? That's Hikari Kinji, the restless gambler, an A-ranked shinobi from Kyomo. Okay, then how were you unable to kill him? Sasuke asked with a raised brow. He knew how stupidly strong the blonde was, thrashing Zabuza, who was an A-ranked ninja, and winning with Kisame, who was an S-rank. Then how did this Kyomonin survive a battle with Naruto? Ain't spoiling this yet. The blonde smirked at seeing Sasuke's annoyed expression. But you should know this. He's strong, so if you fight him, make sure to hold nothing back. Soon, the other groups were concluded, and the 8 winners gathered in the middle of the arena together with the man who was calling the fighter into the fight. Naruto looked at his potential opponents with a smile before his attention was drawn to the pro coach. You have earned their right to fight in front of the crowd. Later today, all of you will battle for glory and the status of the honored champion, a title fit only for the city's greatest warrior. We will now decide on the bracket. If you would please come to the box and pull your number, the proctor, an older man in full iron armor with a red and white motif, stated and pointed to a box with a hole fit for their hand, in which were paper slips with numbers. As all the fighters drew their numbers, the proctor called out their names. The first fight, Naruto, the honored one against Stoic the Vast. The blonde looked to his enemy. Coincidentally, it was the winner of Group A. Stoic was a big man, with green eyes and long red hair, towering over most contestants. His presence alone demonstrated the might of the village of origin. He had a very large and muscular figure with barely visible freckles, and his hair in a thick braid in the back. The trend of braiding carried on his beard, which was intricate in its many strands. His attire consisted of a large fur cloak draped over his shoulder, a dark green tunic from shoulder to knee, metal shoulder pads, a chainmail skirt with striped pantaloons, and fur boots. On his head, he wears a large horn helmet. He also wore rounded spiked braces around his wrists. The blonde grinned at the man, who looked at him with an appraising look. Naruto saw that the man's best attribute was his strength, easily able to throw other opponents throughout the whole arena. It was different from ninjas, whose usual specialty lay in either perfecting taijutsu or speed. The prospect of fighting him made the young Uzumaki giddy. The second fight, Hikari the restless gambler against Naruto looked at the two combatants, his eyes quickly using both before he scoffed, already knowing the outcome of the fight. The girl fighting Hikari was nothing special. His muscles were neither built for speed nor strength. So unless she was a hand-to-hand combat master, she stood no chance against the Kyumo ninja, whose abilities the blonde knew quite well. The third fight will be Sasuke, the last Uchiha, against Jin, the Skull Crasher. The blonde looked at the Uchiha's opponent and grinned. Jin was another big man, but unlike his enemy who was large and had a lot of meat on his arms, Jin was a rather short man with pure, cut muscles. Naruto wondered how his teammate would fare against such an opponent, who during his fight looked like he didn't feel any strikes, unless they came from someone as equally big as himself. The last fight will be Darkness, the Holy Crusader, against Naruto looked at the last two fighters. Both were girls, but the interesting one was Darkness, if that was a real name. Darkness is a tall young woman with graceful features and alabaster skin. She was well endowed and also had light blue eyes and straight, long blonde hair, kept in a ponytail tied with braid and red hair clips secured on both sides of her bangs. If Naruto was to be honest, she was drop-dead gorgeous. She wore a yellow and black sleeveless dress with silver trimmings, black chainmail, and a silver armor composed of metal greaves, sabotage, tasset, shoulder plate on her left side, wing-like cloth perched upon her right shoulder, and a cuirass with a red bow. If he was not mistaken, she had heard about her. Born to a noble family in Novigrad, she decided to become a hero of the helpless, spending her life traveling throughout the land and helping people in need. A noble goal, but one that had no future in their world. Now that the fights for the tournament have been finalized, you are free to go. Remember, don't be late for the tournament. Tardiness will be punished with disqualification. Let's go, Sasuke. Already running away, Uzumaki? Naruto turned around, looking at Hikari, who looked at him with a smirk. If I remember correctly, the last time you were the one running away. That was a few years ago. A lot has changed from back then. We will see if you win your first fight. I will, and then I will crush you. Good one, Hikari. The blonde walked away with a snicker, the Uchiha following him, silently observing his first opponent. As they left the arena and waited for the rest of their team to join them, the Uchiha looked at the blonde. Not that I am one to judge, but are you going to fight in these clothes? Naruto looked at his blood-stained, white button-up shirt and black slacks. You might be right. I need to change my clothes. Nice fight, you two, Kakashi said as the rest of Team 7 joined them. Please, these weaklings were nothing special. Good fights are just coming, the blonde answered with a grin. How are your injuries, Sasuke? Haku asked with a worried glance, seeing the various cuts and bruises on the young Uchiha's body. Nothing too serious. Still, it might be a good idea to dress them before the tournament. You two also should probably rest up for now, Kakashi suggested, gaining Naruto's attention. Then I know where we can do both. Team 7 stood in front of a large mansion in the old city. The building was made out of finely cut stone and imported wood with large, intricate pillars. In front of the building was a large and taken-off garden with various bushes and flowers. And currently in front of Team 7 was a high iron gate with 2 guards standing in front of it. So here we are. Where are we exactly? Hinata asked, looking at the foreign architecture. The place was a lot different from her clan compound or really any building in Konoha. The Tosaka residence, the home of one of my friends in the city. Do they know we are coming? Sasuke asked, looking at the guards who were standing at full attention. Nope. Then how do we dash? Kakashi was cut off by the blonde. Tosaka, come open the gate. Tosaka, it's me, Naruto. The blonde shouted loudly, making the guard jump before gaining their attention. Stop it, Naruto! Hinata hissed when more guards came from a nearby building, watching them carefully. However, the Uzumaki didn't relent, shouting loudly. Just as the guard were about to walk up to them, a female voice echoed throughout the area. Naruto! All eyes turned towards the door of the mansion from where a girl came out. She was a young woman their age with aqua eyes and long wavy brown hair in a two-side-up hairstyle, which consists of part of her being made into twin tails tied with black ribbons, while the majority hangs loose. Her clothing consists of a red turtleneck, which had a white cross in the middle of it, a black skirt, and black thigh-high socks under brown leather flats. Rin, Naruto. The girls started running towards the gates. Seeing their lady know the visitors, the guards opened the gates. Rin, the blonde started to jog towards her with his arms wide open. Naruto. A brown shoe crashed into his glasses and sent the blonde flying back to his team. What the hell? Do you think you could just come here and shout my name like a moron? Ouch. Sasuke muttered, the blonde, lying on his back with a dazed look on his face. Wasn't expecting that, but seeing him flat on his back is nice, I guess, Hinata commented, gaining Rin's attention. The girl blinked, seeing them before she calmed down, patted down her shirt, and gave him a fake smile worthy of a noble. Oh my, how careless. I didn't notice you for. Who might you be? Ugh, they're my teammates. Mind if we come in? Naruto answered as he sat up, a red boot imprinted on his face. Of course the Tosakas never reject guests. Please, this way, Rin stated, and Team 7 started walking toward the doors. As long as someone is watching, Naruto muttered only to hiss when the girl stomped on his feet. You were saying? Nope, I didn't say anything. With a satisfied smile, Rin leads Team 7 into the mansion. The building was as grandiose inside as it was outside. Pillars from quartz are made by the best stonemasons in the city. Intricate fresco adorn the walls, along with masterful paintings, glided vases on beautiful wooden stands, and a wide array of different flora in a large pot, enriched with various gems. High above them hung a beautiful chandelier made out of white crystals, giving the effect of shining stars. The floor was pristine, white stone, shining like it was cleaned and waxed daily. A long red carpet with black trimming led from the main doors towards stairs and branched out from there towards the other corridors in the floor. Soon, they were seated in a guest room. In the middle of the room was a wooden table with cushioned chairs and a sofa. The walls were lined with shelves filled with books. On the table, white, intricately painted teacups were neatly arranged around a full teapot. Once everyone settled down, Rin sighed and leaned back on his sofa, on which Naruto was sitting next to her. Haku and Kakashi were seated next to them on chairs, while Hinata and Sasuke sat opposite the sofa. Ugh, you just had to wake me up. I was having a good dream too, Rin muttered sleepily, gaining sweat drops from Team 7. It was already past noon already. She yawned and turned to the blonde. So, will you introduce your friends to me? Ah, of course. A few moments later, everyone was introduced and a small silence ensued. So, Naruto started before being cut off by Rin. Let me guess, you came for Bellatine and joined and entered the tournament? Rin asked, seeing the bloodied clothes the blonde wore and the injuries on Sasuke. How did you know? Tosaka looked at his still bloodied shirt and gave him a deadpan look. All right. By the way, do you maybe have spare change of clothes? Can't you just warp back to our rooms? Hinata asked, and the blonde shook his hand, showing his right palm. There was a black, intricate seal written. Not this time. My chakra is sealed until after the tournament. Or you lose, Sasuke added, making the blonde grin. Yeah, sure. What about it, Rin? Yes. You know where the guest bedrooms are. The one I stayed last time? Yup. Be right back. As the blonde stood up and walked out of the room, Rin narrowed her eyes on Haku and Hinata for a brief second before she nodded with a silent hum and relaxed. What was that? Sasuke pondered, having seen her reaction, but decided to drop it. If she was a friend of Naruto, she was probably as crazy as the blonde. Wait, does that apply to us too? He looked at his teammates for a moment and silently fell into despair. If you don't mind me asking, how did you and Naruto meet? Haku asked suddenly, gaining everyone's attention. Rin smiled slightly and took a sip of the tea. Our friendship goes a few years back. My father and I had been traveling to Konoha for a week, and he was in the squad assigned to us, and then his squad captain had appointed him as our guide. I guess we kicked off from there. We would meet when either I was near Konoha or when his missions took him north. We also have been spending each Bellatine together. Rin finishes the story with another small glance at the two girls. Now, if I remember correctly, Naruto preferred solo missions, and he rarely went outside the village with teams. So what changed? Naruto has been demoted to the Genin rank and put on Team 7, of which I am the Jonin sensei, Kakashi answered with an eye smile, making the brown-haired girl giggle in her hand, imaging the blonde being demoted in front of the other Konoha ninjas and throwing a fuss about it. I take he wasn't pleased? Of course not. He still bemoans the fact from time to time, Sasuke answered with a small smirk. That's so much like him. What are you guys talking about? The blonde asked as he entered the room in new clothes. He wore a sleeveless black shirt with silver accents that outlined his muscles. The shirt did a nice job of highlighting his well-toned muscles, enough to make both Rin and Haku blush slightly. His previous black slacks had been replaced with long, black shinobi pants. Over the shirt, he wore a red coat, which was actually two separate sleeves connected by a metal plate at the back that covered his arms and was cut off, showing his upper torso and midriff, and black martial arts slippers. Under his shirt, he wore the necklace given to him by Rin, while his 6 eyes were still covered by his usual pitch-black round sunglasses, although currently, the left glass had a small crack to it, thanks to Rin's kick. Just about how you were demoted to a genin and didn't write to me about it, Rin stated with crossed arms, making the blonde scratch the back of his head as he sat down next to her. Sorry, it slipped my mind. Last few months have been rather hectic. Between doing chores on D-ranked missions and training with other genin. Yup, you have no idea how much sleep I've lost due to my new responsibilities lately, the blonde answered, making the rest of his team sweat drop. The image of a snoring Naruto lying on a tree branch while they did D-ranked missions entering their minds. If you say so, why did you enter the tournament? You gotta ask why? Naruto asked with a grin. It's the perfect place to get my name into the world. Once I dominate everyone there, people ought to hear my name. By the way, you think one of your maids could patch Sasuke up? He's fighting too? Of course. A moment later, a cute maid escorted the Uchiha out of the room to the infirmary, and surprisingly Hinata decided to accompany him. So, will you and your father attend the tournament? Naruto asked as he took a sip of his tea. It was very good. If he had to guess, he would say it was the eastern wind. Not a bad choice. I'm not sure. I have errands I need to do today, and father is out of town. Oh, that's a shame. I wanted to confess my unending love to you in front of the whole crowd. Idiot. Why you babbling about? Rin stammered and hit the blonde a few times on his shoulder, making him chuckle. Kakashi and Haku sighed in unison in the background. Saw the... Ouch. I told you I am sorry. Rin, please stop. Idiot. After she hit him one more time, just in case he decided to say something like this out loud again, the young Tosaka calmed down. Miss Tosaka, I see your family is quite rich, if I may ask. How did you come to possess such fortune? Kakashi asked with an eye smile, silently reveling at the red handprint on Naruto's face. Said blonde, rubbing his face and shoulder with a pout. Of course, my family's history goes as far back as does Novigrad. The Tosaka are one of the 4 noble houses who were the main pillars that created this very city. Of course, with time, there came more nobles, yet the 4 founders held the most authority in the city, well, if we don't count the hierarch. Our main income comes from the mines and farms we own outside the city, as well as trade. We also own a few of the manufactories in the city, a few outside, storage houses we rent out, and interest from loans. In short, they're loaded even more so than I am, Naruto summarized, making Rin nod proudly. She also owns a casino, which is our next stop. I promise you, if you once again empty our safe with your ungodly luck, I will kick your ass like never before, said the girl growled, making the blonde chuckle uneasily. He remembered how a year ago the two of them went to play there, only to win every bet. Even when Naruto decided to lose the money so Rin wouldn't have to explain this to her father, he still won. Not my fault, I am great at everything I do. It was not skill, just pure dumb luck. You're just mad you lost all your money in the first 20 minutes. The group of four talked for some more time, sharing their stories either from traveling or from missions. After about 20 minutes, Sasuke came back with Hinata, who joined the conversation. It was really nice meeting you all, but business calls. I hope we can continue it again someday, Rin said as she walked with the group towards the main gate. It was a pleasure, Haku answered with a smile, which Rin reinforced. Naruto didn't really understand how the calm and caring Haku became such good friends with the impulsive and hot-headed Rin in such a short time, but he didn't dare question it. Thank you for having us. Kakashi spoke for the group as they walked past the guards. Hey Rin, I hope to see you at the festival later tonight, Naruto stated with a sincere smile, making the girl tap her chin. Oh, I'm not sure I will have time to meet up with you. I will have to check in with my secretary. What? You're just going to ditch me like this? The blonde looked at her with a pout, making her giggle. I'm kidding. I would love to meet with you at the festival. I mean with all of you, of course. Of course, Sasuke muttered with a small smile, making Hinata and Kakashi snicker. Just for something decent this year. Tosaka commanded the blonde and ran back to her mansion. You have very interesting friends, Kakashi stated as the group started heading towards the center of the city again. Of course, Naruto stated proudly. An elf smith who is obsessed with his swords and a Tsundere noble. I wonder who we will meet next. What's the plan for now? Kakashi asked, looking at the blonde, who walked with his hand behind his head. Well, I don't have anything planned until the tournament, so we have a few hours free for sightseeing. I guess we can split, and everyone could do what they want. I'm going to the casino for sure. Anyone want to join? I'll pass, Sasuke answered, and Kakashi nodded his head. Gambling is below me, Hinata added, making the blonde snort at her act. What about you? Sure, Haku answered, making the blonde grin. Nice. Let's meet in front of the arena an hour before the tournament, Naruto told the rest of his team as he and Haku walked off, quickly blending with the crowd. So what about you two? Kakashi asked and looked around, trying to decide what he would do. I spotted a nice tea shop on our way here. I think I'll go try their menu, Hinata said, showing the pouch of crowns she and the rest of the team got for Naruto before they arrived at Tosaka's. I will go with you, the Uchiha stated, and they turned to look at Kakashi, who shrugged. All right, don't forget, 1 hour before the tournament at the arena. See ya, Kakashi said and walked off, leaving the two genin alone. All right, Haku, the plan is simple. We enter, we play, and we leave rich. Any questions? Naruto stated as the two walked towards the casino. It was a large building in the eastern part of the city center. A lot of people were walking in and out. Some were in expensive clothes, with a woman hanging on their arms, and others with clothes full of holes. Yes, I have never gambled before. What are the rules? Ah, that complicates the situation. All right, there are many games, for example, blackjack, poker, roulette, pachinko, slots, and others. I will give you a rundown once we play, so you don't get too overwhelmed. A few minutes later, Naruto and Haku were inside, after a small scuffle with the bouncers which ended with a broken nose and bruised ribs, ready to play. We will start here, the blonde said as he walked over to a table with roulette. The rules are simple. This thing spins, and wherever the ball lands wins. After a short explanation, the two were playing. At first, both of them played carefully, placing small bets, losing then winning. After another few spins, Naruto started placing higher bids. Voto. Yes. How are you doing? I have won 100 crowns. I see. What about you? I am down on my last bet. The black-haired girl looked at Naruto, who held the last coins in his hands. After paying for the rooms in the inn, each member was given 400 crowns for their own expenses during their stay in the city. Haku had decided to play only with 200 of these. Naruto, on the other hand, took all 400 and was currently down to the last 20 crowns. How did this happen? Not sure. I got too excited. Naruto sulked as another bet was confirmed. He looked at his money and then at the roulette. A resolute look appeared on his face before he placed the last of his money on the layout. Green. Some people who saw how quickly he burned through his money looked at him with pity. Others were making fun of him. The blonde didn't care. He just wanted this to be over with. As the bets were closed, the croupier spun the wheel, and then the silver ball went in. Naruto looked with narrowed eyes as it bounced once, twice, thrice, and then more. His 6 eyes allowed him to keep track of every single number the ball landed. Sweat built up on the blonde's brows as he kept on watching the spin, not blinking even once. The roulette started to slow down. The ball danced around the roulette without rest. Naruto gripped the table tightly, the wood denting under his strength. Now the ball was slowly coming to a halt. Naruto's breath got ragged. His heart was beating like crazy, and the adrenaline buzzed in his body. The ball landed in the 22-foot slot, jumped into 29, and then bounced again. Naruto swallowed hard, his throat going dry. Slot 3 welcomed the ball, but the silver piece didn't rest there for too long, and then it landed in. Green. Naruto shouted in ecstasy as the ball landed in the green slot and stopped. The blonde let out a heavy, shaking breath and looked at his winnings. Payout 35-1. That's 700 crowns, Naruto muttered and took his hard-earned money before a small, predatory grin formed on his mouth. It's a double. These words were whispered under his breath, only to be heard by him. But Haku heard them too. Haku, who watched the blonde for the duration of the roll, realized how much of a gambler the blonde was. Haku, who just realized that Naruto could do anything, but control his luck, wouldn't back down until he lost everything or left with all that the casino owned. Green. The money was placed, the roulette spun again, and no amount of strength or knowledge would help the blonde in this battle. What mattered was pure luck. Hinata and Sasuke were currently sitting in a small tea shop. It was located on a corner of a building in the new city with a nice view of the area. From here, they could see the arena, where the tournament was taking place, the temple aisle, where the hierarch of the Church of the Eternal Fire resides, along with many other priests and influential people in the city center. They sat at a small wooden table and before long were given the menus by one of the waiters. "What are you getting?" Sasuke asked as he looked over the long list of possible items he could buy, not really sure what to get. "Not sure yet, but I've heard that the Falling Star tea is good. Oh, they have almond bread pudding. I had it once, and it was great. Any idea what a saffron cake is?" "Never heard about it." The two sat in silence, both of them ready to order, just watching people pass by and taking in the sight. "Why did you come with me?" the young Hyuga asked abruptly. Sasuke looked at her, seeing that she was still looking at the people on the streets, and shrugged. "Didn't want to go to the casino with a crazed blonde, and Kakashi would probably lose me in a crowd." "Why didn't you go alone?" "I had no idea what else to do," Sasuke muttered honestly, seeing a waiter come up to them. "I see." Naruto hummed, looking at a pair of cards he held in his hand. Across him, sitting at the same table, was a man in luxurious clothes, gripping the table tightly. Naruto's eyes peered under his glasses at the 5 cards on the table. A small, almost unnoticeable smirk appeared on his face as he laid his card upside down on the table and pushed a large stack of chips forward. The man clenched his teeth and threw his cards on the table with a resigned sigh. "Thank you," Naruto muttered and took the chips with a small smile. I was bluffing, by the way, the blonde commented idly and showed his abyssal hand. A high card? Seriously? The man muttered in disbelief as the dealer dealt another hand. You have lost almost everything already? Hey, I've got an idea. What do you want? The man snapped, making Naruto snicker. What about we go all in this hand? Don't look at your hand. Let fate decide. Naruto proposed as a pair of cards landed in front of him. The man thought about it for a moment before he realized that the risk was worth it. He had lost over 7,000 crowns, with the last 3,000 currently in his possession. If he could win this hand, he would be so back. All right. Both looked at the dealer, who nodded and started slowly placing 5 cards on the table. First, second, third, fourth, and finally the last. For a moment, nothing happened until Naruto nodded to his opponent, who took his cards up and looked hopefully to find anything good. His eyes widened before a large, excited grin formed on his face. Flush, the man said as he slammed the 2 cards on the table. This was it. The chances of losing this hand were slim to none. He had done it. He was back, and he had doubled his money. Naruto hummed twice and lifted his cards. He looked at them for a moment before sighing. With a fast slam, he placed his own hand on the table. Royal flush. The man hit the table with his fist, making the chips jump, and jumped in anger. Naruto laughed loudly as his opponent rushed away from the table with anger and despair. That was great. What do you think, Haku? Naruto looked around, only to find the black-haired beauty missing. He looked around and saw her at a nearby blackjack table, with a hollow look in her eyes. Hey, something's wrong. Naruto, I lost everything, Haku muttered as she looked at the dealer, who had taken all her hard-won money and was throwing cards like she wasn't there. There, Naruto patted her head. You can't always win. Sometimes you just lose. Well, unless you were me. By the way, how much did you win since I walked away? I should be around 100,000 crowns. 100,000. I was gone for about 20 minutes. Yeah, aren't I great? Would you lend me some? Haku muttered with puppy eyes, making the blonde turn away. No. Rule number 1, never go into debt to gamble. You have lost. You should let your emotions calm down before playing again. Stingy, Haku muttered and looked away with a pout, making the blonde snicker. Kakashi strolled throughout the city with his hands in his pockets, idly looking around, trying to find something interesting to pass the time. So far, he hasn't done anything that really caught his interest. However, he almost ended up being tempted to step into Passiflora, an establishment that happened to be the biggest brothel in the city. Of course, the only reason he even entertained such thoughts was because he was curious what kind of people even went there. That's all. As his feet took him more into the center of the old city, a large building caught his attention. Borsity Auction House. He read the sign over the impressive doors. The auction house of the Borsity brothers was located on the square on Main Street. Actually, the main artery of Novigrad, connecting the market square with the Temple of Eternal Fire. The brothers, at the beginning of their careers trading horses and sheep, could only afford a shed on the outskirts of the town. 42 years after its establishment, the auction house occupied an impressive 3-story building in the most representative part of the city. It was still in the hands of the family, but the auctions included only expensive stones, mainly diamonds, as well as works of art, antiques, and collector's items. Kachi shrugged to himself and went to enter the building. He wondered if the guards at the doors would stop him, but apparently, they were there only to make sure no one poor entered. While he himself might not be clothed in expensive clothes, the guard must have realized he was a shinobi and from the flat jacket, at least a chunin, which meant he had some money to spend. The auction was already underway. A man was standing on a stage, showcasing some kind of painting, while the people were either sitting in front of the stage or standing in the back were shouting their bids. Kakashi himself leaned against the wall and waited for something that would catch his eye. After about 20 minutes, when another piece of armor was sold to some rich-looking man, the silver-haired man thought about leaving and looking for something else to do. Just as he pushed himself from the wall, the auction master placed a small, blue book on the stand for everyone to see. And now, for the next item, we have something really special. The unreleased Ica. Heavens' Feel, side with personal wishes by Master Jiraiya himself. Not only that, but this book is the only known copy of the Ica series to be published with a hardback and with special illustrations. That's something only a true devoted fan of the series should have on their bookshelf. Kakashi stiffened, slowly spinning on his heel and looking at the beauty crystallized with a single tear in his eye. Finally, after all this time, it's time to bring you home, my baby. Do I hear 100? There, the man in a red suit. 150. Will anyone give a 150? Kakashi raised his hand, and the auction master pointed at him. For the silver-haired fellow. 200 anyone. At this moment, Kakashi swore to himself that he would get this book no matter the price. Sasuke looked with an impressed look at Hinata. They were just served their orders by a waitress. He had bought the Falling Star tea and an almond bread pudding. He thought it would be a nice snack before the tournament, and should he get hungry, he could always eat the shinobi rations they brought from Konoha. While Sasuke ordered just 2 positions off the menu, Hinata decided to order everything. The table they were sitting at was filled with plates and cups of tea, and even it was not enough as 2 more tables were moved to them just for the whole order to fit on them. Wow, Sasuke commented with a shocked look. He didn't expect that, and he was not present as she ordered, having been in the bathroom. Hinata looked at the Uchiha with a raised eyebrow, not understanding his surprise. What? As a Hyuga, it is my duty to try each and every dish they have here, to judge which is worthy of being imported to my clan. Uh-huh. And it has nothing to do with the fact that you love sweets? What? How in the 7 hell did you come to such a conclusion? I mean, we see each other every day to train and do missions. Did you think we wouldn't notice the sweets you always ate when no one was looking? The other no, too. Hinata jumped with wide eyes and an embarrassed blush on her face. Yeah, Naruto, Haku, and Kakashi no too. Hinata groaned and sat down, holding her head in her hands. If father ever finds out about this, she muttered under her breath, making the Uchiha sweat drop. Don't worry, no one will tell him. Actually, Naruto might, but is it really such a big deal? Hinata got even more depressed before looking at Sasuke through their fingers. Of course, I am the heiress to the Hyuga clan. It is my duty to be the perfect kunoichi, to be the perfect Hyuga. How else are others to follow our rules and customs if the clan heiress herself breaks them? A Hyuga never shows emotions. A Hyuga never gets attached. A Hyuga is always composed and calm. These are the first 3 rules that father drilled into me since birth. Sasuke looked at her in silence, not really sure how to respond to this. Even his father and clan, who were strict, never forbade the clan members such things. Emotions were fine as long as they didn't disrupt missions or battles. Attachments were vital, for without attachment, there was no unity in the clan or the village. The last party could agree on, but even then, the Hyuga clan seemed to take it a bit too seriously for Sasuke's liking. Well, your father or clan's members are not here, so I guess you can relax for today, Sasuke said weakly, not really sure how Hinata would react to this. The Hyuga heiress pondered the words for a moment before slowly nodding. After all, Sasuke was right. They were far from Konoha. No one knew who she was here, and her own team wouldn't sell her out. Yeah, you might be right, Hinata said and smiled slightly before starting to dig into her order. Sasuke smirked and sipped his tea, happy he was able to help his friend calm down and relax. Naruto laughed loudly, sitting at a slot machine. His glasses reflected the symbols speeding through the screen before another 3-7 stopped, and the machine made a loud noise before music started playing. Jackpot! The blonde grinned and started spinning again. The people around him watched him in silent amazement as yet another jackpot landed and the machine screamed in victory. The staff of the casino was watching him in disbelief as his payout was getting bigger and bigger with every second. They had already checked the machine for a possible malfunction or any signs that the blonde had tampered with it, but they found nothing. This was just pure luck, and apparently, it was not going to end anytime soon. As yet another jackpot hit for the blonde, Naruto laughed and stood up from the machine. Haku was helping carry his winnings, which were enough to give the two of them a problem already. All right, that was fun, but I think it's about time we head out. I agree. So, how much have you won in total? Let me think for a moment. I think it should be around 10 million crowns. Yeah, that sound about right, Naruto said with a huge grin, seeing the gobsmacked faces of the people around him. He cleared his throat and gave a polite bow. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been fun winning money from you and the casino. However, it is time we head out. Thanks for the money, losers. The blonde started cackling as he and Haku walked off with the blonde's winnings. Sir, one of the casino's older clerks looked at an employee with a questioning look. What is it? I don't think we have 10 million crowns in our vault. What do we do now? Send a messenger to Lady Tosaka. We need emergency funds until we can make the money back. Go, go, go. Kakashi sat at a small brick wall near the arena, reading his newest lover, the Aika, Heaven's Feel. The Jonin had not felt such happiness and giddiness in a long time. The feeling of being finally at peace spread throughout his body, making him forger about all his mistakes and problems. Right now, it was just him, the rumbling noise of Novigrad, and this book. He opened the book with a trembling hand. He read the title, took a sharp breath, and dived right into the first sentence. Shiro is a man and hero. He fights bad people, and hot girls love him. He is strong and handsome. One night, he walks through the city and finds a bad man. He fights him and wins. Then a hot babe with huge breasts hugs him, and they make out. He takes her home. What is this? Kakashi shouted in disbelief. The book looked like it was written by a kid who never read a book himself. He passed through a few pages in hopes that only the beginning was so bad, but quickly found out that no matter how far he went, the writing was just as bad. Slowly, with a feeling of dread washing over his whole body, Kakashi opened the first page, where Jiraiya's signature and wishes were. It's me, Jiraiya, the best 12-year-old writer. In the future, I'm going to be a rich writer and ladies will love me. All the best. Kakashi closed the book and looked into the clear skies with an empty look. No way. A single tear formed in his eye and slid down his cheek. No way. He muttered and stood up. He wasn't sure where he was going, but he knew he needed a few moments to clear his head. This was too much. Is there any reason for living? Is living even worth it? This is where we split up, just like last time, Kakashi said in his usual lazy drawl, reading his usual Aika. Good luck, you two, the Jonin commented and started to drag his feet towards the line that was standing in front of the entry of the stands. Gee, what's with him? He seems even more grumpy than usual, Naruto muttered with a raised eyebrow, getting shrugs from the others. We should probably get going too, otherwise we might not get inside. Good luck, Hinata said with her usual poker face as she and Haku walked away, the latter giving them her encouragement with a smile. Let's get going. We should probably warm up before the fights. How are your injuries? All good. I am at full strength. Great. I want to face you in the finals, so you better bring your A game into the pit. HN. The two entered the contestants' area, which was still pretty empty, except for Sasuke's first opponent. The two started stretching and getting ready for the fight, watching how the stands were slowly filling with a large crowd as the other fighters entered the arena. Soon, the stands were full of people, some who were taking bets, eating, drinking, cheering. All the fighters were also there, along with two people into middle of the arena. One was obviously a warrior, a strong-looking man, in the iron armor all of the city guards wore, with red and white colors. The other was an elegantly dressed man, clothes fully black. Ladies and gentlemen, just in a few minutes, we will start the tournament that you all have been waiting for. The elegantly clothed man said, and the crows cheered. Naruto leaned against the railings from the fighter's booth and grinned. Look, Sasuke, there's Kakashi, Haku, and Hinata. The blonde pointed towards the eastern part of the arena, and the Uchiha squinted his eyes. True to the blonde's words, Team 7 was sitting together with food and drink bought from the walking vendors. He also saw Haku with a large pouch of coins and turned to Naruto. How much did you two win at the casino? Yeah, 10 million crowns. You know how it is. We only could withdraw 6 million. The rest was sent to Vivaldi's bank with a bill of exchange. 10 million. What can I say? I have great luck. And now, without further delay, the first battle. Naruto, the honored one. Oh, gotta go. Naruto grinned and jumped down from the booth. He landed in a crouch and stood up. He looked at the crowd once more with a grin and waved his hand. The crowd went wild, some having heard about his fight in the preliminaries. Stoic the Vast. The large man took his time walking down the stairs, his gaze never wavering from the blonde. The two stood facing each other in the middle of the arena, the elegant man standing near one of the walls while the armored referee stood a bit closer. Let the first fight of tonight begin. Naruto and Stoic looked at each other for a moment before rushing forward. They met in the middle, and the large man was the first to attack. Naruto ducked under a punch and landed a quick hook to the liver, but his opponent took it like a champ and lashed out with a kick. Naruto blocked the attack, and his black slippers slid on the dirt arena. Not even a moment of hesitation after this punch. How tough are you? Naruto muttered with a grin and rushed forward. He jumped over Stoic, diverted an elbow, sidestepped a kick, blocked another kick, and lashed out with 3 quick and precise strikes. The blonde's grin widened when his opponent acted like punches weighed nothing before jumping back to avoid a crushing axe kick. I can block his attack. They aren't as heavy as I thought. The problem is his durability. I put all my strength into these punches, and he's still unfazed. Perfect. Finally a fight he could enjoy to the fullest. Naruto's grin widened and took off his sunglasses. Stoic grunted and jumped up, trying to land another axe kick, but the blonde managed to roll out of the way. Naruto spun on his heel, and his shin connected with Stoic's face, which didn't stop the juggernaut, but merely irritated him. Stoic managed to catch the blonde's extended leg and threw him onto the ground. Naruto grunted as his back impacted with the harsh ground before he pushed himself back to his feet. Okay, so he doesn't feel my attacks, and he can just throw me like a sack of potatoes. Noted. Naruto slipped under the punch, dodged the next 2 attacks, and let out a flurry of powerful punches at Stoic's chest. The strength behind them pushed the man back, making him lose his balance for a moment. Naruto pushed his advantage and landed another kick on the man's liver only to get caught in the chest with a front kick that stopped his advance. Stoic narrowed his eyes, and this time he took the initiative. With a mighty roar, he rushed forward the blonde with a combo of fast-paced and precise punches. Naruto was put on the defensive, blocking, dodging, and weaving through an endless barrage of attacks. Stoic's form was perfect with his current strength, speed, and desire to win. He could have defeated everyone in this tournament. Except Uzumaki Naruto. Once another punch was sent his way, Naruto caught it in his palm and grinned. He pulled the man in and unleashed an uppercut to his liver with enough strength to lift the giant from the ground. This time, however, the attack gave the expected results. Stoic grunted in pain before another kick to the liver sent him tumbling away. He slowly got to his feet and looked at Naruto, who didn't push his advantage. His shiny blue eyes stared deep into his soul for a moment before Naruto smirked. I'll admit, your durability is great. It almost feels like I'm hitting a rock with my fists, but even a stone starts to crack if you hit one spot long enough. Stoic narrowed his eyes and raised his fists again. This fight is far from over, he stated after spitting the blood from his mouth out. Is that so? Well, we will see how long your body can last. Naruto launched forward and batted Stoic's guard away with a 3-punch combo before kneeling the man in the liver once again. The large man didn't stand idly, and when Naruto drilled his knee into his stomach, he hammered the blonde into the ground with an elbow. Naruto landed on his shoulder and spun on the ground, kicking Stoic's feet from under him, making the man fall. In a show of unexpected agility, Stoic the Vast flipped in the air and nailed Naruto in the chin with a rising kick. The blonde was lifted into the air before his leg was again caught by the giant man, who started to run and then drag him across the ground. Naruto placed his hand around his face, ignoring the minor cuts on his arms as he was launched into the arena wall. Naruto angled himself mid-flight to land on the concrete feet first. He grunted as the strain on his knees registered in his brain, but he used the momentum to launch himself back at Stoic, who wasn't expecting it. With the added velocity, Naruto once smashed his knee into the man's face. Blood followed a loud crunch, and Stoic's nose broke under the pressure, and the man stumbled back. The Uzumaki rushed forward and began his offensive. A kick after a punch, an elbow to the head, a knee to the stomach. A dodge, a jump, and the dance began anew. Stoic was put on the defensive, his large arms being unable to protect him from the blonde's relentless assault from all directions. With the liver damaged and the nose broken, Naruto had 2 points where Stoic was weak. His 6 eyes made sure to point out all flaws in the larger man's faltering guard, and the blonde used it with a brutal efficiency. Gah! Stoic spit blood as Naruto landed yet another punch to his liver. The man doubled over only for the blonde to drag his head down into his rising knee. Stars danced in Stoic's vision. His Oda capsule was going crazy, making it difficult for him to find his footing. Naruto shouted and spun on his heel, a spinning kick with all his strength, and the velocity of the spin crashed into Stoic's liver, making the man fall to the ground, clenching his stomach in pain. Naruto stopped and looked at the man in front of him. Even now, as blood dripped down his chin on his beard, unable to find his footing, Stoic was trying to get up. He failed miserably, falling face first into the ground. The referee ran up to the blonde and raised his hand. What way to open the tournament? Truly the unstoppable spear against the immovable shield. This time, however, the spear dominated its enemy's defense. Winner, Naruto, the honored one. With the end of the battle and the announcement of the winner, the crowd went wild. Naruto smirked and lifted his other hand into the air before pointing one of them towards the fighter's booth. Not a bad fight, Stoic, Naruto commented as he passed the man who was right now helped by a squad of medics. The giant looked at him for a moment before grinning a bloody smile. As Naruto started to ascend the stairs, he passed Hikari, who gave him a confident smirk. The two passed without another word. With the first fight behind us, let's get started on the next one. This time around, our first fighter is Hikari, the restless gambler, said the man walking into the arena with a confident look on his face, his hands in his pockets. Naruto walked up to Sasuke and sighed, leaning on the railing next to the Uchiha. Took you long enough. Please, that man was the definition of a tank. My hands are still sore from hitting him so much, Naruto answered as he rubbed his knuckles. As the second fight began, he pulled out his glasses and covered his eyes with them. You've got a strategy for your fight? Naruto muttered lowly, so only Sasuke could hear him. It's difficult to form a strategy against someone you don't know, but I have an idea what to do. Great, it will be a dash. Winner, Hikari, the restless gambler. Huh, that was quick, Naruto commented, seeing medics carry away Hikari's opponent on a stretcher. Said Kimonin, hyping up the crowd, throwing his hands into the air and getting massive cheers in return. Your turn, Sasuke. Naruto slapped the Uchiha on his back, making him smirk and walk down the stairs with an air of confidence. Make some noise for the next combatants, which will be Sasuke, the last Uchiha, against Jin, the Skull Crasher. The crowd's cheers were laden with shouts of excitement and whispers of wonder. Many recognized the Uchiha name and the fame it brought with it. New bets were placed, and others were withdrawn. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as he faced his opponent, who was flexing his muscles, gaining a huge reaction from the stands. He's underestimating me. The fight started and Jin rushed in, confident in his strength. He was fighting just a boy after all. What could he possibly do? The large man threw a hook which was easily evaded by Sasuke, who got into his personal space and landed an uppercut to the man's stomach. Jin doubled over and tried to jump away, but the Uchiha followed him, landing an axe kick to his shoulder and bringing the man to his knees. Jin covered his head with his arms, but Sasuke kneed his chin, making Jin's head snap back and open his guard. The young Kamehameha Jinin spun on his heel, kicking Jin's feet from under him, making him fall face first towards the ground. Before the man landed on the ground, Sasuke spun once again, this time raising his leg into a raising kick that nailed the man straight in the face and lifted him off the ground. Quickly grabbing the man by his leg, he used all his strength to drag him once more to himself and ended his combo with an open palm strike to his solar plexus, sending him flying. Jin rolled on the ground, dirt mixing with his own salvia on his exposed chest. He slowly stood up, needing a moment to gain his footing. He looked up to Sasuke, only to see him standing with his back towards him, an arm raised towards the crowd, gaining cheers and squeals from the viewers. Using his distraction, he rushed forward, his right hand raised into a powerful haymaker, ready to knock the Uchiha out. Sasuke smirked, stepping to the side and drilling his knee into the running form of Jin, before leaning to the other side and ending the fight with a shot, but powerful elbow to Jin's face. The man grunted as blood escaped his mouth, his eyes rolled to the back of his head, and his body hit the ground with a loud thud. We have a winner. Sasuke, the last Uchiha. What a style, what a grace, what an ease. Total domination. This brat isn't half bad, Hikari stated as he walked up to Naruto. The blonde looked at the dark-skinned man from under his glasses and grinned. Didn't expect anything else from him. Never thought I would see the day that the blue-eyed demon would praise someone else. You said it yourself, a lot has changed since our fight. You have changed, Hikari said seriously, looking at the blonde with narrowed eyes. There's still this air of supreme confidence around you, but you're more mature. Let's see if your taijutsu matured too, Hikari shouted with excitement. Begin. Both turned to the arena where the last fight of the quarterfinals was taking part. From the beginning, Darkness, the blonde crusader, was on the offensive. She rushed forward, meeting her unprepared opponent in an instant, who merely had time to raise her hands in a double guard. Darkness shouted, letting out a powerful punch that shattered her opponent's guard and nailed her exactly at her chin. The sound of bones breaking was heard all around the arena as the second girl was sent flying into one of the walls. As the dust settled, everyone looked in bewildered at the knocked-out girl lying in the imprint of her own body in the wall. One punch. Darkness rips her opponent's defense with a single punch. The Holy Crusader's strengths are beyond anything we have seen here tonight. What a monster. Winner. Darkness, the Holy Crusader. Holy shit. Naruto shouted with his mouth wide open in shock. That power was beyond anything he could produce with pure muscle strength. Hey, are we sure she has the seal applied to her? Hikari smiled uneasily, ignoring the sweat that formed on his forehead. Sasuke, who just entered the booth, saw the fight beginning and the conclusion froze. I have to fight this monster next. Naruto turned to the Uchiha and gave him a pitying look. All right, so long you don't end up being one shot or as a smear on the wall, I won't blame you for your loss. Sasuke blinked before frowning, ignoring the reassuring pats from the blonde on his shoulder. His mind raced 100 thoughts per second, trying to form any strategy against this. With Jin, he expected that he could block or at least hang a few shots, but this? No. If each of Darkness's punches had this strength behind them, blocking or taking it was not an option. Ladies and gentlemen, we are officially finished with the quarterfinals and will move now to the semifinals. Let's remind you all about the contestants. Naruto, the honored one, having blitzed through the preliminaries, he showed his determination and strength in the face of a no-damage-feeling opponent. His next opponent is Hikari, the restless gambler, a man with an unorthodox fighting style, who weaved through his enemies in the preliminaries and crushed his first enemy. Next is Sasuke, the last Uchiha. After finishing a close three-way battle in the preliminaries, he completely outclassed his quarterfinal fight. Last but not least, Darkness, the Holy Crusader. While her preliminary fight didn't show much of her strength, the first fight made sure we never questioned it. With the strength of a bull, she decimated her opponent with a single fight. The crowd cheered loudly for the four fighters who were all looking out of the contestants' booth. The viewers had their favorites and their bets, so all of their names were shouted loudly between the cheers. Naruto looked at his future opponents and grinned. Hikari was smirking, looking at him from the corner of his eye. Sasuke looked at the crow with a serious look, his mind preoccupied with thinking about his next opponent. Darkness was blushing and breathing heavily. The hell? Is she getting aroused by the crowd's cheers? Weird. Now, the first fight of the semi-finals. Naruto, the honored one, against Hikari, the restless gambler. The two walked down the stairs, shoulder to shoulder, looking at the crowd, both confident in their win. The two stopped in the middle of the arena, facing each other. "What to do it like last time?" Naruto asked, taking out a single crown from his pocket. Hikari chuckled and nodded. The blonde threw the coin in the air. "Call it." Heads, the coin fell down, and the blonde caught it before showing it to his opponent. Tails, Hikari clicked his tongue, and the blonde hid the coin. What do we have here? A bet with his opponent right before the fight? Truly a restless gambler. Now then, begin. As soon as the word was heard in the arena, Naruto rushed forward. He appeared in front of Hikari and launched a powerful haymaker into the black-skinned man's stomach. Hikari looked with half-lidded eyes at the punch and doubled over once it hit, sending his body tumbling away. Hikari's body stopped quite at the distance from the blonde, and he rose to his feet. The man cracked his neck and unzipped his black jacket. "Nice punch, but not enough," the kimonin commented as he threw the jacket away, showing his well-built torso to the whole arena. "All right, now we can start. Come get it." The two rushed at each other, meeting in the middle, their forearms crashing into each other. The two started throwing hands, blocking, weaving, and countering each other, neither gaining an advantage. After a powerful kick from Hikari, the blonde was pushed back before he countered with a quick hook that nailed Hikari in the face. In return, an elbow managed to sneak under his guard and landed at his ribs. The two jumped away, circling each other for a moment before rushing in once more. Naruto threw out 3 punches and a kick, weaved to the side, blocked a punch, and answered with an elbow. Hikari blocked all the attacks, spun on his heel, and launched a spinning kick to the blonde's unprotected side. Naruto felt the impact and nailed Hikari, who just gained back his footing in the face. The older fighter stepped back, leaned under a high kick, and launched a straight jab. Naruto blocked the attack, catching Hikari's wrist and threw him away. The kimonin hit the ground once and corrected his flight, landing on the ground and blocking a follow-up flying knee. His next elbow connected with the blonde's stomach as 3 next punches pushed the blonde on the defensive. The fight continued with both fighters trying to pierce their opponent's defense and push their advantage. However, no one of them was able to gain the upper hand. Naruto diverted a kick from Hikari and connected a strong hook to Kimonin's face, but at the same time, he got hit by his opponent's kick. The two were sent flying in opposite directions at the same time. Naruto rolled to his feet and smirked, seeing Hikari already on his feet. His taijutsu is much better than the last time we saw each other. I can barely see any holes in his attacks. Even with the added perception from 6 eyes, it is difficult to find an opening or predict his moves. Each and every single attack from him can be turned into a feint and vice versa in an instant. How exciting! Naruto grinned, wiping blood from his busted lip. Hikari wiped the blood from his right eye and looked at the blonde. So far, neither of them had gained the upper hand, but at this rate he would win. He was older and his muscles were better developed than Naruto, so if he could draw this fight long enough, he would start gaining an edge. He prepared to rush the blonde again, but something didn't seem right. He looked at the young Uzumaki again, narrowing his eyes. The blonde was grinning like a madman. His eyes were diluted and half-lidded. At this moment, Hikari realized what had changed within Naruto since their last battle. Back then, the blonde was a powerful brat who had never been pushed to his limits, believing in his perfection and supremacy, but ever since his fight with Kisame, that has changed. That single brush with death changed the very way Naruto's body and brain perceived stress and fear of losing. Since that traumatic experience, every time his body started to pump out adrenaline, his body's natural reaction was to surpass its current limits to make sure Naruto won at all costs. Ah, this is it. That's what I'm talking about. Naruto shouted and rushed forward again. His hands flew out in a flurry, pushing the purple-haired man on the defensive with not even a single opportunity to counter. He felt his fist brush past Hikari's guard and hit his face. His feet moved quicker than usual, his shin connecting with the Kumonin's ribs. He saw Hikari roll away and ran after him. Naruto grabbed Hikari by his hair and lifted him up. 3, 5, 7, 12 consecutive punches to his opponent's torso, all of which sneaked past the guard, too fast for Hikari to dodge them. Said man grunted and jumped back, trying to gain distance, but the blonde followed quickly. Hikari spun, a kick aimed at the blonde's head. Ducked, 3 pounds and an elbow. Blocked and pushed away. He tried to grab the first jab that hit his chin. He failed. 2 punches hit his chest. His breath hitched. A kick to his shoulder. His guard depends. An uppercut to his chin. He failed to dodge. His body was sent flying. Naruto appeared above him, still grinning a bloody smile, and dived with both feet into Hikari's stomach. The Kumonin coughed up blood, and his back hit the ground. His body bounced twice from the ground, and Naruto was already waiting for him. Another kick to his face sent him flying in the other direction. His eyes and sense of direction were spinning, making it impossible to correct his mad dash through the arena. This difference in strength were the only thought he managed to stick together before he was assaulted by the blonde again. He hit his head behind his arms, and while he managed to protect his head, his torso got another beating. Just like the last time, I can't even respond. I can't win against this monster. Naruto laughed as he grabbed Hikari by his arm and pulled him in for a powerful knee, a headbutt, and another haymaker. Blood flew into the air as Hikari hit the arena wall with a loud crunch. The blonde rushed forward, his fists ready to pound the dark-skinned man into the ground, only to spot at the last possible moment, his fist inches from Hikari's face. He's completely out. With a calming breath, Naruto stepped back and looked at the knocked-out Kumonin. He was bleeding from the nose, mouth, and various other small and big cuts on his face. There were bruises already forming on his body that would need some time to heal. Hikari's ribs, right shoulder, and chin would need medical attention and at least 2 weeks of recovery. Naruto looked over himself. He was in a better state, but there were some irritating injuries. The cut around his left eye, bruised right ribs, bruise on his stomach, and other small injuries that dotted his arms, chest, and face. Nothing some RCT can't help with, but that will have to wait until the tournament is finished. What a battle, right to the very end, a fierce fight for a spot in the finals, but there can be only one victor. Naruto, the honored one, had done it once again. Naruto sighed and rolled his shoulder with a confident smile, looking at the crowd that was cheering him on. He could hear people chanting his name, clapping, and jumping out of joy that he won. He saw the Kakashi's usual, easygoing face, Haku's relieved face, and the slight surprise from Hinata. This fight was intense. If I could use chakra, I could end it in an instant, but that's the point. Here, how good your grip on chakra was how much chakra you had, or what techniques you knew wouldn't help you. Under these conditions, everyone has the chance to win. Naruto put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the spectator's booth. He was curious about this fight. To be honest, he wanted Sasuke to win, but a fight with darkness would be more exciting. The woman was incredibly powerful, which meant that he would need to tread lightly. A single mistake could end in his being knocked out or worse. On the other hand, Sasuke was his teammate, and he wanted to fight him in front of the crowd in the finals. But he knew all of the Uchiha's moves. He saw them dozens of times, saw him train them, master them, and improvise with them. Not only that, but he also knew how the raven-haired teen reacted in certain battle situations, so that would make their fight boring and one-sided. Oh, well, whoever wins this fight, I will crush them and then win this tournament. There was still the matter of fighting the city's strongest knight afterward for the champion title. He wondered who it would be. Was it the man in the arena? If so, the blonde was disappointed, but hopefully he was wrong on this matter. Now, the second semi-final fight. Whoever wins here will have to fight the complete battle maniac Uzumaki Naruto. Now, who will it be? Will it be Sasuke, the last Uchiha, or Darkness, the Holy Crusader? Naruto passed the duo, who were looking at each other with serious looks, completely ignoring him. The blonde pouted and arrived at the participants' booth just as the two stepped in the middle of the arena. Let the battle begin. Just like in her previous fight, Darkness rushed forward, intent on ending the fight quickly. Sasuke was prepared for this. He ducked under the punch that surely knocked him out. He spun around the kick that followed and lashed out with two punches. The blonde girl blocked both and countered with a sloppy punch that Sasuke was able to redirect. He spun and kicked her straight in her stomach. He jumped up, his knee was blocked, as were the next three punches and an elbow. Sasuke grunted when he was forced to block a punch that sent him flying. Luckily, it didn't manage to break his guard, but it still hurt. He quickly rolled out of the way of the follow-up kick and tried to elbow the girl. Darkness caught the elbow and spun the Uchiha around, making him unable to dodge the punch that nailed his stomach. Sasuke coughed as he felt his ribs groan in protest. Another punch was thrown at his head, but he quickly ducked under it and countered with a hook that rattled Darkness's head. He didn't let up and managed to sneak another punch to her side, only to be pushed back by a frontal kick that caught him in the chest. Sasuke slid to the ground with a frown. He didn't know how many more of such attacks he could take, feeling a bruise already forming on his arms from the previous punch he blocked. It seems she's not as durable as Stoic or Jean. If I can land a clean hit, I should knock her out. Besides, Sasuke jumped to the side, avoiding a spinning kick from the blonde before ducking low under a punch and landing a haymaker to Darkness's midsection. The girl lost her balance and stumbled back, while the young Uchiha rubbed his knuckles. Wearing all that armor must be tiring her out. I can wait until she tires and then finish her off. Sasuke grinned lightly before rushing in, locking hands with the Crusader before breaking out of the handlock and elbowing her between her armor plate at the side. But that's how losers think. In the contestants' booth, Naruto smirked. He noticed the grin on Sasuke's face, and he felt Uchiha's excitement, even from such a distance. The rush that was born out of the need to win, of the greed that pushed you to become the strongest, the arrogance to fight at your opponent's conditions. The fire in Sasuke's eyes, which was once fueled only by hate, started to give off embers of a different ambition. To reach the top. To be the only one standing after the battle. To be the strongest. Well, maybe he's not completely a lost cause. If this ambition festers and overshadows his need for revenge, allowing him to focus on himself and not on Itachi, he might one day be a worthy opponent. Sasuke grunted as his back hit the ground. He rolled to the side and tried to sweep the feet from under Darkness, but the girl flipped over his extended leg and tried to stomp him into the ground. The Uchiha pushed himself up from the ground, barely dodging the armored feet that surely would break ribs. The Uchiha attacked anew, his previous reservations about the blonde's head forgotten. At this moment, the Uchiha had forgotten about the tournament, about Naruto who was waiting in the finals, and about the crowd watching him fight. Right now, at this very moment, all that mattered was to defeat Darkness. The girl grunted as another kick connected to her midsection, but at the same time, Sasuke winced almost unnoticeably, feeling numb pain course through his right shin. Nevertheless, he ignored it and pushed forward with his offense. The blonde girl was put on her back foot. The unusual fierceness in the Uchiha's attacks put her on a constant defense, and the constant stream of various attacks left her with no room to counter him. Sasuke smirked when his jab connected, making the girl's head jump back. Believing her vulnerable, he went to finish it. He closed the distance and kicked her in the side, making her body angle to the right, her guard and poise completely broken. Sasuke roared as he launched a heavy haymaker at the beautiful girl's head, putting all his body weight and momentum into this final attack. Throughout the arena, The sound of a hand cutting the air was heard. A powerful attack that could knock out most of the fighters in this tournament. Yet, the sound of the first meeting head never reverbed throughout the area. At the very last moment, Darkness, whose eyes were unfocused just a moment ago, smirked, bending her body in an amazing show of flexibility, and dodged the attack. Sasuke's eyes widened when he saw the blonde girl bend back into her stance, her right fist flying towards him with the intent to finish what it could not at the start. At this moment, Sasuke realized he had let the moment and excitement get the better of him, leading to this disastrous situation. Yet, even as the punch inched closer and closer to his face, he couldn't help the grin forming on his face. He has lost the fight. However, during this battle, where his bloodline and genetics could not help him, he felt the rush of a true battle for the first time in his time. It was not the numbing feeling of a life-or-death scenario he felt in Wave. Neither was it the irritating feeling of proving himself whenever he trained with Kakashi or Hinata. Nor was it the burning feeling of needing to catch up to someone whenever he sparred with Naruto. No, it was the rush of fighting someone equal to him. Someone that, too, had to put their all into the fight. A fight where every mistake from either the fighter could end the fight in a single instant. Ouch, Naruto muttered, looking as Sasuke's body flew through the area before the unconscious Uchiha hit the ground. Oh well, that was a close one, the blonde muttered with a small smile. Winner, Darkness the Holy Crusader. The girl let out a few heavy breaths before locking eyes with Naruto. The Uzumaki smirked and let his glasses fall lower on his nose, making direct eye contact with his next opponent. Darkness was slightly taken aback by the eyes, but didn't let them intimidate them. We will be making this minute break before the final to let our finalists recuperate, as well as let you straighten your legs. Naruto hummed as he heard about the break, before pushing off the railing and walking away. He walked through the empty hallway that was accessible only to the fighters, thinking about his next opponent. Her best strength is her huge power. From what I saw during her fights, she hits harder than Stoic. Even Kakashi doesn't come close to her when it comes down to pure muscle strength. How do I fight her? Hit and run tactics would be the best, but I'm pretty sure that my fighting abilities lapse hers. She's kinda cute though. Just as the thought popped into his mind, he felt someone slap the back of his head. He instantly spun on his heel, turning with a scowl to his assailant, ready to pummel them to the ground. He blinked at seeing the familiar face. Rin? What are you doing here? Wait, never mind that. Why did you just slap me? Naruto asked with an off-put face, making the girl smirk. Dunno, my womanly intuition told me to slap you, so I just did. What kind of reasoning is this? Anyway, I came here to cheer you up before your next fight, and you don't even thank me for it? The girl huffed, turning to the side with crossed arms. Wadash, how should I know you came here for this? Better question, how did you enter this part of the arena? I thought only the fighters were allowed to come here. Please, do you really think the guards wouldn't let me in? Alright, so what? A kiss to encourage me. Naruto asked with a smile, only to yelp when the brown-haired girl slapped his cheek with a mad blush on her face. Idiot. Maybe I will go and give encouragement to Darkness to kick your butt. Sorry, I was just kidding, Naruto answered with a chuckle, massaging his face. On a serious note, thanks, but I don't plan on losing. I am going to win this whole tournament. Rin released a sigh and smiled at the blonde's confidence. The two started walking through the hallway towards the entrance at a relaxed pace. He hasn't changed one bit, Tosaka thought fondly, remembering how he acted exactly the same way when they met for the first time. By the way, I know who you will face when you defeat Darkness. At the city's best night dash. Don't spoil, please. Thanks for the heads up, but I want to find out who he is myself. If you're sure about it. Of course I am. Have you seen my other fights? Nope, I just came here. Naruto faltered slightly, having expected that Rin would praise his battle genius and talents. But I will stay until the end of the tournament, so make a show. I'd hate to put my duties aside only to watch two mediocre and boring fights. Hee, don't worry then. These two next fights will be exciting enough that you think about them until the next tournament, Naruto said with a grin as the two reached the entrance, the sun's glare blinding them slightly. Well, I guess making a show just became a priority. When the break paused and when the two last contestants and the crowd were back in their places, the referee and the announcer stepped back into the arena. Naruto tuned the older man out, not wanting to listen to another round of recounting the previous fights. He looked through the various people in the stands, noticing his team, with Sasuke already with them, Hattori, the bard from the port, and a few people they passed on the streets. He looked in the other direction, and in a space reserved for the VIPs, which were of a better quality, he saw Tosaka, who was looking like a true noble, unlike her normal self. Not far from her, he saw Vivaldi, who was talking and laughing loudly with a few other people around him. His eyes focused back on Darkness, who was standing a few paces away from him. She, like him, was watching the crowd, but the blonde doubted she could recognize anyone from such far away, unlike him. And here we are, the long-awaited final. Whoever wins this fight will fight against the city's greatest knight for the title of the honored champion. Let us welcome the main stars of this day. Darkness, the Holy Crusader, and Naruto, the Honored One. The two walked down the pair of stairs, waving and smiling toward the crowd that was cheering them both on. Naruto could hear some people shout his name. Others cheered for Darkness to win, but at the same time, a lot of people just wished them luck, wanting to witness an exciting battle. Naruto took off his broken sunglasses and sighed, seeing their state. First Tosaka, then the fight with Stoic and Hikari. While they still were usable, both the glasses had been broken, the plastic holding them together slightly bent and painted with his or his opponent's blood. With a shrug, he threw the sunglasses into the crowd, watching as the nearby viewers threw themselves to catch them before a small fight ensued. Naruto and Darkness faced each other in the middle of the arena, one with a serious expression that showed her desire for a win, the other with an annoyingly arrogant grin. Suddenly, Naruto realized that while the tournament and the fights were great, they all lacked one final thing to make them perfect. Hey, you know you can still surrender and avoid the shame of losing in front of such a big crowd, the blonde stated, pointing over his shoulder towards the stands. He heard people cheer and boo his comment, but he ignored them, focusing solely on the fellow blonde. Darkness frowned lightly before shaking her head. Your arrogance will be your downfall one day. You are not the first, and certainly not the last person to tell me this, Naruto answered without a care in the world, his hands in the pockets of his pants, the red coat on his shoulders fluttering slightly in the afternoon wind. We will see about this. As Darkness slipped in her fighting stance, the announcer started the fight. The two stood still for a moment, making the blonde chuckle. Not gonna attack me? It seemed like your go-to tactic before, he said lightly, slowly starting to circle the blonde girl, who kept her eyes peeled on him. You are different from the two before. Oh, is that a praise I hear in your voice? I'm honored. Naruto gave a slight bow, and Darkness jumped at the opportunity. Predictable, a fist uppercut that would knock out anyone's shot towards Naruto's face, but the blonde bent to the side at the last moment and answered with a punch of his own. His opponent caught the attack and pulled the Uzumaki in for a low kick, but Naruto managed to break her hold off him and flip over the leg. He struck with an elbow to the back of her head that Darkness managed to dodge before a second punch rattled her skull. A feint, she thought with clenched teeth as Naruto pushed forward with another two quick jabs and a haymaker to her shoulder. Should have known he's really on another level, the blonde girl thought as she leaned back to avoid getting kicked in her face. She countered with a punch that the blonde pushed to the side before she added a knee to her attack. Naruto raised his own leg to block the attack, but the strength behind the girl's knee pushed him off balance. He felt his body fall to the ground, and he let the gravity take hold. The girl pushed her advantage and raised her right leg high into the air before dropping it down. As soon as Naruto's back hit the hard dirt, he angled his body for a leg sweep, making Darkness fall to the ground as well. Darkness twisted her body in the air and managed to land a surprise heel into Naruto's shoulder, which pushed him to the left, giving her time to find her footing. Not bad, Naruto commented lightly, rolling his shoulder that just got hit. The blonde girl's mouth thinned at the annoying grin on the blonde's face, taking it as a sign that her fellow blonde was still not taking her seriously. Honestly, where do you get all this strength from? Is your body made out of pure muscles? Darkness growled with an embarrassed blush on her face. Why you dare? She called out and rushed in with a salvo of quick and terrifying powerful punches. Naruto weaved between them, searching for an opening that came in the form of an overextended uppercut. He quickly capitalized on it, landing a quick elbow to her stomach. His hands flashed, 2 punches to her face, 1 to her shoulder, and a kick to her side. Darkness grunted, catching her side before her legs pushed her forward and she slammed her shoulder into the blonde's gut. Naruto grunted as the air left his lungs. The blonde crusader ran forward until she drilled Naruto's back into the wall, causing a small fissure in the arena walls to form. Quickly stepping back a step, Shion leashed a powerful punch towards Naruto's face, but missed once the blonde ducked. "Two can play this game," Naruto shouted with a grin, blood dripping from his chin as he rushed forward, ramming his shoulder into the Crusader girl's chest, before quickly wrapping his arms around her body, making her unable to move her arms. His feet carried him through the whole arena ground before he slammed Darkness into the wall with all his strength. The girl's voice hitched in her throat when she felt the impact. As Naruto was about to step back and continue his assault, Darkness found the strength to break free. With Naruto's hands in the air and his body exposed, she moved in for the finish. Her right hand blitzed towards Naruto's chest, who recalled his arms into a crossguard as quickly as he could. The power behind the punch sent him flying through the arena. The half-formed guard broke instantly. Mid-flight, the blonde coughed out blood, and for a moment he had a problem catching a breath. His shoulder impacted the ground once, twice before he rolled to a stop. He quickly pushed himself up and saw Darkness rush him again. "I can barely feel my forearms. Lucky she didn't put all her strength into this puck or my ribs would be done for," Naruto thought with a bloody grin and jumped back before weaving through another round of assault. The Uzumaki deflected a punch that was going to cave his chest in before he ducked under a high kick that could take his head off his shoulders. He caught the girl by her ankle and raised her leg higher. Darkness lost her balance, her outstretched leg too high to maintain it. She flipped in the air and blocked a follow-up kick aimed at her head. Just like Naruto before, she caught the outstretched appendage and threw Naruto across the arena. Naruto flipped once and slid to a stop watching the girl rush towards him again. All right, if not this way, then maybe that way. The blue-eyed ninja pushed off the ground, rushing towards Darkness at amazing speed. The two met in the middle, with the girl throwing a mean right hook and Naruto dodging under it. He pushed off the ground, flying towards his fellow blonde before he locked his legs around her waist. The momentum of this move and the fact that Darkness was still moving forward made her body fall back, losing her footing. Her back hit the ground the same instant Naruto moved to sit on her stomach before a rain of punches descended on her face. She quickly raised her hands in defense, but from this superior position, she was at Naruto's mercy. Quickly realizing this, she buckled her waist up and twisted her body to the side, pushing Naruto on his back with now her standing at his waist. Naruto's eyes widened at the unexpected turn of events before he was forced to wiggle his head and chest to avoid being crushed by Darkness. Thinking quickly, he caught her arm and locked it up with his own arm, before forcing it down, making Darkness hit his chest with her face. Using his other hand, he landed a powerful hit to her stomach, making his opponent cough out blood. Not finished, Naruto sucked the legs from under Darkness and delivered a 2-feet kick to her stomach that pushed her into the air and off him. "That was a close one," Naruto said as he rolled to his feet, wiping the blood on his face. When Darkness was on him, she managed to graze his face a few times, leading to a few bleeding cuts. Normally, Such an attack wouldn't have such effects, but it was Darkness's strength that was the problem. Naruto saw the girl breathing heavily, trying to catch her breath, before he continued his onslaught. He caught Darkness lacking, out of her stance and with no guard. His fists pummeled her face, and a kick to her side and a hook to her shoulder stopped her arm from rising into a guard. A low kick opened her stance wider, making her lose her footing when she tried to jump back. A perfectly timed hook caught her bloodied chin. Darkness knew from the beginning that Naruto would be a difficult opponent. She had seen all his fights, even the preliminaries, and realized already back then that the blonde was a monster. It was not his pure strength, speed, or durability that was the problem. Darkness had fought already with people who had these advantages over her. It was his mastery of taijutsu, his ability to not only find holes in your stance, but the ability to ruthlessly exploit them. All this added to his unnatural ability to adapt to any kind of opponent and create battle plans, even during the fight, made him a fearsome opponent. But even with all this, she knew she could fight him, that she could win. She was certain of this. Yet, the moment their fight started and they exchanged first blows, she started to realize the unparalleled gap between their abilities. Through her blurry and red vision, her unfocused eyes noticed the last hook that was coming her way. She screamed and begged her body to move, to dodge, to block. She was, however, denied her pleas and demands. Her body was at her limit. The toll of the fight, along with the damage Naruto caused her during their scuffle on the ground, made her body reach its limit. Added to the free hits and damage the blonde delivered to her just now, her body collapsed. She saw the punch come closer and closer before she felt the impact. Then, Darkness, the Holy Crusader, the finalist of the Nova Gradian hand-to-hand combat tournament, saw only darkness. As the girl hit the ground with a loud thud and a spray of blood, the crowd was stunned into silence. The battle was tied for the most part until Naruto's strategic genius gave him a huge advantage. Suddenly, the crowds roared in approval, louder than before. People shot up from their seats, cheering, clapping, and squealing in delight at the great fight that took place in front of their eyes. For shinobi, fights like these were nothing special, but for the regular civilians, most of who have never seen a brawl, even less a real fight, this was the height of taijutsu battles. And we have a winner. Uzumaki Naruto, the honored one. What a battle, what a tournament, what a finish. Naruto raised his fist into the air with a victorious grin. After a few moments when the crowd went silent, the announcer spoke again. But this is not the end. Now, bruised and battered, the honored one will have to prove his strength in another fight straight off the bat. Another fight already? Naruto thought and looked at the worried faces on all of his friends' faces. Bring it on. The blonde thawed in excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage Novigrad's greatest knight. Born from the flames of duty, he proved his strength and dedication as a member of the Order of the Flaming Rose on more than one occasion. Let it be known that as long as the sun is in the sky, he shall remain undefeated on the battlefield. Today, we will see if the same holds true once it comes to a hand-to-hand battle. Make noise for the one and only Gawain, the Knight of the Sun. Naruto turned around, watching as a big man entered the arena. Gawain was a tall young man with wavy dishwater blonde hair and aqua eyes with long eyelashes. He wore a black tight shirt with golden accents that showed off his well-built upper muscles and long pants of the same color. Over this, he wore silver full-body armor with a few golden accents. However, the chest plate, as well as the helmet, were missing. Last but not least, draped over his shoulders was a long dark blue coat with a high collar that fell to his shins. The cape had golden-colored accents, like the rest of his outfit, coupled with gray fur above his shoulders. As the two blondes faced each other, one with an excited grin and the other with a confident smile, the crowd roared and the fight started.